A girl transmigrated into a novel and gained breathtaking beauty, enough to drive any man wild. She thought she'd thrive in this book, but alas, she was an unknown side character. Right after transmigrating, she encountered the out-of-control main villain. Even though she possessed the charm to tempt any man, the villain didn't show any mercy. The system had promised her resurrection in the novel's world, and a noble identity, breathtaking beauty, and a crucial role in driving the plot. But after binding with the system, it demanded her immediate death. This system was such a scam. Having barely escaped the villain's clutches, she thought she could deviate from the original story and reach the peak of her life. After all, she possessed unparalleled beauty and an impeccable family background, but she was forced to undertake missions. She had to help the protagonists advance the plot and achieve the novel's happy ending. Mission failure meant being stripped of her right to exist in the novel's world. The girl's role in the book was Countess Clan, a 17-year-old young woman. The book was a Western fantasy story centered around a curse. The La Sam family, the most prestigious noble family in the book, was cursed by Eastern black magic. When overcome by lust, they transform into bloodthirsty monsters, uncontrollably killing their loved ones. To find a way to break the curse, guided by the creator god, they began searching for a woman immune to it. This woman was the novel's heroine. All the conflicts in the book revolved around this unique Saint Tranny. Although the girl possessed beauty that could surpass the heroine's, she was just a cannon fodder character destined to die at the beginning. The male lead had already discovered the heroine's existence, and they had developed feelings for each other due to the main storyline. However, at Duke Lassam's celebratory banquet, Sasha, the heroine's sister, discovered their relationship. She had admired the male lead for a long time and plotted to frame the heroine. Both the male lead's half-brother, Argus, and the heroine were drugged by her. But a noble lady unintentionally took the heroine's drink. Belle became the one who replaced the heroine, appearing before the villain, Argus. However, Belle didn't have the heroine's immunity to the curse. Now, she was about to face the almost out-of-control villain. Even though she was exceptionally beautiful, the man's gaze remained icy. "Tell me who's behind this, and I'll consider sparing your life." Belle was terrified, but forced herself to stay calm. Argus thought she was scared witless, as she didn't even beg for mercy. Such beauty, yet he'd never seen her in social circles. Argus automatically filled in the blanks, assuming she had ulterior motives. He leaned closer to Belle's beautiful face, his brow slightly furrowed. "Not speaking? Are you ignoring me?" Belle forced herself to recall the plot details about the La Sam curse from the original novel. But the man's hand had already gripped her slender neck. Just as the feeling of suffocation washed over her, Belle finally remembered the relevant plot points. Argus was burning with desire. Licking his lips, his gaze towards the girl became increasingly heated. "Since you can't provide any useful information, then serve your final purpose. Be my antidote." Argus's hoarse voice fell, and his tongue touched Belle's delicate neck. Seeing him about to lose control, Belle, unwilling to die like this, could only take a gamble. She bit her lip and mustered the courage to call out Argus's name. "But I have a way to suppress the curse." The girl accidentally transmigrated into the novel's world. Although she possessed beauty that surpassed the heroine's, she was a cannon fodder character destined to die immediately. But not only did she resolve the villain's crisis, she even became the villain's cherished treasure. But now, she found herself in a critical moment for the villain. If she became Argus's antidote, she, having just been resurrected, would die immediately. Belle told him she could suppress the curse. Argus's movements paused. "What did you say? Explain yourself clearly." His grip on her hand tightened. Belle tried to break free, but he didn't budge. "Please let go of me first." Based on Belle's understanding, the La Sam curse, when aroused, was accompanied by a craving for blood and a loss of control. Those cursed, during intercourse, would bite their partner's neck like a beast, sucking their blood until they died. The moment she gained her freedom, Belle immediately distanced herself from Argus. Her action displeased him. "You understand the consequences of playing games with me?" The man's voice was cold and bloodthirsty. Belle's body held the key to suppressing the curse. She was the only solution at present. Without hesitation, she picked up a shard of glass and cut her wrist. Enduring the pain, she raised her bleeding hand. "Will giving you enough blood suppress the curse? You hate women anyway." Argus, however, became more intrigued by her. "It seems you know quite a lot." Argus's mother, when he was young, discovered her husband, an affair ended with only a farewell note. Abandoning her young child, she ran away. He grew up amidst gossip, having lost his mother. Ultimately, it twisted him into a deep hatred of women, a loathing so intense it was appalling. Argus Kimball lifted Belle's chin. These are also the people behind you. Tell me what else you know. Tell me everything. What is your purpose in approaching me? Tears immediately welled up in Belle's beautiful eyes. Whether you believe it or not, this is a misunderstanding. Argus stared at her tear-stained face, silent. She didn't seem to be lying. He had originally only wanted to scare her into revealing who was behind this, but she actually cut her own palm. He didn't know whether she was brave or reckless. Belle felt incredibly wronged at this moment. Damn system, why should I have to appease that woman? Unable to withstand the pressure from Argus, she felt increasingly aggrieved. Finally, Belle's trembling body indicated that she knew who the instigator was. In the original story, Sasha Mountbatten thought she had succeeded in leading the male lead and the nobles to catch Belle in the act. But what they saw was Belle tortured to near death, completely abandoned. Argus was also ostracized by the noble circles because of this incident. Duke Lossam was furious about this and decided to reconsider Argus's eligibility as his heir. This was also the beginning of the conflict in the book. Belle organized her thoughts and told Argus, "Soon, Sasha from the Mountbatten family will bring everyone here." Argus didn't remember having any entanglement with this young lady from the noble Mountbatten family. He looked at Belle with some suspicion. "Why should I believe you?" Belle explained righteously, "Once this scandal breaks, you will lose your qualification as heir." After speaking, Belle extended her hand towards him. "Please drink my blood and then let me go." Argus coldly undid his tie to a sharp-tongued woman. "Letting you go would be advantageous for me, wouldn't it?" he said, but he used his tie to bandage Belle's wound. With a hint of warning, he added, "If you deceive me, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." At the banquet, Sasha found the male lead, Hill, and tearfully recounted how her sister had been taken away by a strange man. Seeing everyone rushing towards the room, Hill revealed a wicked smile. "That a good show to watch, eh?" The girl, having transmigrated into the book, possessed an otherworldly beauty. Not only did it drive all the men crazy, but even women couldn't resist. Belle, relying on her beauty, survived the audacious Argus. But the drug started to take effect, and the wound on her wrist throbbed. As her vision blurred, Belle was unwilling to die like this. She swayed, tried to find help, but ultimately collapsed from exhaustion. Before losing consciousness, she heard a gentle female voice. At this moment, all the nobles had arrived in front of Argus's room. Hill knocked urgently on the door, and the nobles behind him began to murmur. They couldn't believe that someone would dare to kidnap a noble lady during the banquet. Sasha hid the malice in her eyes behind her folding fan. "My dear sister, your good days are over." Seeing the grieving Sasha, Hill pushed the door open. Argus's gaze was icy. "Insolent fool, who allowed you to barge into my room?" Hill immediately demanded the return of the missing noble lady. Argus, however, appeared remarkably calm. "Baseless accusations are your reason for offending me? Get out now, and I'll pretend this didn't happen." Seeing him like this, Hill grew even more worried. "Since you have a clear conscience, let me search and clarify things." Remembering Sasha's words, Argus looked lazily at his dear brother. "This isn't a place you can come and go as you please." Hill, however, directly ordered his people to search the room by force. Argus's gaze towards him grew increasingly glacial. "Hill, you will pay for humiliating me." However, after a thorough search, they found no clues. Sasha's face was instantly filled with panic. How is this possible? The plan was supposed to succeed. "She's in Argus's room." As the nobles began to gossip, Hill rudely grabbed Argus's wrist. Sasha insisted that she had indeed seen Belle enter the room. Argus was in no mood for their farce. "Are you satisfied now?" Hill took it for granted that the matter would end here, hoping they wouldn't find any further clues. But Argus wasn't willing to let it go. "You barge into my room without reason and expect to leave unscathed." He rang a bell. He ordered the butler, Hugh, to break the hands of all the servants who had trespassed and sell them in the slave market. Upon hearing this, there was a chorus of pleas for mercy. Argus walked past Hill, adopting a condescending tone. "Hill, my dear brother, a brain is a good thing. I hope you remember to bring yours next time." Argus's actions terrified the onlookers, who knelt on the ground. What a terrifying man. The butler, having dealt with everything, came to Argus for further instructions. Argus's gaze remained icy. Thoroughly investigate tonight's incident. I want to know who the woman was that entered my room. Surrounded by anger, Belle was destined for a tragic life. Her mother, unexpectedly pregnant, was forced to marry her gambling-addicted father. 6-month-old Belle cried incessantly, while her parents argued constantly. From the age of 4, when her memories began, she grew up amidst arguments and resentment. At 14, her father's addiction worsened, and her parents' relationship became increasingly strained. At 16, her parents finally divorced. But Belle's miserable life didn't end there. At 24, working tirelessly, she was promoted to manager, only to be harassed at her company by her father's debt collectors. At 26, her boyfriend of 3 years broke up with her. All of this stemmed from Belle's dysfunctional family. At 27, she finally found release. Belle died from overwork. Fate was incredibly unfair to her. She worked harder than anyone, yet never experienced happiness. Waking up with a start, Belle found herself lying on a soft bed. Staring at her injured palm, Belle became even more certain of her rebirth. Now, she was a noblewoman who had treated her wounds. And where was she? A young girl's sweet face suddenly appeared before her. Thank goodness, you're finally awake. Belle only remembered being rescued while unconscious. Raising her weak eyes, she thanked the girl before her. The worry on the girl's face was unmistakable. While you were asleep, you suddenly stopped breathing. It was terrifying, as if you had died. This triggered Belle's memories of her past life. She had indeed contemplated ending it all. Now, she was no longer the Belle born into misfortune. In this life, she would live for herself. The girl leaned closer, gently touching Belle's forehead. Excuse me. A moment later, a radiant smile bloomed on her face. Your temperature is normal. Your complexion is much better too. That's wonderful. The girl's face was deeply imprinted in Belle's mind. This was the first person after her rebirth who genuinely helped and cared for her. She had to repay her kindness when she had the chance. As they chatted, Belle learned that the girl was actually the female lead, Heidi, the second daughter of the Mountbatten family. She had been fostered in the countryside due to her lack of magical ability since childhood. Only after her abilities awakened was she brought back to the main house. The Mountbatten family wanted to use Heidi to forge an alliance with the Latham family by marrying her to Sasha, the genius magician born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Heidi was like an unnoticed weed. Tonight was her first time attending a noble banquet. Uncomfortable with the setting, she had left early. Heidi desperately wanted to be friends with Belle. She was the only noble Heidi could talk to. Just as Belle was about to agree, the system suddenly appeared, interrupting her. As a bystander, Belle's mission was to create difficulties and help the main characters grow. If she became friends with the female lead, she would be killed by her. Belle's mind reeled. There was actually such an absurd setting. Ultimately, she forced a pained smile and rejected Heidi's request. Heidi was visibly devastated. She immediately apologized frantically for her presumptuousness. Before Belle could speak, Heidi fled towards the door in distress. The system appeared this time to punish Belle for failing to expose the main villain. If she failed her mission in the world of the book, the system would confiscate something important to her. Success, however, would grant her a random reward. Belle Puted. There was nothing important to her here. Suddenly, a maid rushed in, throwing open the door. Miss Belle, we finally found you. We regret to inform you that your father, Count Crom, has passed away. After being reborn, she became the villain's darling. Originally meant to be an insignificant bystander, she escaped the villain's clutches with her beauty and wit, piquing the villain's interest. Even a Mary Sue-esque female lead expressed good feelings towards her. However, due to failing to expose the main villain, the system's mission failed. As punishment, she lost her father in the book. Count Crom died from excessive drinking. Belle became the sole heir. Having never experienced fatherly love, she couldn't shed a single tear at the funeral. The crowd began to murmur, I heard Count Crom doted on his only daughter. She's so heartless. Everyone attributed her lack of grief to Belle's upbringing by her absent mother. Belle was trying her best. Although she felt guilty, it was difficult to feel anything for this stranger of a father. Yet, looking at his peaceful face, a tinge of bitterness surfaced in her heart. After a lonely life in her previous world, upon rebirth, she lost the father she had in this novel. In the original story, Belle's birth mother was a peerless warrior. Count Crumb fell in love with her at first sight and quickly started a family. A year later, Belle was born, but her mother died during childbirth. Overwhelmed with grief, Count Crumb turned to alcohol. Until Belle was 5, lacking parental guidance, she climbed a tree, fell into the water, and nearly drowned. Count Crumb clutched her small body tightly. Belle whimpered in his arms, "Papa, I'll be good. Please don't ignore me anymore." This near tragedy jolted Crumb awake, and he began a new life. He carefully chose a new wife. Unlike the stereotypical wicked stepmother, Belle's stepmother doted on her. Their bond was like that of a true mother and daughter. When Crumb passed away, the stepmother alerted the authorities. Belle promised to take care of her. Just as Belle was reflecting on her good fortune, she stumbled upon her stepmother and the butler having an affair. They were plotting to marry her off quickly. Their goal was to seize the Crumb family fortune and title. Belle realized that the last 10 years of affection had been a charade. Startled, she dropped a piece of jewelry. Hearing the noise, the pair reacted. Belle quickly fled the scene, her heart pounding with fear. If they discovered her, it would be disastrous. In her haste, she collided with a solid wall of flesh. Belle felt like her nose was broken. She was about to scold the person for not watching where they were going, but looked up to see Argus. "We meet again, miss," he said, his voice unfamiliar. The beauty pageant winner isn't even of age, yet her stepmother is forcing her to marry. Having accidentally discovered her stepmother and the butler's affair, Belle fled in a panic. Unexpectedly, she ran into Argus, who looked at her suspiciously. As she tried to escape, Argus grabbed her wrist. He roughly shoved her inside a room and lifted her chin. His brow furrowed in displeasure. "Why are you running? Am I that frightening?" Belle felt utterly unlucky. First, her father's death, then her stepmother's betrayal. And now she was cornered by the story's villain. Looking up, she met the young man's cold gaze. Belle asked the system, "Why is Argus suddenly at my father's funeral?" In the original story, our families had no connection. The system explained, plot points unrelated to the main storyline are automatically omitted. To maintain logical consistency, new plot points are generated. It elaborated, a century ago, the royal family, the Raisums, and the Croms sailed together to expand the empire. They amassed wealth and forged a strong friendship. Later, the Crom family declined, and the other two families reduced contact. Argus was there in place of his father, Duke Raisum, to offer condolences. Belle breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought he'd come after her because of the incident that night. Argus's voice was icy. "You seem to enjoy testing my patience, Miss Belle." Belle was surprised he knew her name. Argus leaned closer, his demeanor softening slightly. "I not only know your name, but I also know everything that happened at the celebratory banquet that night." Argus learned that Belle had been someone else's pawn that night. Instead of being angry, he caressed her cheek. "The interesting thing is, you should have been oblivious to everything. Yet, after you woke up, you insisted the mastermind was the Mountbatten heiress." Belle marveled at the villain's intelligence. He'd quickly grasped the situation. However, when he asked how she knew who was behind it, Belle couldn't explain. At that moment, the funeral was in chaos due to Belle's disappearance. Just as she was about to speak, Argus covered her mouth. His voice was low and menacing. "Make a sound, and we'll both be buried today." Belle shivered, terrified by his icy stare. Unable to find Belle, her stepmother began to complain. She doesn't even care about her own father's funeral. How can she possibly manage the territory? The butler immediately flattered her. "The young miss is still too young. The territory should naturally be managed by Lady Davida." Belle realized they not only wanted her title, but also the land itself. Argus scoffed. "It seems your stepmother has ulterior motives." He explained, "The empire requires nobles inheriting titles to be at least 18 years old. They must also be witnessed by numerous nobles, meet the king, and swear allegiance. Only then can they receive the royally sealed certificate of inheritance. If the heir is too young, an elder family member acts as regent, assisting in managing the territory." Having searched all the rooms without finding Belle, her stepmother asked about Lady Mia's room. Since Count Crom had forbidden anyone from entering it while he was alive, the maids hadn't dared. The stepmother's face hardened. "Don't you know who the mistress of this house is now?" The maids trembled before the butler. The rich kid's flirtations and the crocodile. Don't be angry with those short-sighted wives. Count Crom was obsessed with Lady Mia before he died. Now they've all gone underground to reunite. The entire Crom estate is yours. The stepmother's ugly, greedy face was suddenly revealed. That man wasted over a decade of my precious youth on a dead hussy. This debt must be repaid by his daughter. The butler pulled her into his arms. Don't worry. I'll help you firmly control the Crom estate. The most important thing now is to marry Belle off. However, their entire conversation was overheard by Belle, who had just entered the door. Argus raised an eyebrow. It seems your situation is quite precarious. Belle worried that this adulterous couple's scandal, if spread, would ruin the Crom family name. Looking up, she pleaded with Argus, forget what you just heard. Argus, however, took the opportunity to bargain. If you truthfully answer the question from earlier, I might be able to keep your secret. Belle, realizing he had steered the conversation back, could only dryly tell him that she had unintentionally overheard Sasha's plan that night. The poisoning was a complete coincidence. Argus stopped pressing her and moved closer to Belle's face. Lady Mia was your birth mother. Belle Froze. The topic had jumped rather abruptly. Argus reached out and lifted her chin, his gaze appraising. I heard that years ago in the Empire, there was a stunning warrior maiden who caused a sensation in aristocratic circles. Countless nobles pursued her. You've inherited her beauty. He gently caressed Belle's cheek. Belle blushed crimson. Reacting, she slapped his hand away. Please behave yourself, Argus. Argus seemed to see another person in her. His eyes held a complex look. Since you happened to help me that night, I'll offer you a piece of advice in return. He leaned in close to Belle's ear. Beautiful flowers are often the first to be plucked. With that, he turned and left. Be careful, Mississippi. Belle was both embarrassed and bewildered. This man is so strange. Arriving at the cemetery to mourn her father, Belle's heart held a new resolve. Though not the Count's true daughter, I will protect the Crom family's territory. Her stepmother offered insincere condolences from behind, shedding a few crocodile tears. Suddenly, she changed the subject and introduced Belle to a lady, Catherine, the mother of George, the male supporting character in the original story. Her reputation preceded her among the nobility. She had been the Empress's lady-in-waiting, but had usurped her mistress's position to become the Emperor's most favored concubine. She bore the Emperor his only son, George, the novel's male supporting character. From then on, her status was elevated by her son. Her presence here, representing the royal family at the Count's funeral, demonstrated the Emperor's particular favor, and the target of her visit was Belle. Catherine warmly grasped Belle's hand, showering her with compliments. The stepmother immediately joined in, exchanging flattery. Belle watched, speechless, as these two morally bankrupt women discussed her prospects. Shamelessness is a skill in itself. The stepmother steered the conversation back to Belle, wanting her to marry George. According to imperial law, a female heir who marries before inheriting the title is considered to have relinquished her claim to both the inheritance and the title. The stepmother's scheme was cunning, and George, in the original story, died by the male lead's sword for his scheming. Belle will be crazy to marry him. Catherine smoothly produced an invitation to the king's birthday banquet, emphasizing that George would also be there. The moment Belle touched the invitation, the main storyline of the king's birthday banquet was officially triggered. There was actually a choice of whether to attend or not. Belle, remembering losing her father after failing the last mission, worried that refusing would trigger something unpleasant. While she hesitated, the system automatically accepted the mission because she hadn't made a choice within 10 seconds. It required Belle to confess to the male lead, Hill, at the king's birthday banquet in 7 days. Other transmigrators got all sorts of cheat abilities, but she was forced by the system to constantly court disaster. She'd just provoked the main villain, and now she was being forced into a meeting with the male supporting character. Even more ridiculous, the system was forcing her to confess to the male lead. What a mess. Now Belle also had to deal with her wicked stepmother schemes. The butler handed Belle the land deed, which was taller than she was, hoping to discourage her. They didn't know that Belle's soul came from the modern workplace, where all-nighters were just routine. Since learning of her stepmother's plot, Belle began searching for a way to inherit the title early. For an underage noble to inherit early, they must present a sufficiently valuable gift to the king. But the Crom territory's finances were in shambles, and her father's inheritance was temporarily controlled by her stepmother. Belle was in a dilemma. Fortunately, the reward for this mission was substantial. The system shop function would unlock, meaning her cheat abilities were finally coming. But Hill, the male lead, is the second most dangerous person after the main villain. Confessing to him shouldn't be life-threatening. The crappy system is quite calm, assuring it shouldn't be. The world of the book revolves around the male and female leads, while the villains, passers-by, and supporting characters drive the plot forward. Various characters exit after completing their predetermined performances. They no longer participate in the subsequent plot. The host, Belle, resurrected as the passerby character, Cromwell, changing the original character's destined death in the book. She became the first character to deviate from the original plot after her supposed exit. Therefore, she will no longer be affected by the original story. Simply put, Belle now possesses a cheat. She can't be killed by characters written to exit the story. Belle's eyes suddenly lit up. Such a good thing. The protagonist group and the villains can't harm her. Now, she only needs to be wary of being framed by extra characters like her stepmother. Thinking of this, Belle immediately became hopeful, since plot-driven death is ineffective against her. As long as she deals with her wicked stepmother, she can live a happy life here. Just as Belle was struggling with what gift to present to the king, Argus suddenly visited. According to etiquette, all visits require a letter of request submitted in advance and a reply received. Lord Argus. Belle was clearly caught off guard, but Argus acted particularly familiar. It's all right. No need to specially entertain me. Belle could only force a smile. Point: one doesn't visit a temple without a reason. Lord Argus, is there something important? The most awkward thing is sudden silence. Argus put down his teacup and beckoned. I'm here to repay a favor. Although, Miss Belle, you said that disrupting Miss Monbarton's plan that night was an accident. It did me a great favor. I don't like owing favors. I brought a gift today, hoping Miss Belle will like it. Belle looked at the exquisite gift in his hand with surprise. In the original story, Argus, in order to inherit the position of head of the Latham family, had won over major chambers of commerce both inside and outside the empire. His businesses spanned the entire continent. He was a true rich and handsome elite. Such a luxurious box. What valuable treasure could be inside? Belle's face was full of anticipation, but she saw cheap honey in the box. Even the smile on her face couldn't be maintained. Argus, however, was particularly serious. I wonder if Miss Belle is satisfied with this gift. Belle forced herself to calmly close the lid. Then she couldn't hold back any longer. Are you mocking me? Argus was immediately stunned. That if you don't like it, this is honey. Belle was particularly angry. Lord Argus, if you came today just to make fun of me, please leave. Argus was surprised by her reaction. Thought, what's wrong with this woman? The day before his visit, Argus had found out that although Count Crum appeared to be neglecting his duties, he was secretly funding some organizations. He was also actively working to secure his position as the next head of the Latham family. Argus mistakenly believed that Belle had been instructed by Count Crum that night to make him appear to have been framed. He even thought that Belle's denial was to clear her relationship with her father. Learning that Belle was having trouble inheriting the title and was struggling to find a suitable gift for the king. Thinking of this, Argus became even more annoyed. He had intended to repay her father's kindness by giving such a precious gift. But not only did she not appreciate it, she even gave him an eviction notice. Belle was completely unaware of the value of honey in this world, and even complained to the system, Argus actually gave me this kind of thing. He's mocking me. The system quickly waved its little chubby hands. Host, this world is different from the world you lived in. Seasonings are scarce. Sweetness mainly relies on honey. Belle, who was still angry a second ago, was immediately slapped in the face. In the original story, honey was so precious that it could be passed down as an aristocrat's inheritance. Honey was hundreds of times more valuable than gold and jewels. Lords would even wage war over a jar of honey. Presenting honey to the king could even directly grant one a noble title. Argus stood up, suppressing his anger. It seems my gift is not to Miss Belle's liking. I apologize for the intrusion. Please excuse me. He picked up the honey. Let's go. Belle paniqued. That was honey that could be exchanged for a noble title. "Wait, please stay, Lord Argus." But she stepped on her own skirt. Losing her balance, she fell directly onto the main villain. "Miss Bell, what is the meaning of this? Can't bear to see me leave." Lady Davida had just visited Belle's stepmother and immediately after learned that Belle had been given a jar of honey, thinking that Belle actually planned to present it at the king's birthday banquet in exchange for a title. The stepmother gritted her teeth. "Good. I really underestimated that girl. When did she hook up with a man from the Latham family?" The butler immediately explained, "Madam, we've been watching the young lady for so long and haven't seen anything. Recently, it was only that time she disappeared at the funeral." The stepmother's face grew even darker, as expected of that little vixen born from that hussy. Even Argus, who's famously averse to women, has been captured by her. Damn it, with the Latham family protecting her, it'll be much harder to get rid of her. The butler, however, remained completely calm. "My lady, please calm down. There's still a few days until the king's birthday banquet. I have a plan." He then whispered into Lady Davida's ear. Lady Davida's face immediately lit up with pride. "Butler Foreman, you always have a solution." She then approached the maid with a sinister look. "Tell Miss Bell that tomorrow I've arranged for her to inspect the territory and learn about estate management." The next day, Belle went to see her stepmother. "Look at my daughter. She's truly beautiful." Once she goes out, which noble lady can compare to her? Seeing her stepmother's blatant lies, Belle parried the remark. "Mother, you're truly teasing me. I can't argue with you before inheriting the title." It was Belle's first time managing the territory's affairs. Lady Davida, however, claimed she had other matters to attend to and couldn't go out. She sent Foreman, ostensibly as a companion, but in reality as a watchdog. After sending Belle away, Lady Davida's demeanor changed instantly. "All of you, search Miss Belle's room carefully. Make sure to find the honey." She then stroked her daughter, Du Zhuang. "The entire Count's estate will belong to my little girl." She thought she could present the honey and inherit the title? How laughable. "The entire Ness territory will only belong to me and Du Zhuang." Ness, located in the northern part of the empire, is a remote small town. The population is sparse, the climate is cold, and the roads are rugged. Few merchants come here to do business. The territory's main source of income is taxation. With a small population, the finances are not optimistic. The Ness territory's income is in deficit, mainly due to the insufficient tax revenue caused by the small population. Belle opened the curtains and looked out at the town. "Even if I successfully inherit the title, managing such a large territory won't be easy. I must plan carefully." These were the preliminary conclusions Belle drew from the accounts sent by her stepmother. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead. A man knocked over an old woman's vegetable basket. "You old hag, why are you setting up a stall here? Don't you know this is my spot?" The old woman trembled and pleaded, "I'm sorry. I didn't know. I saw an empty space here. My granddaughter urgently needs money to buy medicine. Could you let me set up for a day?" The man showed no mercy that if you don't have money, you should die. "What's the illness? Go away. Don't interfere with my business." The old woman said helplessly, I'm sorry. I'll leave now." The man scoffed. "Even if you want to sell something valuable. Ness has no shortage of worthless things. Who do you think will buy them?" As soon as he finished speaking, Belle stepped forward with money. The butler immediately stopped her. "Miss, this kind of thing happens every day. You don't need to." Belle's gaze was firm as she stopped him. "I'll help her. I want to buy all these beets." The old woman was startled. All of them?" The butler became anxious. "Miss, beets are a very low-class food. They simply can't be served on a nobleman's table." Belle gave him a sharp look. "I told you to buy them, so buy them. Are you the miss, or am I?" Belle directly gave the old woman a gold coin. However, this basket of beets was only worth 1 copper coin. The old woman was moved to tears. I don't have change for you." Belle clasped her hands together in need for change. "I hope your granddaughter recovers soon." The old woman was so moved, she was speechless. The system, however, began to reprimand the host for being wasteful. "You can help one person today, but you can't help everyone. And your finances are also tight. There's no need to put on a brave face." Belle knew this all too well, but I sincerely wanted to buy these beets, not just to help others. The primary source of sweetness in this world is honey. Honey is more precious than gold. The Ness territory is located in the remote north. There are no other suitable industries to develop the economy, but there is large-scale beet cultivation. Beets have always been considered a low-class ingredient. It's a pity they don't know that beets can be used to make sugar. Belle's eyes shone brightly. I've found a way to both inherit the title and develop the territory's economy. Belle, however, was unaware that her act of kindness had been witnessed by the male lead, Hill. She's the woman who escaped from Argus's room that night. Belle suddenly felt a chill. She felt like she was being watched. She looked up but saw nothing. In the carriage, Hill's attendant asked, "My lord, won't you ask that lady to verify what happened that night?" Hill removed his gloves. There's no need. Since Argus could frame Sasha and present evidence of Heidi's guilt to me, it's 9 times out of 10 true. Belle's innocent smile appeared in his mind. There's no need to involve a kind girl for verification. This is definitely the most tragic transmigrated girl I've ever seen. She died right after being reborn. Her father is vicious, and her stepmother and the butler are conspiring to seize her title and family fortune. Not only did they falsely accuse her of stealing the tribute her mother left for the palace, but they also stole the honey she intended to present to the king. Belle had just returned from the territory. She had visited the Ness marketplace. I've gotten a grasp of the territory's market. It's small, but it has everything. The most common goods are cheap fruits and vegetables, brown bread, and wine. This is because Ness is inland and doesn't have a coastline. If I want to develop Ness's economy, there are many business opportunities in the county towns. But just as I returned to the Crom estate, I heard Lady Davida's furious voice. "Seize that light-fingered maid." The poor maid was roughly thrown to the ground. Lady Davida's expression changed. "Belle, you're back." Belle innocently asked her stepmother, "What happened, mother?" "A thieving maid snuck into your room. I caught her stealing red-handed. I was just about to punish her." The maid vehemently denied. "No. I didn't steal anything. The housekeeper told me to change your bed linens. I didn't take anything." Lady Davida ignored her explanation. "A filthy liar. Someone, throw her in the dungeon." Belle raised her hand. "Wait. Mother, can you tell me what she stole?" A smug smile spread across Lady Davida's face. "It was the honey that young Master La Sam sent yesterday. But don't worry, such a valuable item. I've already taken care of it for you." Belle's face fell, recognizing the lie. "Taken care of? I see. Well, thank you, mother," she said, forcing a smile. So, sending her to the territory today was a ploy to get rid of the honey and prevent her from presenting it to the king. What a scheming and resourceful stepmother. The maid sobbed. "Miss, I grew up with you. I'm loyal to you. I would never steal from you. I swear, I've been wrongly accused." Belle looped her arm through Lady Davida's. "Mother, how do you plan to deal with her?" Lady Davida glared at the maid. "Chop off her thieving hands, of course. To set an example." Belle squeezed Lady Davida's hand. "But she stole from me. Why don't you let me handle it?" Seeing Lady Davida frown, Belle leaned in, feigning affection. "After all, you've always wanted me to learn to handle things myself." Unable to refuse such a seemingly dutiful request, Lady Davida clenched her fists. "Very well. But don't be soft on this thief." After Lady Davida left, Belle helped the maid up. "Tell me what happened." The maid cried. "I didn't steal anything. Please believe me." Belle wiped away her tears. "I know you're innocent. But sometimes the truth doesn't matter. Do you understand? For now, leave the estate." The maid's face crumpled. "You're sending me away? You still don't believe I'm innocent?" "I promised Lady Mia I'd take care of you. You can hit me, scold me, anything, but please don't send me away." Belle sighed. "It's not that I don't believe you. I'm not sending you away, just asking you to lay low for a while." Leaning closer, she whispered, "Later, you'll understand." The maid worried about Belle's safety at the estate. Belle waved her hand dismissively. "Don't worry. I'll be fine. The system didn't understand. Host, she was left to you by your birth mother. Wouldn't it be better to keep her by your side?" A flicker of sadness crossed Belle's face. "I can barely protect myself. If she stays, she'll just be framed again and again, like today." "Do you think Lady Davida targeted her for no reason?" "She's coming after me. When I take over, the staff in this house will need to be replaced. I wish I had the heroine's script. Life would be so much easier without all this scheming and backstabbing." Du Zhuang was furious in her room after being exposed for framing Heidi. Lady Mountbatten entered. "Why are you upset again? You've been throwing tantrums ever since your sister returned." Du Zhuang scowled. "She was fine in the countryside. Why did father bring her back? If it weren't for her, Hill wouldn't have argued with me, and father wouldn't have confined me." Lady Mountbatten sat down. "She's your sister. Of course, your father would be angry that you framed her. You were wrong." Du Zhuang remained unrepentant. "I did nothing wrong. I don't have a sister. She's a disgrace to the family. The noble ladies all laugh at her behind her back, calling her a country bumpkin. Lady Mountbatten stroked her hand. Don't worry. You're the daughter your father and I cherish most. Heidi's only back to help your father secure an alliance with the Assam family. You know his health isn't good. Heidi, standing outside the door with a tray, heard everything. But I like Hill. Mother, she can't steal the man I love. Lady Mountbatten's expression hardened. Silly girl. Hill is just a pawn in your father's game. Don't waste your time on him. Remember, you're different from your sister. She's worthless, only good for marriage alliances. You, with your magical talent, are destined for greatness. You will become the most esteemed princess in the empire. Heidi's hand trembled, the tray rattling. Mother. Meanwhile, Belle was busy with her own projects. She not only gathered a large amount of sugar beets from the farm, but also brought in muddy water from the slums. The maids complained about the extra work. Lady Davida silenced their grumbling, but she couldn't hide her worry that Belle has been acting so strangely lately. Ever since the Count's funeral, I find myself understanding him less and less. The butler clasped his hands. Don't worry, madam. The king's birthday banquet is in less than 2 days. If Miss Belle can't present a dazzling treasure to the king, then no matter how much she struggles, it won't cause a ripple. At this moment, Belle was still toiling away in the kitchen. Lolo, do you know how white sugar is made? The system sounded smugged out of course. This system is equipped with the latest encyclopedic knowledge. The traditional method uses sugarcane or sugar beets as raw materials. They are lightly boiled to extract the granules and obtain syrup. After filtering through yellow mud water, white granulated sugar is finally obtained. I didn't expect you, at such a young age, to know the traditional method of sugar making. Belle chuckled softly that I've only read about it in books. This is my first time putting it into practice. The system was startled. What if you fail? Belle was unconcerned. Failure is the mother of success. Daring to take the first step is a chance for success. After many experiments, Belle finally refined the white sugar. As long as I present this to the king, victory will be in my grasp. Finally, the day of the king's birthday banquet arrived. Belle couldn't stand the royal family's blatant prejudice, dividing everyone into different classes and treating them differently. As soon as the Mountbatten family carriage arrived, the king personally condescended to greet them. Belle and her stepmother weren't even allowed near the main entrance, only fit to use the side entrance. The king's birthday banquet was the largest and most grand social event of the year. After entering the palace, people seized the opportunity to network, aiming to associate with those of higher status than themselves. Making connections with more nobles was the ultimate goal of this evening. Only after her stepmother left was Belle free to move around. While the system praised the liveliness of the banquet, Belle's eyes were melancholic. Despite the appearance of gentlemen and ladies interacting harmoniously, nobles actually love to form cliques. They are broadly divided into 2 factions, the traditionalists who value bloodline and the nouveau riche who value power. No matter which faction, the more powerful a person is, the more flatterers they attract in such occasions. The system started urging Belle to complete her mission. She, however, found a deserted spot to rest, using the excuse of conveniently observing the male lead's location. The system strongly suspected she was slacking off. How can you confess to the male lead in a place where there isn't even a single male mosquito? Suddenly, she heard a heated argument. Who allowed you to come here? Do you know what kind of occasion this is? How dare you come? Father asked me to come. Sister, why are you always so aggressive? Aren't we sisters? Sasha directly poured red wine on Heidi. Who's your sister? Get back to your countryside. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Belle just wanted to be lazy, never expecting to stumble upon a dramatic sisterly showdown. Sister, don't go too far. This is the royal palace. If you cause a commotion and embarrass father, he will definitely punish you. Mentioning their father made Sasha even angrier. Don't you dare use father to pressure me. Father is only temporarily blinded by you. He will soon see your true colors. A country bumpkin like you can't help the family at all. Duke Mountbatten is the father of Heidi, the female lead, and Sasha, the female supporting character. Within the Empire, he holds political power comparable to Duke Latham. The Mountbatten family is one of the few noble families that has cultivated magicians. The Empire has strict restrictions on the use of magic, but magic is still an important criterion for measuring a family standing. Sasha cupped Heidi's face, her tone condescending, that I am a key magician cultivated by the Mountbatten family. Even if I hit you here today, Father won't do anything to me. Heidi flung her hand away. You wouldn't dare. As soon as she finished speaking, they heard a crisp, slapping sound. Belle awkwardly held the mosquito in her hand. That a mosquito bit me. They say 3 women make a drama. Seeing the female lead and the female supporting character about to fight, Belle, at an inopportune moment, swatted a mosquito. Facing their simultaneous stares, she could only awkwardly stand up and greet the female lead. Sasha was surprised that her country bumpkin sister actually knew a noble lady. The most awkward thing was that the system detected the male lead's imminent arrival. Belle's heart immediately ignited with excitement. A sisterly showdown wasn't stimulating enough. Was the male lead coming to add fuel to the fire? However, she forgot her mission to confess to him until the system reminded her. Belle's face instantly turned green. You want me to confess to the male lead in this situation? Have you considered that the female lead and Sasha might tear me apart on the spot? Seeing the system's warning that she could refuse the mission and accept the penalty, Belle quickly changed her tune. That I suddenly really want to confess. I can't wait. At this moment, the male lead was walking towards the female lead with a tender gaze. Please immediately approach the male lead and confess. Belle weakly said, wait a minute. Seeing the system's confusion, Belle looked at the 3 people in front of her and forced a smile that you'll know soon. Sasha immediately clung to Hill's arm, infatuated. Why are you here? Hill shook him off and walked straight towards the seawall. What happened? Why are you like this? Sasha didn't give Heidi a chance to speak. Let me explain. Just now, Heidi accidentally bumped into someone holding a drink. It was you who stained the dress. I was just about to take her to change. Heidi couldn't understand why her sister was twisting the truth. Was she afraid to show her true colors in front of Hill? Hill looked at Heidi. Yes, that's so. Sasha put her hand on Heidi's shoulder. That of course it's true. I couldn't possibly bully my own sister in public. I'd be the laughingstock if word got out. Heidi thought about how arguing with her would shame her father. Suppressing her rage, she forced a smile. I'm fine, Hill. It was just a small accident. Don't trouble yourself, sister. I can change myself. Heidi directly took Hill's arm, asserting her claim. I have something to discuss with Hill. You can leave now. Heidi, suppressing the bitterness in her heart, turned and left. Hill wanted to call out to her, but ultimately just watched her go, clenching his fists. The system, after watching the drama unfold, finally remembered its host. Everyone's gone. Are you going to start working or not? It turned around, only to freeze. Belle was nowhere to be seen. The young woman, having transmigrated into the book, possessed breathtaking beauty. Unfortunately, she was just a tool to advance the plot. The system told her to confess to the male lead, but she insisted on provoking the female lead, making her blush multiple times. Miss Belle, what are you doing sneaking around behind me? Belle gave an embarrassed laugh. You caught me. A beauty in distress is especially captivating. Are you here to laugh at me? Did you see what happened with my sister? Belle quickly waved her hands. I'm not here to make fun of you. I was just a little worried about you, so I followed you to check. The gloom on Heidi's face instantly vanished. That I see. You're such a considerate person. Belle, looking at the girl's sweet and innocent smile, felt her heart pounding. Considerate? Before transmigrating, many people had used that word to describe her. But through this false facade, Heidi was the first to truly see her. Unfortunately, for the sake of survival, she couldn't become friends with the female lead. In the original story, the male lead had planned to invite the female lead to dance at the king's banquet. But because the female antagonist, Sasha, had ruined the female lead's dress, Heidi couldn't attend. At the banquet, Sasha charmed everyone and greatly pleased the emperor. The country bumpkin female lead was made to look even more inadequate. Overnight, she became the laughingstock of the Mountbatten family. As a bystander, Belle's principle was, without affecting the main storyline, advance the plot. An idea immediately formed in her mind. She couldn't let her benefactor be bullied. She had to make sure Heidi attended the banquet. Belle grabbed Heidi's wrist. At that moment, the villain was still tearing people apart, searching everywhere for Belle. He couldn't find her anywhere in the entire banquet hall. He asked Mrs. Clum, Has that lady arrived yet? She's already here. She's been with Lady Arundel. Argus stopped asking. Continue monitoring. Report to me immediately if you have any news about Belle. The butler looked puzzled. Strange, Lord Argus. Since when have you started paying attention to the movements of noble ladies? Have you finally developed an interest? Meanwhile, in the lounge, Belle had forcefully pinned Heidi against the wall. Heidi's flushed face held a hint of anger. Miss Belle, what are you doing? Belle raised an eyebrow. Don't ask anything. Just take off your clothes. The young woman, because of her exceptional beauty, was treated as a tool for marriage by her wicked stepmother. While her stepmother gloated, she didn't know that the young woman had already changed into new clothes. As a transmigrated career woman, Belle had seen through everything. She changed into Heidi's stained dress. This would both prevent Sasha from stealing the spotlight and sabotage her own arranged meeting. Seeing her disheveled appearance, her stepmother's face turned green. Belle, what happened to you? Where's your dress? Belle put on a troubled expression. Mother, there was a little accident. Please don't ask. Her stepmother looked exasperated. But that dress was specially made for you for tonight's banquet. Forget it. Time is short. The banquet is about to begin. There's a spare dress in the carriage. Go and change quickly. After Belle left, her stepmother was even more confused. What is she up to? If Lord Arundel sees her like this, the marriage alliance will be completely ruined. The troublesome system chimed in. Today is an important plot point. Don't mess it up. After all, the male and female leads and the villain are all gathered here. Just thinking about it makes me excited for this massive drama fest. A sudden voice stopped Belle in her tracks. Hey, see how Argus acts all high and mighty? Disgusting. Duke Latham only tolerates him because of Amoda. Otherwise, he would have stripped Argus of his heir status long ago. Hasn't Moda cut ties with the Latham family ever since Lady Emma disappeared? In the original story, Lady Emma is the birth mother of the main villain, Argus, and Moda's younger sister. She ran away from home after discovering Duke Latham's infidelity and has been missing for 10 years. The Latham family headship is being contested. The Duke intends for his younger son, Hill, to inherit the family estate, but Moda is interfering, forcing him to remain impartial. The Latham family, as the most prominent noble family in the Charmin Empire, has countless families trying to curry favor or bring about their downfall. Who will ultimately inherit the headship is a hot topic of discussion in noble circles. Clearly, these two nobles aren't Argus's supporters. Argus stared in the direction Belle was eavesdropping. The butler's voice came from behind him. Lord Argus, do those two need to be dealt with immediately? Argus gestured lightly. Wait until the banquet is over. No need to cause trouble for His Majesty. Their words are becoming increasingly reckless. Say, do you think his mother ran off with some other man? If Duke Latham truly wanted to pass the headship to him, he wouldn't have had another son. Argus is just a pitiful wretch abandoned by his mother and scorned by his father. Hearing their laughter, Belle clenched her fists. She hated people who gossiped behind others' backs. Memories from her past life flooded back. Hey, did you know? Belle's parents are divorced. I heard her mom ran off with another man. Really? Seriously? She got dumped. That guy's family didn't approve. It's just an excuse. They dated for 3 years and didn't get married. I bet there's a mistress involved. Ha ha. Look how arrogant she usually acts. Turns out she's no good with men. People always say that language is a bridge for communication, but it's also the sharpest weapon in the world, capable of inflicting invisible wounds. Belle couldn't tolerate it any longer. Hey, you two over there, stop it. The two women abruptly stopped. Belle's anger remained undiminished. Were you two born from stones? Are you orphans? How else could you utter such insults about someone's mother? Look at your shameless mouths. How dare you come to His Majesty's banquet and embarrass yourselves? Having been scolded by a stranger, the women lost face. Who are you? We're talking about Argus. What's it to you? Who are you to him? Belle declared righteously, I am Belcrom. I'm not anyone to him. I simply can't stand your behavior. Argus looked at Belle with a complicated expression. Since childhood, he had been called a bastard, motherless, and bullied until he was bruised and battered. His father would only scold him without asking for an explanation that you've been fighting again. As the heir to the Latham family, you've disappointed me greatly. I don't have a son like you. From then on, Argus understood that no one in this world would shelter him from a storm. He could only rely on himself. Why would Belcrum stand up for him? You should apologize to Argus. The young woman's voice was filled with genuine indignation. Oh, it's the down-and-out Crom family meddling in other people's business. You're sticking up for Argus so much. Don't tell me you're in love with him. Don't be delusional. Even if Argus is undesirable, he's still one of the heirs to the Latham family. If you want to marry him, wait until the day he's kicked out of the family. Faced with their taunts, Argus stepped forward. I'm sorry to disappoint you too, but that day will never come. The system told him to provoke the male lead, but he was destined to provoke the main villain. He started by trying to strangle the villain, but now his favorability rating was almost maxed out. Seeing Bell at a disadvantage in the argument with the nobles, Argus stepped in. The two originally haughty nobles instantly cowered. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I'm with her. With that, the two fled in a panic without looking back. Belle stuck her tongue out at them, got a pair of cowardly bullies. Miss Belle, the villain's voice came, close enough for her to feel his breath. Belle-Froze, what was wrong? Was the villain angry that she had interfered and going to take it out on her? Argus suddenly leaned closer, his face expressionless, yet with a hint of anticipation. Do you admire me? This blunt question almost made Belle's expression crumble. What nonsense was he talking about? Before she could speak, the villain continued his baffling speech. I can't think of a more convincing reason to explain your actions just now. Belle was truly speechless. Forcing down her emotions, she said, Lord Argus, I think you've misunderstood. I reprimanded those two simply because I couldn't stand their behavior. It has nothing to do with you personally. The villain instantly turned cold. Oh, you mean you don't admire me? Me and the villain, a harbor CP? Belle knew she wasn't ready to die yet. She immediately swore a solemn oath. That's right. I swear to the heavens, I have absolutely no admiration for you. Not one bit. After speaking, she didn't even dare look at the villain's expression. The banquet is about to begin. I'll excuse myself first. Argus stared at her retreating figure, speechless. Why did knowing the truth make his heart ache? The system started gloating. Serves you right for your big talk. Look what you've gotten yourself into. You have no idea how pathetic you look running away. Belle really messed up. You can provoke anyone, but not the main villain. At this moment, the female lead and male lead were progressing smoothly. My apologies, Lord Hill. Although Lillian taught me earnestly, this is my first time dancing in a formal setting. I might be a little clumsy. Hill looked at Heidi with a doting gaze. It's all right, just follow my lead. I'll guide you. Don't worry. Heidi blushed immediately. Lord Hill is so gentle. But the image of Belle subconsciously flashed through her mind. And you too. Put on my dress and go to the ball. Don't delay. Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to be nice to you. I'm just repaying you for helping me last time. Although Katie was clumsy and often slow to catch on, her intuition about good people had never been wrong since childhood. Miss Belle is a good person. Sasha looked up and saw the two in the center of the dance floor, practically grinding her teeth. Why did Father and Hill choose to dance their first dance with that woman? What right does she have? While the leads were engrossed in each other, the system untimely reminded Belle, if you fail this time, be prepared to accept the punishment. Belle, clench her fists. Don't worry. Once this dance is over, I'll definitely seize the opportunity to rush up and confess my deep love. I'll let the female lead witness the male lead's extraordinary charm in the eyes of a commoner, in order not to lose something precious. Belle felt a pang of heartache and sympathy, because from the reader's perspective, Hill, the male lead, developed feelings for Heidi only after being injured and seen by her, inadvertently discovering her identity as Heidi St. Clandy. The female lead's love for the male lead was pure, while the male lead's love for her was mixed with self-interest. If she were to find out in the future that she was merely a pawn in the game between the male lead and the villain, wouldn't she be heartbroken? The system, however, thought Belle was being narrow-minded. After all, as the female lead of the novel, she had numerous halos and countless handsome men vying for her affection. She was the master of her own destiny. No matter the process, the ending would definitely be a happy one. But in Belle's view, not every woman in real life had the halo of a female lead. Instead of relying on a man for protection, it was better to empower oneself and become the master of one's own destiny. Just as the dance ended, host, don't just stand there. The time has come. Hurry up and confess to the male lead. The villain is watching from the sidelines. The leads were still lost in each other's eyes, yet the system urged her to confess immediately. Bella just clenched her fists when the king suddenly collapsed, startling everyone in the banquet hall. All eyes were on him. Just as everyone was raising their glasses for a toast, the system blurted out, "Host, what are you waiting for? Confess now." Belle paniqued. Except for his appearance at the beginning of the birthday banquet, the king hadn't been mentioned in the plot. If she didn't take this opportunity to curry favor with the king, her stepmother would regain control of the situation. Belle was torn. Should she curry favor with the king or confess to the male lead? Meanwhile, the leads were still engrossed in each other. "You danced very well just now. You have a real talent for it." Praised by her beloved, Heidi blushed immediately. "Not at all. It's thanks to you that I didn't make a fool of myself." Hill, however, looked worried that I have to leave for a while. "Can you manage the banquet on your own?" Even though Heidi said it was all right, Hill's worry remained that you're a new face in social circles. If any nobles offend you, mention your father, Duke Mountbatten's name. I'm sure they wouldn't dare to act rashly. In the Empire, your father's status is second only to the king. He's the only one who can stand on equal footing with Latham. The mention of her father gave Heidi pause. That night, outside her sister's room, she had overheard a shocking conversation. "Mother, do you mean to say that father wants to rebel?" "Hush, you can't speak of this to anyone. Just between you and me. Once your sister marries Hill and helps him become the head of the Latham family, that will be your father, Barway's, best opportunity." Heidi didn't know what to do about her father's plan to use Hill to become king. Although she liked Hill very much, she couldn't betray her father and family. If only I had a trustworthy friend to discuss this with. The image of Belle surfaced in her mind. Belle finally made up her mind. She stopped Hill as he was about to leave. "Lord Hill, may I have a moment of your time?" Heidi was surprised. Hill remembered her as that kind girl. "Miss, do we know each other? What can I do for you?" Belle gave a sweet smile that "I like you." Hill was taken aback. This was only their second meeting, and she confessed without hesitation. Even more shocked was Heidi. Miss Belle actually likes Lord Hill. The system detected Heidi's wavering heart and immediately started cheering for Belle. Hill, however, remained indifferent, and so Belle, in a surprisingly calm voice, uttered words that shocked everyone. "Will you marry me?" Having transmigrated into a Mary Sue novel as a Luranja, she not only provoked the main villain, but also spared no one, including the male and female leads and even the supporting characters. Even more audacious, Belle actually proposed to Hill right in front of Heidi. The nobles erupted in murmurs, and Hill's face was a mask of shock. Does she even know what she's saying? Belle only wanted to unsettle Heidi, but she hadn't expected Heidi to be filled with admiration. "Oh my God, Miss Belle actually proposed in public. How brave." Belle, even bolder, took Hill's hand. "Lord Hill, I like you. I want to be your wife. Is that all right?" She expected him to refuse immediately, her eyes fixed on his face. But Hill just froze. From childhood, he and his mother had held a very awkward position in the Latham family. His father, Duke Latham, had fallen in love with his mother and had him without divorcing Lady Emma. Most of the nobles regarded him as a bastard and looked down on him. The traditionalists even believed his bloodline was impure, insufficient to become the next head of the Latham family. And all of this was his father's fault for his inaction. Many young ladies who liked him were discouraged by his status. No one had ever come to him and declare their affection so loudly. Is it because the Kroner family is declining and they haven't taught her manners that she's acting so crudely? He looked up at Heidi. "She's far inferior to the girl I like." Heidi was so naive and innocent. "I'm sorry, I can't marry you." He finally completed the system task. To maintain his character, he had to keep up appearances. "Okay, thank you for your response." TXN, the sudden English stunned Hill. The system was also stunned. "What does that mean?" Belle smiled, explaining, "It describes a very confident man. I'm complimenting you." Hill suspected she was insulting him, but he had no proof. At that moment, the butler approached his stepmother. "Madam, we've found Miss Heidi. She's with the young master of the Latham family." His stepmother was immediately displeased. "Argus? Him again?" The butler broke out in a cold sweat. "And no, madam. It's the second young master of the Latham family, Hill." "When did she get to know Hill? Isn't Argus the one she's interested in?" To this question, the butler could only explain it as Heidi playing both sides. His stepmother's expression grew darker. "Tell her not to try to juggle those two. Isn't that like dancing on a tightrope?" Belle finally completed her task, but unfortunately, she could only activate the reward after returning home. Belle felt for the first time that the task was simple, but news of her proposal quickly reached Argus. "What?" Belle Kroner proposed to Hill. Argus immediately crushed his glass. After receiving confirmation from a butler, his face darkened even further as, "Oh, the reason she doesn't like me is because she likes Hill? And it just had to be my rival. Is she insulting me? Does she think I'm inferior to that Hill fellow?" The butler frantically wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding. Today should be Miss Bell's first time meeting Lord Hill. This answer made Argus's face even grimmer. So you're saying she not only likes Hill, but it was love at first sight. Classic Mary, Sue scene incoming. Belle had intended to confess to Hill to provoke Heidi. Unexpectedly, she provoked both Hill and Sasha. Sasha's face was filled with suspicion. Who is that woman talking to Hill? Sasha scoffed haughtily. Just her? One Heidi isn't enough, and now there's another one daydreaming. Belle hadn't even managed to leave Hill when a servant approached. Miss Belle, my lady requests your presence. Who is your lady? Upon learning it was Sasha Mountbatten, Belle was puzzled. Why would she want to see me? The system suggested that Sasha probably saw Belle with Hill and wanted to issue a warning. Before Belle could respond, Heidi grabbed her hands. Miss Belle, I'll go with you. My sister likes Lord Hill so much. If she finds out that you just proposed to him, she'll definitely make things difficult for you. Belle gave a bright smile. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Heidi, but it's unnecessary. Let the female lead stay and cultivate her relationship with the male lead. Don't waste my first confession in this world. In the original story, Hill was cunning and played both Mountbatten's sisters to confuse Argus and avoid exposing his true love. Even though Hill was only using Sasha to divert Argus's attention, Sasha firmly believed that she and Hill were meant to be and was hostile towards anyone who approached him. Going there would probably be a nightmare. Thinking of this, Belle decisively refused. My apologies. Please tell your lady I'm a bit busy. Perhaps another day. Whoever wants to go can go. I'm just a passerby anyway. Besides completing tasks and following the plot, she didn't want to go looking for trouble. Presenting the temple to the king and obtaining a title was the most important thing right now. Sasha wasn't one to give up easily. I wonder what Miss Belle is so busy with. Is there anything I can help with? Belle hadn't expected her to approach directly. Can't you just stay away from me? Finally, a brilliant idea struck me. Miss Mountbatten is actually going to help me. Sasha still had an arrogant look on her face that, of course, tell me. As long as you prove you're a good-for-nothing airhead, even with stunning beauty, Hill won't give you a second glance. Just as Sasha was brimming with confidence, Belle grabbed her hand. Thank you so much. Actually, I'm here at this banquet for a blind date arranged by my family. She pretended to shed a few tears. My stepmother is going to take me to meet him soon. It would be wonderful if Miss Sasha could go in my place. Sasha froze on the spot. A look of grievance appeared on Hill's face. A blind date? So he does have someone he wants to marry. Then why is he still provoking me? After a moment, Sasha raised her folding fan, her face awkward. I'm afraid I can't meddle in such an important life event. May I ask which gentleman Miss Belle is meeting for this blind date? Inwardly, she decided to help facilitate the marriage, so Belle wouldn't be able to set her sights on Hill. Belle was about to answer, but remembered that in the novel, Nan Peiqiao was Sasha's devoted admirer. She wondered if the female supporting character would explode on the spot if she revealed his name. While she hesitated, the main villain walked straight toward Belle. He's on a blind date with me. Belle was stunned. Why was the villain here too? Hill looked at Argus in shock. Why was he here? He always hated such noisy environments. Ignoring everyone's stares, the villain grabbed Belle's hand and started to leave. Come with me. Belle panicked. Where are you taking me? Wait. Hill grabbed Belle's other wrist. Pulled by the villain in front and the male lead behind, Belle wondered what was going on. Hill looked directly at her. Don't you like me? Do you want to be my date tonight? What kind of chaotic situation was this? The male lead and the villain were fighting over her, a random nobody who wasn't even the female supporting character. Even more absurd, what was with the look of adoration on the female lead's face? Come with me. Stay here. Belle felt the pressure from their intense gazes. What do I do now? The system expressed its helplessness. I can't interfere with human affairs. Your current task is still being calculated. Don't mess this up. This useless system. Belle was so grateful for its helpful reminder. Forget it, I'll risk it. Belle ultimately chose to offend the villain. Lord Argus, please let me go. The usually cold and arrogant villain showed a hurt expression. What? She actually rejected him for Hill? Hill triumphantly pulled Belle into his arms. Brother, this is my date. Where do you think you're taking her? Argus's face was extremely dark. Belle Klondike, are you sure you won't come with me? Belle had never seen the villain look so sinister. She was panicking inside. Help! She was just a nobody. Why was she stuck between the male lead and the villain? I like Lord Hill. I won't go. As soon as the insincere words left her mouth, the villain leaned in close. What do you see in him? Hill didn't help matters. I'd like to know too. Didn't you say you liked me? Tell him what you like about me. Belle wanted to die on the spot. Help! This was a deadly question. In this situation, the female lead wasn't jealous, but rather worried about Belle's predicament. After all, she looked very troubled. The most furious person was Sasha. Damn that airhead. She actually caught the attention of both Latham heirs. Watching the two men refuse to give up, Belle finally sighed. It's just praising someone. What's so hard about that? Lord Hill is tall, handsome, incredibly powerful, and talented. I like everything about him. Forcing herself to maintain the love-struck act, she wondered if the male lead was satisfied with this answer. Argus's face darkened even further. Belle Klondike, so you're the kind of person who values these things. I thought you were different. Disappointment filled Argus's eyes. Ever since that woman appeared and gave birth to Hill, his life had been completely overturned. He was the rightful heir to the Latham family, yet his father showered all his affection on Hill. He had always worked so hard since he was a child. What wasn't he good enough at? Everyone liked Hill. Belle stared at the villain with worry. System, shouldn't you check on the villain? His fists are clenched. Hill continued to provoke him. Did you hear that, brother? You can't force someone to love you. Since Miss Belle doesn't like you, you shouldn't be so persistent. Belle inwardly cursed Hill's ruthlessness. He was so different around Heidi. In the novel, besides the female lead, Heidi, all other women were just tools to Hill. He used them to shield Heidi from harm and suffering, getting close to them and exploiting them, but never giving them love. His only tenderness was reserved for Heidi. Compared to Hill, Argus was much more appealing. At least he never relied on any woman because he suffered from severe haphophobia. Argus looked at Hill with a murderous glint in his eyes. Hill Latham, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Hill chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. I just want my brother to face reality. Don't force a lady. Argus scoffed and looked at Belle. I'll ask you one more time. Are you coming with me? After all, Hill and the Mountbatten sisters were entangled in a dubious relationship. He'd get burned meddling in this mess sooner or later. How absurdly gentlemanly of him. Why was he even bothering to interfere? It was so unlike him. This put Belle in a difficult position. Anyone, please save me. I'm right here. Her stepmother happened to walk by. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be on your blind date. This was the first time since Belle started writing her autobiography that she was grateful for her wicked stepmother's intervention. Don't provoke the Latham sons. Do you understand? The Latham family is different from other families. Marrying into them might not even bring you luck. I'm doing this for your own good. Belle feigned obedience. That I understand, mother. It was just a misunderstanding. Thankfully, her stepmother had pulled her away from that awkward situation. Belle truly didn't know how she would have gotten out of it. Her stepmother took Belle's hands, putting on a benevolent expression. Belle, you'll be meeting Marquis Arundel for your blind date soon. Be sure to be discreet. The royal family currently has no legitimate heir. His Majesty only has Marquis Arundel as his son. If you can marry him, you'll be the crown princess. Do you understand? Belle said she understood, but inwardly she scoffed. In their dreams, tonight was certainly not going to be a simple blind date. As the door opened, her stepmother greeted the Marquis respectfully. That you've been waiting, your lordship. Catherine, however, gave her full respect. Lady Jo, what you said is true. We are waiting for the future Marchioness. This short wait is nothing. We meet again, Miss Belle. Belle gave a polite smile. Madam, you look as radiant as ever. A simple compliment was enough to please Catherine. Oh, you're so sweet. Come, let me introduce you to my son. Georgie walked over very gentlemanly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Georgie Arundel. Catherine put her arm around Georgie's arm. See, mother wasn't lying. Miss Belle is truly beautiful. Georgie didn't hold back his praise. Mother is right. Miss Belle is as beautiful as a spring rose. Her stepmother quickly interjected, Oh, you flatter us. Belle is indeed the most beautiful girl in our family. However, she's not very studious. Unlike the talented Marquis Arundel, Belle watched their performance with a cold gaze. TSK. These people are practically praying for me to be an airhead. Belle knew that as an ambitious king, the diligent Catherine would never want her son to associate with the declining Klunga family. He was just looking for an excuse to offer her to the king. In the original story, the king was fond of beautiful women. In his early years, he had an affair with the queen's handmaid, causing a rift with the queen. To get revenge on the king, the queen refused to divorce him at the temple, shattering the dreams of the mistresses who wished to take her place. This included the king's most beloved mistress, Arundel. Over the years, Lady Arundel, seeing her beauty fade, sought to maintain the king's favor. Under the guise of choosing a suitable wife for her son, she was actually searching for a beautiful woman to offer to the king, thus solidifying her own position. She was truly ruthless, willing to betray her husband and use her son for power. Belle's situation was precarious, but she wasn't panicked. She planned to use their scheme to her advantage. They wanted to use her beauty to get close to the king. Belle would use this opportunity to appeal to the king directly. She would let them taste their own medicine. Catherine finally got to the point. Georgie, Lady Clunga, and I have something to discuss. Could you take Miss Belle for a walk? Georgie started a polite conversation. Since this is our first meeting, perhaps we could get to know each other better. What do you enjoy, Miss Belle? Belle, aiming only for the king, replied, I like money. Lots and lots of money. After all, money brings happiness. Men only slow down my money-making. Georgie outwardly praised Belle's frankness, but inwardly he was filled with disdain. This woman is just as my mother said, beautiful on the outside, but vulgar and foolish within. What does your lordship enjoy? Belle's voice came from behind him, interrupting his thoughts. I enjoy collecting paintings. Belle gave a knowing look. As in the original story, the supporting male character, Georgie, was actually Sasha's lovesick puppy. Because Sasha loved painting, he secretly collected her paintings, cherishing them as a hidden expression of his love. But Sasha loved Hill. Asim's efforts were ultimately in vain. Georgie led Belle to the king's resting chamber. Miss Belle, this is my father's resting chamber. I thought I'd pay him a visit. Would you like to join me? Belle had been waiting for this moment. She feigned hesitation. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? A young woman, too beautiful for her own good, was offered to the Marquis by her stepmother, and the Marquis, in turn, intended to offer her to the king. Belle, having just provoked both the male lead and the main villain, was now led to the king's resting chamber by Georgie. At this moment, the villain was playing chess with the king. News from the front lines reports your father's victory. The empire's rapid expansion in recent years is all thanks to your father. That is only right. The Latham family swears fealty to your majesty and the royal family. When I become the head of the family, I will also be loyal to your majesty, just like my father. The king's face finally broke into a smile upon receiving Argus's pledge. Is that so? Then I shall look forward to that day. Suddenly, a guard announced, Your Majesty, Marquis Arundel has arrived. When Argus saw Belle behind Georgie, he furrowed his brow. Belle Cron, why is she here again? This woman, just how many men does she have to be entangled with in a single day? He felt inexplicably irritated. Feeling the villain's resentful gaze, Belle was startled. Why is the villain here too? The system gloated. This proves you two are fated. Belle only felt it was a bad omen. The king immediately noticed the beautiful Belle. And who is this? Belle stepped forward and curtsied deeply. Your Majesty, I am Belle Cron. A look of understanding dawned on the king's face. I was wondering why this face seemed so familiar. So you're Mia's daughter. Belle looked slightly surprised. You knew my mother? The king stared intently at Belle. Of course, you are the spitting image of your mother. Back then, your mother was pursued by countless noblemen in the empire. I was one of her admirers. However, in the end, your mother chose Count Cron. The king's gaze held no trace of sorrow. I was deeply saddened by your father's passing. My condolences. Belle's face instantly fell. The king was actually her late father's rival in love. Could this be the reason for the strained relationship between the royal family and the Cron family? Georgie bit his lip. Mother was right. The old man didn't love the queen, nor did he love him. It was that lowly, captivating woman who swept the empire. Sending Belle to the old man was indeed the right choice. Argus's brow furrowed deeply. Is this woman truly unaware of her own beauty? He had warned her. If the king took a fancy to her and she became his mistress, her life would be ruined. The king's interest in Belle grew. Miss Belle, why are you here with Georgie? Mother arranged for Miss Belle and me to meet today. I wanted to take her for a walk and, passing by your resting chamber, I thought to bring her along to greet you. Georgie's face still held a smile. What do you think of Miss Belle, your majesty? The king instantly understood his intentions. Mia's daughter is naturally excellent. More than excellent, she was practically perfect, almost identical to Mia. Ever since Mia rejected the king's affections and joined the Cron family, the king had been secretly applying pressure, causing the Cron family to decline. He had thought this would make Mia change her mind, but she refused to leave Nas until her death. Since he couldn't have Mia in this lifetime, having her daughter wouldn't be bad either. Belle felt a cold sweat break out under his predatory gaze. The king invited Belle to stay in the royal city for a few days so she and Georgie could get to know each other better. But secretly, he was looking for an excuse to keep her there. Once things were irreversible, she would have no escape. Belle pretended not to understand his intentions. With pleasure, Your Majesty. Belle knew that as long as she obtained the exquisite honeycomb, no one could interfere with her future. Argus's face was filled with worry and confusion. This foolish woman, did she know how dangerous her situation was? She actually agreed to the king's invitation without hesitation. Did she truly not understand the consequences? Belle changed the subject. Right, Your Majesty. I brought you a gift today. I would like to ask you a favor. The king, already considering her his, showed a bit more patience. What is it that requires you to specially prepare a gift? Belle rummaged in her pocket, leaving Georgie and Argus puzzled. After all, her honey had been confiscated by her stepmother. Found it. Belle presented the gift bag. Your Majesty, this is the gift I have for you. I hope you will try it. The king took the bag with a confused look. Try it? Is it some kind of food? Belle's face was full of confidence. It's sugar. A down-and-out woman was granted the title of countess solely because of a bag of white sugar. In this world, white sugar was more precious than gold. Everyone thought she was a beautiful but empty-headed airhead. But no one expected that she would present sugar to the king. The king, skeptical, tasted a grain of the white sugar. The next moment, he was stunned. Argus, Georgie, you must try this as well. The king held the white sugar in his hands, ecstatic. I never thought the sugar Miss Belle brought would taste so similar to honey. Even the widely experienced villain was shocked. The honey he had given her had been taken by her stepmother. Where did she get this? It was simply unheard of. The people here worship the flower goddess, and the most popular food among the countries is honey. Because only clergy are allowed to keep bees, the main distribution channel for honey comes from the temples. Among them, the Fry Empire's Royal Chamber of Commerce is currently the largest honey distributor. The emergence of honey substitutes in other countries would be a fatal blow to the Fry Empire. Argus looked at Belle with a mixture of surprise and speculation. This woman, everything she does is always unexpected. The king began to reevaluate his assessment of her. Worthy of being Mia's daughter. She's brought such a great surprise. Miss Belle, can you tell me where you found this sugar? Belle responded respectfully, neither servile nor arrogant. Your Majesty, this sugar wasn't found. It was made by me. These words shocked everyone present. Georgie wore an expression of disbelief. She has such a skill. Mother clearly said she was a busty airhead, an easily controlled puppet. The king suppressed his astonishment. Miss Belle, you know how to make sugar? Yes, Your Majesty. If what she said was true, the king couldn't possibly make her his mistress, and I'm very pleased with the gift you've presented. What do you wish to receive from me? Having finally reached her ultimate goal, she replied, I hope you will grant me the title of countess. Georgie couldn't hide his shock and unease. What? She wants to inherit the title early? No. How will Mother be able to manipulate things then? Argus's initial tension faded, replaced by composure. I knew this woman wasn't simple. The king, ever cunning, lowered his eyes and feigned indifference. The title is not a problem. But this small bag of sugar is probably not enough. If Miss Belle can give me the sugar recipe, I can not only let you inherit the title early, but also help you exchange it for a more prosperous territory. What do you think? The biggest problem with the Journey's territory was its poverty. The king's offer was extremely tempting. Argus was curious about her choice. Belle, however, refused without hesitation. I apologize, but I must decline, Your Majesty. The king, seeing her unwillingness to cooperate, immediately frowned. Miss Belle, my proposal is for your own good. Holding on to something like this is very dangerous for someone your age. Belle certainly knew this. The emergence of this sugar recipe would directly impact Fry's markets in various countries. Countless nobles would be fixated on the enormous profits behind the sugar. However, Belle had already thought of a countermeasure. Your Majesty, this sugar recipe is a relic left by my father. I cannot part with it, but I plan to establish a sugar trading company in Journus. If Your Majesty is willing to invest, I can grant you a share. The king's expression softened somewhat. Miss Belle is quite the businesswoman. Keeping the sugar recipe entirely in her hands wouldn't do. Jurnas was a vassal of the royal family. A 50% profit was indeed substantial. Seizing it outright would leave him open to accusations of bullying a young woman. The king pondered for a moment and agreed to Belle's proposal. All right, it's settled then. I'll have the young Duke Latham take you to handle the investiture documents. The process will take a week. During this week, Miss Belle, you may stay in the royal city. As soon as they left the king's resting chamber, Argus began to scold her for her audacity. Miss Belle, you are quite bold. You dared to negotiate with the king. You should know that if you had said one wrong word just now, your head would have rolled. Belle softly called out, Lord Argus. Argus couldn't help but ask what. The next moment, Belle lunged into his arms, her body trembling slightly, her face full of distress. My legs have gone weak. This down-on-her-luck young woman, with just a small bag of white sugar, became a countess, achieving a stunning reversal of fortune. Even the king greeted her with a smile. Belle transformed overnight, becoming an unattainable figure for men. Useless. You can't even handle such a small matter. I told you to have Belle Crun seduce the old king, and you let her successfully inherit the title. Catherine was furious when she learned of Belle's success. I'm sorry, mother. I didn't expect her to be so bold as to take the opportunity to present a gift to father. Georgie hadn't expected to underestimate her. Catherine took his hand and began to coax him. As things stand, the plan to groom Belle Crun as a mistress must be abandoned. My good child, I didn't mean to lose my temper with you just now. It's just the old king has been summoning me less and less frequently. We must prepare for the worst. Georgie's face was filled with filial piety. Mother, you raised me. Whatever you want to do, I will do my best to help you achieve it. Catherine's face showed a hint of relief. It's wonderful that you're so understanding. The most urgent task now is for you to find a way to make Belle Crun fall in love with you and marry you. Only by marrying her can you obtain the sugar recipe, impress your father, and finally be more than a marquis in name only. Back at the palace, Belle feigned panic. Lord Argus, please put me down. Argus sighed. Then aren't your legs weak and unable to walk? His Majesty asked me to take you to handle the investiture. This way is faster. Belle's face flushed. My legs are fine now. I can walk by myself. What noble son would treat a lady like this? Just what was going on in this villain's head? Even after her feet were back on the ground, Belle's face remained flushed. She almost threw up. Argus rubbed his wrist, his tone aloof. I don't often help people, especially women. You best be grateful. Belle was startled. Villain, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about helping people? Belle's stepmother's voice suddenly rang out. Seeing Argus, her face fell. What are you doing here? Where's Marquis Arundel? She strode quickly towards Belle. Why doesn't he ever listen? Getting involved with the Latham family again. Belle quickly explained, the Marquis just took me to greet His Majesty. His Majesty asked him to stay. Her stepmother's face immediately lit up with a smile. I see. I also just left Lady Arundel a short while ago. Speaking of Lady Arundel, I hope you'll stay in a royal city for a couple more years and cultivate your relationship with the Marquis. Are you willing? Argus's icy gaze immediately shot over. Belle felt a chill down her spine. I was just about to tell you about this. His Majesty has agreed to let me inherit the title early. I'll be waiting in the royal city for the investiture documents. You can go back now. Her stepmother instantly lost control. What? His Majesty agreed to grant you the title early? How is that possible? Before leaving, she had clearly confirmed. She stammered, looking awkwardly at Argus, it seems young Master Latham helped Belle. It must be. Otherwise, Belle couldn't possibly have swayed the king on her own. Argus raised an eyebrow at Belle, and while I considered helping her, she didn't need my help at all. Belle decided to drop the act. She pushed away her stepmother's hand. Mother, stop guessing. Compare to me. You should be more concerned about your own situation. My father spent years transforming you from a destitute, desperate woman into a noble lady, living a life of comfort. Yet, behind his back, you're having an affair with the butler and even scheming to steal his daughter's title and inheritance, marrying her off to an unreliable man. Each and every one of these offenses, I will settle with you when I return to Ness. Ignoring her stepmother's embarrassed expression, she turned to Argus. Lord Argus, there's no need to waste your time here. Let's go handle the authorization procedures. Her stepmother finally panicked. Belle, listen to your mother's explanation. It's not what you think. Her legs went weak and she couldn't stand. Argus looked at Belle with concern. Don't soften your heart. Don't look back. Belle's eyes were filled with resolve. I never look back on the path I've chosen. Argus found her even more perplexing. She was clearly a delicate flower raised in a greenhouse. Where did this resilience come from? Once your sugar is revealed, the honey-obsessed nobles will be beating down Krenga's doors. Perhaps you really should find a reliable man to marry, to help you protect your territory and business. Belle waved her hand dismissively. You make it sound like reliable men are weeds by the roadside, readily available. Belle never held out hope for such a low-probability event. It's better to be down to earth and be myself. Argus suddenly stopped, his expression serious. He extended his hand towards Belle. Would you consider marrying me? Belle said. I was supposed to be focused on my career, forsaking love. He was supposed to detest women, cruel and violent. Why is the villain proposing to me? An NPC, a passerby, and marry? Are you joking? Argus's imposing aura intensified as he leaned closer to Belle, his face serious. Oh, I look like I'm joking. Argus's gaze was terrifying. Belle instinctively leaned back. And no, Lord Argus, I'm not a Saint Tranny. I'm afraid I can't marry you. Belle frantically questioned the system. What's going on? Why did the villain suddenly go crazy and propose to me? The useless system only offered. How should I know? Look at how you've messed up the original plot. Remembering the Latham family curse. Argus wouldn't want her to die on their wedding night. Don't worry. After we're married, I won't touch you. Belle's eyes widened. Then what about your position as head of the family? She wasn't a Saint Tranny and couldn't help his cause. Argus was unconcerned. I don't need a woman to become the head of the family. Seeing Belle's continued hesitation, he didn't press for an immediate answer. The royal hunting competition is in a few days. Give me your answer then. I hope Miss Belle will give this serious consideration. Belle called out to him as he turned to leave. Can I ask why you want to marry me? After all, in the original story, the villain was emotionally detached, focused solely on his ambitions. His sudden proposal to an NPC passerby was absurd. Because you're the first man I haven't found repulsive. More than that, Argus realized he wanted to know her better. He couldn't explain why. The next morning, Belle woke up with dark circles under her eyes. She had the rare opportunity to sleep in a royal bed, but Argus's proposal kept her awake all night. I must look terrible. A maid brought in a gorgeous dress and expensive jewelry. So this is how women in the palace are treated. Belle finally understood why so many women schemed for years to become the king's mistress. Dressed and ready, Belle looked breathtakingly beautiful. She politely thanked the maid for her compliments, but wasn't surprised. After all, this was the system's meticulously chosen beauty. The voice outside the door made Belle's eyes widen. Marquis Arundel? Young Master Latham? She hadn't yet figured out how to reject Argus and felt a surge of panic. Georgie greeted her politely. Good morning, Miss Belle. Then, he looked at Argus with displeasure. Young Master Latham has also come to see Miss Belle. Argus replied matter-of-factly. Your Majesty, allow me to be responsible for Miss Belle's accommodations here at the royal palace. Georgie pulled an invitation from his pocket. I've come to deliver this invitation from His Majesty. The royal hunting competition is in a few days, and His Majesty would like to invite Miss Belle to attend. While Belle looked over the invitation, the two young noblemen exchanged glances. His Majesty has invited me to the hunting competition, but I don't know how to ride a horse. The useless system finally had a purpose. Main quest activated. Please complete the Golden Horse mission at the hunting competition to advance the relationship between the male and female leads. The Golden Horse mission, as the name suggests, involves startling the female lead's horse during the competition, creating an opportunity for the male lead, Hill, to perform a heroic rescue. Ugh, making me the bad guy again, Belle thought, but she had to accept the mission. Georgie seized the opportunity. Riding is quite simple. If you don't mind, Miss Belle, I can teach you. Belle was pleasantly surprised. Really? After all, she had to complete the Golden Horse mission, and a free instructor was too good to pass up. The villain wasn't happy that MY horsemanship is far superior to Arundel's. I'll teach you. Georgie bristled. Latham, such arrogance. We'll see about that on the riding grounds. Belle was stunned. What is going on here? Both men extended their hands towards her. Who do you want to teach you to ride? She stared at their intense gazes. Belle's mind reeled. Help. Not this again. The young woman who once achieved a comeback with a bag of sugar now found herself the object of two men's affections. Once looked down upon, she was now being fought over, faced with the invitations of two men. Whose hand should she take? From the moment of her rebirth, Belle had made a silent vow. This time, she would find happiness and let no one destroy it. Belle had her answer. She wanted neither of them. This time, she would embrace her independence and remain a peaceful bystander, staying away from all the drama surrounding the main characters. How about you two have a competition? Whoever wins can teach me. This unexpected answer left both men speechless. Belle, however, remained nonchalant that I'll be waiting in the refreshment area. Good luck, you two. The two men glared at each other. Georgie, undeterred, declared, "Let's race, Latham." Argus responded coldly, "Words are unnecessary. Let's begin. Belle can't marry someone like him." The two began their serious horse race. Meanwhile, Belle made her way to the dessert table. So many delicious-looking treats. A maid was replenishing the desserts. Belle, with an innocent expression, asked, "These are all free, right?" The maid forced a smile. "All the food is complimentary." Inwardly, the maid scoffed. Where did this penniless girl come from? Asking about the price, how gauche. Belle, focused on remaining inconspicuous, waited patiently. Too much attention is troublesome. See that woman? That's her. She had the audacity to have the two young lords race for her. She's pretty, but she's got quite the ego. The male lead followed their gaze. Was she doing with them? So, all those things she said about liking me were lies. A nearby nobleman observed Belle's behavior. This type of woman is the easiest to handle. Just watch me, Hill. Hill feigned indifference. Looks like he's about to get what's coming to him. Playing the field has its consequences. The confident nobleman approached Belle. "Miss, are you alone? My horsemanship is exceptional. Would you like me to personally instruct you?" Without missing a beat, Belle replied, "You want to teach me too?" Their race just started. "Do you want to join in?" Belle-teased. The man's face fell. "That you've got quite the nerve. Aren't you afraid of offending me? My father is Count Yudi." Seeing the man flaunt his father's status, Belle raised an eyebrow. "And you? Do you have a title?" The man's expression turned awkward. "My father is still young and healthy. I haven't inherited anything yet." Belle immediately set down her plate, a confident look on her face. "Excellent. I have a title. According to current imperial etiquette, you should address me as Countess Kren. Otherwise, you're being insubordinate." Having been embarrassed, the man became enraged. "That I've never heard of a female count. Stop trying to fool me." Belle remained haughty. "That I'm warning you. Let go of my hand." The man, however, grew bolder, lifting Belle's chin. "My, such a sharp tongue. What are you going to do about it?" Finally, the male lead, Hill, could no longer restrain himself. He grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it. "Ow, ow, ow, my hand. You're breaking it." He then put his other arm around Belle. "Hill, what are you doing here?" This was truly a case of running into someone you'd rather avoid. Ignoring the man's cries of pain, Hill turned to Belle. "Are you all right? Did he frighten you?" Belle shook her head vigorously. Only then did Hill address the man. "Get out of my sight, and don't ever let me see you near her again. She's mine now." Just how influential was this woman? She was supposed to be a mere bystander, yet she had both the villain and a supporting character vying for her attention. Even the male lead had stepped in to save the day. While Argus and Georgie were busy racing, she had managed to attract Hill's attention. Intimidated by Hill's presence, the man fled the scene in disgrace. Belle then publicly thanked him for the rescue. Hill stared at Belle's beautiful face, unable to help but admire her. Quite the talent for attracting admirers, managing to play so many men at once. Among them, surprisingly, even Argus, who's never interested in women. Belle was displeased with his accusation. "How can you say that? Attracting admirers isn't the flower's fault. It's clearly those men who are clinging to me." Hill, however, arrogantly believed it was all due to Belle's nature. The system, seeing Belle about to explode, warned, "Host, don't let your persona ruin your persona." Belle could only sigh. Then, she forced a sweet smile. "Lord Hill, what are you saying? My true love is for you. Actually, I've been secretly watching you this whole time." Hill gave a sarcastic laugh. "Watching me? With what?" "Your mouth." Hill had been watching Belle the entire time. Not even for a moment had this woman's gaze lingered on him, not a woman full of lies. Belle just felt a headache. This man was too difficult to please. If it weren't for the rewards still pending, Belle wouldn't bother with him. Hill approached her, his face serious. "Tell me the truth. Are you one of Argus's people? Did he send you to get close to me?" "Lord Hill, you're hurting me deeply. I clearly have deep feelings for you. How could I be sent by someone else? Hill responded with a mocking laugh, right? If you were Argus's person, you'd be more resourceful, not as clumsy as you. You're not my type. Give up now. Belle plastered a smile on her face while internally cursing. I really want to hit him. To avoid being reprimanded by the system, Belle ultimately endured. Whether you like me or not isn't important. It's enough that I like you. I still have to play this lovesick admirer of the male lead. How much longer? I'm almost sick of it. Lord Hill, just let me love you from afar. Hill's expression suddenly turned serious. He grabbed Belle's wrist, pulling her into his arms and whispering in her ear, "Then let me see how long your deep affection can last. Let me remind you, my brother is not easily fooled. If you're trying to play multiple men at once, he absolutely won't let you off the hook." With that, he released Belle to S.O. Good luck. Belle was a little confused. What does he mean? The system suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Host, I think you should look behind you. At that moment, the villain was staring at her with a gloomy expression, Belle Cloran. Hearing his voice, Belle felt a chill down her spine. How long has Argus been standing there? Despite her apprehension, Belle still put on a brave face. Lord Argus, you're back. How did the competition go? Did you win? The villain's voice was icy and piercing. Why? Didn't you even glance at it? Belle's heart panicked. It's over. The villain looks really angry. Hill, enjoying the drama, immediately put his arm around Belle. Brother, don't misunderstand. I just saw Miss Belle encountering a little trouble and stepped in to help her. After all, I can't just stand by and watch someone who likes me fall into trouble. Argus's face darkened even more did I see. So, with the man you adore right in front of you, you had no time to watch the horse race. His sarcastic reply made Belle panic. She could only lie, I was afraid that seeing you lose would make me sad and heartbroken. This made the villain even angrier. You think I would lose? Men hate being told they're not good enough by the women they like. Belle felt like crying. Did I say something wrong again? Seeing the situation escalating, Hill waved his hand cheerfully to IT. Seems you two need some private time. I won't disturb you. Goodbye, Miss Belle. This scoundrel, starting a fire and leaving it to burn. Belle's reaction was all seen by the villain. You like him that much? So much that you disregard your self-respect and cling to him even after being rejected. Belle felt like crying. She couldn't tell him it was a mission requirement. Argus approached, his expression extremely serious. Look at me, Belle Cloran. Honestly, I've never put so much effort into a woman. Since you appeared, I've started paying attention to your every move, unable to take my eyes off you. What have you done to me? I've become unlike myself. Belle felt wronged. I haven't done anything. Argus's gaze hardened that I've changed my mind. I won't wait until the hunting competition. Marry me. I'll give you anything you want. Argus pulled her tightly into his arms. His voice was slightly hoarse, but don't look at other men anymore. Stay with me forever. The young woman accidentally transmigrated into a novel as a cannon fodder side character. She was focused on building her career, staying away from the main characters, and becoming powerful on her own. But the villain suddenly confessed to her. Belle panicked. Lord Argus, this isn't logical. Didn't they say the villain hates women? What's with this clingy puppy dog act? Well, I confess to Hill, I didn't see you observing any etiquette. What? Are you being a hypocrite because he's the one you like? The villain drew closer, and Belle's heart panicked even more. She quickly raised her hands to push him away and no, it's not like that. Argus grabbed her wrists, his expression extremely serious. Belle Cloran, I'm asking you seriously one more time. Will you marry me? I'll treat you sincerely, protect you in your territory. Marry me, okay? With such an intense gaze and powerful aura, Belle's eyes reddened. I can't, Lord Argus. After all, Argus, as the main villain in the supporting role, is destined to become the male lead's money-grubbing subordinate. His end is tragic. If I marry him, wouldn't I be accompanying him to the grave as the villain's wife? No. A love-struck fool is destined for defeat. Belle had to ask the system for help. Host, the system does not currently provide the service. Please face the difficulty on your own. Belle put on a wicked expression. Fine, I'll marry the villain. Then I'll make him fall hopelessly in love with me. Every day, immersed in tenderness, he won't compete to be the head of the Saint Cranny family. He'll give up his career and retire directly. He'll let your crappy plot completely fall apart. The system panicked. Host, please calm down. The reward for the last mission has been issued. You will have 3 chances to modify the side story plot. Host, you can currently modify the plot related to the villain proposing to you. Belle chose to do it immediately without hesitation. Modification complete. Argus suddenly looked bewildered to what's going on. What was I just thinking? My mind feels blank. I just raced horses with Georgie and won. Then I found Belle. Then Belle immediately put on a look of admiration. Lord Argus, I knew you would win. With you teaching me to ride, I'll learn very quickly. Argus's eyes softened slightly. One race was enough to make Belle realize that he was the most reliable man. That was enough. Don't worry, I will definitely make you the most dazzling woman at the hunting competition. Belle was stunned. What kind of plot is this? Whatever, at least it's not a proposal. After leaving the race course, Argus left first. Only Georgie hung around like a leech, impossible to shake off. Lord Marquis, you must be very busy. You don't have to accompany me specifically. I'll just wander around by myself. Belle was determined to get rid of this nuisance. Georgie pretended not to notice her disgust. Don't laugh at me, Miss Belle, but I'm just a marquis in name. I don't even have my own territory now. I'm not even as well off as you. In the original story, Georgie, as the king's only illegitimate son, was granted the title of marquis, but had no real power. The nobles all looked down on him. To fulfill his mother's ambition, he colluded with the villain, Argus, and was ultimately caught in the male lead's net, dying tragically on the throne he had always dreamed of. It's best not to be too greedy. Wasn't it enough that the king was providing for them with good food and drink? Meanwhile, she was constantly scheming just to survive. Truly, different people have different fates. Suddenly, a carriage sped towards them. In the panic, Belle pulled Georgie out of the way. As the carriage whizzed past, Georgie looked at Belle. His heart stirred. She had just protected him. Belle stared after the departing carriage, relieved. Lord Marquis, are you all right? That carriage was very dangerous. Georgie took Belle's hand, a sincere look on his face that I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, Miss Belle. I have nothing to repay you with. How about marrying me? The girl accidentally transmigrated into a Luanjia in the book, but inadvertently attracted the attention of all the main characters. Having just rejected the villain's proposal, she was now being pestered by Georgie with a marriage proposal. Belle immediately pulled her hand away. Lord Marquis, don't joke around. Georgie leaned in closer and promised that his proposal was sincere. Having been proposed to twice in one day, Belle was already numb to men's sweet talk that I'm sorry, Lord Marquis, but I intend to inherit the title and have no plans to marry. And I don't plan to marry in the future. I will have my spouse join the Clorn family. Georgie was shocked. Jay joined the family. Is she crazy? No woman in the Empire would dare to do such a thing. Belle turned and left. That I know that with your status, Lord Marquis, you certainly wouldn't accept joining my family. So, please don't say such things to me again. Georgie shamelessly followed Belle. They walked to a magnificent building. Belle gasped in surprise. It's no less impressive than the royal palace. Georgie explained, this is the temple established by the church in the empire. Nobles can enter freely. In the book, the Pope was mysterious and powerful. It was rumored that he could communicate with the divine and predict the future. But under the female lead, Heidi's Halo, the temple, despite its powerful setting, wasn't allocated much of the plot. It was unknown whether it was a friend or foe. Arriving at the temple, Belle noticed that the reckless carriage was actually parked at the temple entrance. Georgie began to introduce the flower god to Belle. Legend has it that he created this world and wrote down divine history. Those who protect the flower god's divine history for generations are known as the Holy Ones. The country that receives the power of the Holy Sun will gain the power to rule the entire continent. This was not mentioned in the original story. Belle noticed the commoners praying outside. Legend says that the flower god will fulfill the wishes of the pious and blessed. Belle asked Georgie, do you also believe that God is omnipotent? The appearance of the system had once made Belle believe in the existence of God. But what happened afterward made Belle feel that God was not reliable. Otherwise, she wouldn't be struggling so much in a novel. Georgie firmly believed that God was omnipotent. He didn't like Belle questioning God's power. So, any wish made to the flower god will come true. Georgie didn't expect Belle to ask such an out-of-the-blue question. He could only nod awkwardly, of course. Belle clasped her hands together, her face sincere. Flower god, please grant me endless wealth. Georgie choked. Miss Belle, asking the flower god for money is rather vulgar. So, the flower god can't grant it? This question made Georgie awkward again. Of course not. However, as a noble, you'd best choose a more noble wish. one that befits your status. Then, flower god, please bring my father back to life. Georgie's face paled. That be irreasonable. How can the dead be resurrected? Belle suddenly deflated. Marquis Arundel, you see, gods aren't omnipotent after all. Georgie quickly covered her mouth. If the holy ones hear that, you'll be in big trouble. Georgie was shocked by her boldness. Unbeknownst to them, Belle's words had already reached the Pope's ears. The Pope's attendant was anxious. We need to deal with this. Having been questioned so directly, the Pope wasn't angry. Instead, a strange smile crept onto his face. Daring to question God's power. This little one is the first. Go and find out her identity. The woman had received 2 marriage proposals in a single day. After provoking the male lead, the second male lead, and the Grand Duke, she had now attracted the attention of the Pope. Fortunately, the clingy second male lead was suddenly summoned by the king. Belle finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right, Marquis Arundel. Go ahead and attend to your matters. She was just relieved this guy was finally leaving. Then Georgie took her hand and kissed the back of it. By the hunting competition, I will win the sacred medal for you and make you the most dazzling woman in the empire. Belle couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. These words sounded so familiar. In the original story, the sacred medal was a reward given by the royal family to the person who bagged the largest prey during the first hunting competition of the year. Each noble family considered it an honor. The most romantic story surrounding it was of a nobleman who won the sacred medal and presented it to his beloved, leading to their marriage. Since then, young ladies viewed the sacred medal as a symbol of love, hoping to meet their soulmate during the hunting competition. Of course, this Mary Sue trope was definitely designed for the male and female leads. The male lead, Hill, would win the medal for the female lead, Heidi, during the hunting competition, deepening their affection. Belle's role was to create a crisis for the female lead at that time, increasing the difficulty for Hill to win the sacred medal. As for the villains and the second male lead who wanted to snatch the medal from a male lead, they were destined to daydream. The next morning, the palace dining table was filled with Belle's favorite foods. Although the investiture ceremony hadn't been completed yet, it felt good to be addressed as Countess. This must be the taste of power. It would be even better if the villain wasn't present. Argus held a book in his hand, but his eyes were fixed on Belle. Eat slowly, don't choke. Hearing him speak, Belle feigned politeness and asked, Lord Argus, would you like to join me? Belle silently prayed he would refuse. But the villain simply closed his book and said, all right. Watching him sit down, Belle instinctively shifted to the side. You really don't treat yourself as an outsider. The table is so big. Couldn't you sit further away? Of course, Belle could only complain internally. Why aren't you eating? I had this table arranged according to your preferences. Is it not to your liking? Belle hurriedly stuffed food in her mouth. No, it's delicious. Thank you for your consideration, Lord Argus. Argus was clearly pleased that, if you like it, I'll send a chef to you when you return to Greenus. Belle quickly and politely declined. She didn't want him thinking she was inviting him to plant spies around her. Speaking of which, after this falling out with my stepmother, I'll definitely need to purge the Count's mansion. But I have almost no one I can trust. That's not good for someone in power. I hear the slave market in the royal capital is quite extensive. It's time to prepare for the future. Lord Argus, I'd like to visit the slave market today. Could you take me? Argus frowned. The slave market is a mixed bag. It's dangerous for a noble lady like you to go there. Belle immediately stood up and acted coquettishly, but you'll be there. With you present, all dangers will automatically disappear. Please take me. Belle's reasoning was simple. The villain was the danger himself. The most dangerous place was the safest place. Argus remained expressionless. You think I'll fall for that? Belle gritted her teeth. She'd forgotten he hated women the most. Acting coquettishly wouldn't work on him. She immediately became haughty. Fine, I won't go then. If the king hadn't ordered him to stay with her, Belle wouldn't have her freedom restricted like this. Argus wiped his mouth, his tone softening slightly. If you promise to stay by my side at all times, I'll take you. They say a woman who acts coquettishly has the best life. But the villain Argus was disgusted. Belle thought her acting cute had no effect. Yet, Argus's heart softened. He ultimately personally brought her to the slave market. Belle looked at the slaves of all shapes and sizes, desperately trying to sell themselves to passers-by. This is the slave market? It's so chaotic. Argus couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I told you this isn't a place for a noble lady. Are you scared now? Belle expertly flattered him. With you here, I'm not afraid at all. After all, nothing is more dangerous than a villain. Argus's eyes flickered slightly. Yes, that's so. He then took the initiative to hold Belle's hand, his voice softening. Then from now on, don't let go of my hand for even a moment. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Belle froze in place, her mind racing. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead that haven't you all eaten? Beat him to death. The man's back was already covered in blood, yet he endured the pain without a sound, desperately protecting the child in his arms. Even passers-by couldn't bear to watch. If they keep hitting him, he'll die. It's so pitiful. Mind your own business. That's a nobleman. Belle curiously approached. What happened here? A woman, her face filled with pity, explained, 2 prisoners of war bumped into a nobleman on the street and are being punished. Belle frowned. Even if they did something wrong, they're being too brutal. They'll die if they keep going. Argus was already indifferent. Imperial law only serves the nobles. Nobles with privileges, whether they kill commoners or slaves in the street, won't bear any responsibility. Belle disagreed. Life isn't a game. How can they trample on it like this? She couldn't help but curse this evil class system. The man's body fell but the whip didn't stop. The boy looked at his brother helplessly. The man stroked the boy's face, filled with guilt. I'm sorry, Mir. I couldn't protect you. The boy's voice choked with sobs it's not your fault. I'm too useless. I'm the one dragging you down. Their brotherly affection only fueled the nobleman's cruelty. Since you're so inseparable, I'll grant your wish. Someone cut off their hands and feet and throw them on the mountain to feed the wolves. Belle couldn't stand it. Stop. You can't do that to them. Argus looked at his empty hand. She was clearly told not to let go. This disobedient slave. The nobleman, seeing Belle's beauty, his eyes lit up. Little beauty, who are you? I'm Bed Clorin. Who are you? The man's gaze was unabashed. Clorin? I've heard that Count Clorin has a very beautiful daughter. Seeing you today, the rumors are indeed true. Belle had no patience for small talk. Cut the crap. Name your price. What will it take to let those brothers go? The 2 men, who had been in despair, were stunned. The man approached Belle, completely disregarding her. Miss Clorin, these 2 slaves disrespected me in public. Insulting a nobleman is a serious crime. I'm just giving them a small lesson. I advise you not to interfere. Belle was unyielding. What if I insist on interfering? 2 living lives can't even move so many onlookers. How utterly cold-blooded. The man's eyes glazed over with lust. Since Miss Clorin insists on getting involved, why don't you spend a night with me? He reached out to caress Belle's cheek. If you come with me, I'll not only release these 2 slaves, but also fund your impoverished Clorin family. Argus, filled with rage, tightened his grip on the man's hand. With a crack, the man cried out in pain. Ow, 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 let go of me. Argus's face was grim. If you dare touch a single hair on her head, I'll break your hands. I was wrong. The man panicked. The villain hadn't even won Belle over yet, and this fool dared to harass her. Feeling his wrist about to shatter and intimidated by Argus's status, he forced a smile and apologized. Turns out it's young Master Latham. I didn't know this lady was your companion. Please forgive me. Belle was even more displeased. Even if I weren't his companion, you shouldn't speak so disrespectfully. That's indecent and disrespectful to women. The man repeatedly apologized. Yes. Miss Clorin is right. Inwardly, he seethed. The Clorin family is long past its prime. A woman relying on selling her beauty to the Latham family really thinks she's something. Are you their owner? Belle, looking at the 2 on the ground, felt a pang of sympathy. At this, the man gritted his teeth. Yes, they're the slaves I just bought. These 2 idiots bumped into me on the street, so I'm punishing them. The young man immediately retorted angrily that you're lying. You were the one who touched me first. You vile, disgusting fly. The man frowned. I own you. You're my property. I can do whatever I want to you. Before the young man could speak, the severely injured man suddenly knelt before Belle. Kind miss, please save my brother. I'm at my wit's end, but my brother still has a chance. Please, save him. Belle clenched her hands tightly, feeling pity. Since I'm going to be a servant anyway, I might as well buy them both. I'll buy them. Name your price. Argus said calmly. You want to buy them? Ben Nuded. Consider it a good deed. The king gave me plenty of money anyway. Argus looked at the 2 without a shred of pity. One of them is dying, and the other is half dead. Buying them will likely result in 2 corpses. Why waste the money? Belle's gaze was firm. Lord Argus, you may be right, but I'm sorry. I can't just watch two lives perish before my eyes. Argus stared at her face, stunned for a moment. Then he turned away. Do as you please. I've never understood Belle Clorin's thinking anyway, and that's precisely why I'm so drawn to her. The nobleman seized the opportunity to inflate the price. If Miss Clorin wishes to purchase these two slaves, it will cost 1 gold coin. A hint of mockery laced his words. He'd heard that Garnas was already bankrupt. This woman, making him lose face in front of the young Duke of Latham. Now he'd make her feel the same humiliation. Belle was kind, but not a fool. 1 gold coin? You might as well rob her. Slaves are incredibly cheap in the Demite continent. Their price ranges between 1 copper and 1 silver coin. Sometimes you can even trade them for food or goods. Seeing her hesitation, the man began to taunt her. Don't find it expensive, Miss Clorin. That older slave has white hair, you know. He was once the royal knight captain of the Lower Kingdom. Cultivating a knight captain isn't just about money. Belle was surprised and saddened by the horrors of war. No matter how noble one's status, defeat meant becoming the plaything of another kingdom's aristocracy. The blond young man began to worry. Brother, do you think she'll spend that much to buy us? The older man coughed repeatedly. If the gods are merciful, perhaps. The nobleman eagerly awaited Belle's embarrassment. What are you hesitating for, Miss Clorin? These are rare slaves. He inwardly mocked her, thinking, poor wretch, you can't afford it, can you? Let's see how long you can maintain your haughty air. Belle crossed her arms, a sweet smile on her face as she looked at the nobleman. If you value me so highly, why did you beat him so mercilessly? The nobleman responded haughtily. Even the most valuable slave is still a slave. He defied me and tried to hurt me. A noble's dignity cannot be offended. A single strand of my hair is worth more than a gold coin. Argus wanted to pay for her, but Belle confidently waved him off. So, you're saying a single strand of a noble's hair is worth more than these 2 slaves? Is that right? The nobleman, completely unaware that he was falling into Belle's trap, replied, naturally. How can a slave be compared to a noble? Belles facile. Wonderful. Then, under the incredulous gazes of everyone present, she forcefully plucked a strand of her own hair and offered it to him. This is a strand of my hair. I'm also a noble. I'll trade this for those 2 slaves. You don't need to give me any change. Argus couldn't help but laugh. She actually did it. Seeing the man's displeased expression, Belle turned to Argus. Lord Argus, you witnessed him say that a noble's hair is worth more than a slave, correct? Argus nodded with a chuckle. That's right. The man was dumbfounded. That was a figure of speech. I didn't say you could actually pay with hair. Belle ignored him. Do you know how much it hurts to pull out a hair? Are you trying to go back on your word? Argus looked at her questioningly. Pulling out a hair hurts? Belle nodded vigorously. MHM, it really hurts. Argus turned a dark gaze to the nobleman. It seems we need to discuss the price further. Harming a noble is a serious crime. If you wish to settle this privately, hand over the 2 slaves and compensate her with 100 gold coins. Then we can consider this matter closed. The man was shocked. What? Argus pulled Belle closer, putting his arm around her. Think carefully. I will support Miss Belle to the very end. Belle immediately put on a pained expression. Pulling out my hair really hurt. With a single strand of hair, she had acquired 2 slaves and 100 gold coins. The nobleman had to swallow his anger and hand over the ownership documents, all because a powerful man stood beside her, ready to defend her. Belle held the documents and looked at the 2 men. From now on, I am your master. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? The older man immediately bowed. We will serve you faithfully, Miss Belle. He was puzzled, however. Nobles already held the power of life and death over their slaves. Why would she ask for their allegiance? The blond young man stared at Belle, awestruck. Father, mother, I've seen a goddess. Belle brought the 2 men back to the royal palace. The older man's injuries were severe. The blond young man was worried. Miss, will my brother die? Belle reassured him. The royal physician is already on his way. Argus, however, pointed out a harsh reality. No noble would ever treat a slave. They would simply leave them to die. Belle's expression turned serious. Lord Argus, your villainous thinking is dangerous. Human life has no high or low. We are simply born into different circumstances. No one's life is more precious than another's. Argus immediately protested. Villainous? You've always thought of me as a bad guy. Belle immediately smiled and explained, you misunderstood. You've helped me many times. How could I think of you as a bad person? Inwardly, however, she thought, but you are the main villain in the original story. Argus had summoned the king's royal physician. The physician adjusted his glasses. Which nobleman is injured? Belle, however, pushed Argus aside. It's my servants who are injured. Please treat them quickly. The physician's face registered shock, summoned with such urgency, and it was to treat two lowly servants? Belle anxiously urged him, don't just stand there. Please examine the one on the bed first. I think he's barely breathing. Argus tugged at Belle's sleeve. If I were sick, would you be this worried? Belle paused, then playfully patted his shoulder. Of course not. Lord Argus, you're so strong, you wouldn't get sick. Her teasing words only fueled Argus's jealousy. S.O. Would you or wouldn't you? He held her chin, forcing her to answer. Blushing, Belle stammered, I would. Satisfied with her answer, Argus released her. Good. With a dismissive wave at the physician, the blond young man began using magic to treat the patient's wounds. Belle watched curiously, then gasped as she saw flames. Wait, what are you doing? Are you setting him on fire? Are you trying to cremate him alive? The blond young man calmly explained, fire magic is used to cauterize wounds. It prevents infection. Belle broke out in a cold sweat. She had clearly overestimated the medical knowledge of this magical world. Setting him on fire will just burn his flesh. How will that help? She almost forgot the setting of this novel. Divine power reigned supreme, and people believe in gods and fate. Medical treatment consisted of burning, bloodletting, or holy water. The rest was up to the gods. It was essentially just lying around and waiting to get better. With this in mind, Belle refused to allow the physician to continue his treatment. The man didn't argue. In his view, lowly commoners didn't deserve such elaborate care. The blond young man's eyes welled up. His voice choked with sobs as he tugged at Belle's dress. You promised to heal my brother. I was wrong about you. You're not a goddess, and you don't keep your promises. Belle had kindly saved 2 dying slaves, only to be called a liar for dismissing the physician's treatment. Argus was furious. How dare this boy be disrespectful to the woman he admired? Watch your tone. Buying you is already an act of mercy. Don't be ungrateful. Tears streamed down the blond young man's face. Unafraid, he retorted, I'm just stating the facts. It's better than being a liar like you. You're all liars. Belle sighed. He was just a child, so impulsive. Did I say I wouldn't treat your brother? Argus raised an eyebrow. Are you seriously going to treat him? Not only did Belle intend to treat him, but she also began constructing a makeshift apparatus for distilling alcohol. Iodine would be the best disinfectant, but for now, alcohol would have to do. These unfamiliar words were new to Argus. Belle pointed to the liquid in the apparatus. This is alcohol. Once we collect enough, we can disinfect the wound. The blond young man looked skeptical. Can you really heal my brother? I've never heard of a noble lady skilled in medicine. He wasn't wrong. As a medical student in her past life, Belle was far more competent than these fire-wielding physicians. I can't guarantee I can cure your brother, but I'll do my best. Without fever-reducing medicine, Belle resorted to physical methods. She brought a basin of ice water and instructed the young man to sponge his brother's body regularly. Argus grew even more curious about Belle. Where did you learn all this? I've never heard of such things. And Belle isn't someone who would play games with a life. Belle instinctively remembered this wasn't the modern world. Using modern medical techniques would certainly arouse suspicion. Thinking quickly, she said, it's from the Cloran family's first patriarch's notes. You know, the 3 great families once explored the new continent together. The first patriarch dedicated his life to writing about his seafaring adventures, and it includes methods for preventing wound infections. Since neither of the 2 empires had ever seen the world beyond this continent, Belle's lie was somewhat believable, though she still felt a little uneasy. Argus readily accepted this explanation. After all, how could a 17-year-old Belle know such advanced methods? It must be due to the Cloran family's records. Unlike the Latham family, whose seafaring expeditions yielded no useful information, but instead brought back potatoes that turned them into bloodthirsty monsters. If I could see the Cloran family's records, perhaps I could learn what happened to the Latham family during their voyage and find a way to lift the curse. Then I could marry Belle and have children with her. Belle was oblivious to his thoughts, only feeling uncomfortable under his intense gaze. Lord Argus, why are you looking at me like that? Do you have something to say to me? Argus ultimately remained silent. He knew that speaking now would make him seem opportunistic. He should respect and support her, earning her affection and approval in time. Meanwhile, the Pope also received news that Prince Bale of Loire had rescued Belle. The Pope's interest in Belle intensified. God's prophecy had been broken. The Holy Son destined to die, had returned to life. This world finally exuded a different fragrance. The man delicately held a rose, revealing a smile. "Little one, it seems I must meet you personally." The young man was originally the most esteemed crown prince of the empire. Yet amidst the upheaval, he had become the most lowly slave. But he was the last hope of the lower kingdom. The king dispatched Duke Orlando to protect his escape. In this way, even fighting to the death, the king couldn't defend the final chamber. To protect the crown prince, Duke Orlando sacrificed his own son in his place. Although Neil escaped the palace, he was mixed in with the prisoners of war and became a slave of the Charlemagne Empire. He even fell into the hands of a cruel and despicable nobleman. In this critical moment, a countess, as beautiful as an angel, saved him. Now, Neil was completely devoted to Belle. It was because of her kindness that he was able to survive. Belle opened the door and began to change the man's bandages. His fever had subsided, and his body was no longer in serious danger. Neil sincerely expressed his gratitude to Belle. "Just living on is the best thanks you can give me," Belle said, then remembered to ask his name. Neil's face showed pain. The lower kingdom had fallen, and he was no longer the high and mighty crown prince. "Neil, crew, slaves don't have names." Belle saw his reluctance to reveal the truth and named him William. She named the other man Green. Neil stared blankly at Belle, holding William. "Don't you like it? Then I'll choose another." "No, I like it very much." Neil's eyes were resolute. "Miss, thank you for granting me a name. From now on, you are my reason for living." Belle suddenly placed her hand on his shoulder, her tone unusually serious. "Everyone has their own life. Never live for others. Live for yourself." Belle didn't want him to be like her past self, muddling through 20-some years, always paying the price for others, and ultimately losing herself completely. You need to find your own meaning in life. "Do you understand?" Neil said he understood, but his heart was lost. Now that his family was gone and his home destroyed, what meaning in life could there be? Belle and Argus strolled in the palace courtyard. Belle sighed. "The food in the palace is too good. I feel like I've gained weight." Argus stared intently at her. "Someone who likes you won't care about your appearance." Belle turned to Argus. "Speaking of which, Lord Argus, the investiture ceremony is over. You don't have to come see me every day. I won't complain to His Majesty. You should have more important things to do. After all, as the main villain, you should focus your energy on competing with the male lead for the position of Grand Duke." Argus suddenly approached Belle, his eyes full of affection. "T.O.me, you are the most important thing, Belle Clorin. I don't know if you're truly oblivious or just pretending. Can't you see my feelings for you?" Belle was stunned by his sudden confession that a villain wouldn't propose, would he? The main villain confessed out of the blue. As a straight woman, Belle was completely unprepared. "System, come out and help me modify the plot. What's going on?" "Host, you're flirting with the villain again." "I'm not. He's the one flirting with me. See for yourself." As the villain's face drew closer and closer, Belle's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Argus caressed Belle's face with one hand. His voice was low and sensual. "Belle Clorin, towards you. Belle paniqued." Just as their lips were about to touch, Miss, a sudden voice interrupted Argus. Miss, my brother, he's awake." Neil's face was full of joy, but the villain's face was dark. Belle breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, really? William, your timing is impeccable." Green woke up, and Neil threw himself in his arms, his voice choked with sobs. "I thought you were going to leave me alone." Green comforted the crown prince in his arms, and quickly looked up to thank Belle. Belle, however, pointed to the villain that I didn't do anything. "If you want to thank someone, thank Lord Argus. That nobleman spared you because of him." The villain's face was still sullen. If it weren't for Belle, he wouldn't have bothered with this kind of thing. Moreover, these two brothers had interrupted his confession. Green didn't understand why the villain was scowling. He got out of bed and expressed his sincere gratitude. "And no matter what, you are both our saviors." "Thank you, Miss Belle, Lord Argus." The villain finally spoke. "Don't thank me. From now on, you are Countess Clorin's servants. Serve your master well." Green appeared genuinely earnest, naturally, but Neil's thoughts were much deeper. Now, he and the crown prince were homeless. If those people discovered the crown prince was still alive, they would definitely come after them. If they made good use of their servant status, they could keep the crown prince out of danger. Neil told the man that Belle had named them Green and William. William Belle inquired about Green's past as a knight captain. Seeing Green admit it, Belle had a new idea. "Like you, how many prisoners of war from the Lower Kingdom ended up in the Zulman Empire? Green didn't understand, but still honestly answered, as far as I know, along with us, there are 12 other royal knights who came here with a merchant caravan, and dozens of ordinary knights. But many of them were bought as soon as they arrived at the slave market. Knights are a symbol of nobility and prestige. The number of knights demonstrates a noble's power and status. This continent's military system is imperfect, and the division of troops is unclear. Wars basically rely entirely on knights. But knights don't engage in production, and raising them is very expensive. Belle considered that if she wanted to escape being betrothed in Ness, she had to possess enough industry and military power to protect her territory. This was much more reliable than finding a powerful husband. Now my territory, Ness, has less than 10 ordinary knights and no cavalry regiment at all. If I have you go to the slave market and buy back all the knights from the Lower Kingdom, can you do it? Neil was shocked by Belle's decision. Green, without hesitation, impressed her by saying, "As you wish." Tomorrow is the hunting competition. Argus has to attend on behalf of La Sam, so I can't go with him. Are you returning to Ness after the hunting competition? Argus's voice was full of reluctance. Belle explained with a headache, "Yes, I have to establish the Chamber of Commerce, deal with my stepmother's pets, and settle the new servants. There's really too much to do." Argus suddenly took Belle's hand and personally put a ring on her finger. "This is for you. This is the magic ring my mother left me. It's called a spatial ring. You can hide inside when you're in danger. It has many uses." Belle quickly declined. I can't accept something so valuable. Isn't everything made with magic expensive? Besides, being given a ring by the villain himself, I feel trapped. The villain suddenly switched to cheesy lines. "Compared to you, this is not valuable at all. I told you, you are very important to me." Argus suddenly hugged Belle tightly. "Tomorrow, I will definitely win the sacred medal for you and let you take it back with you." Belle was speechless from his flirting. "System, I want to complain. This villain is tempting me with sweet words." The cold and glamorous villain has completely broken character. Belle almost fell for his sweet talk. Although her heart almost skipped a beat, the mission must go on. Arriving at the stables, Belle chose a thin and weak horse. This royal hunt gathered almost all the powerful figures in the empire. This hunting competition was going to be lively because it wasn't just simple entertainment. It was also a political event. The king used it to reward and punish, to influence people's behavior. Just as it was written in the original story, the male lead, Hill, couldn't stand before the king like his brother Argus because of his status. That's why he wanted to win the sacred medal even more, to prove himself in front of everyone. But this plot is too cliché. Suddenly meeting the villain's gaze, Belle's heart skipped a beat. "Oops, he seems to have seen me. Quick hide." "No, I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I be afraid of him?" Thinking this, Belle immediately looked back confidently. "That's right, I'm the dignified Countess Clorin. What's there to be afraid of?" But the villain had disappeared. "Looking for me?" A low voice sounded from beside her ear. Belle could even feel the heat of his breath. She panicked a little. How does he appear and disappear like a ghost? She couldn't help but complain. "Why are you so quiet when you walk?" The villain, Argus, explained, "I used magic to come over. Aren't you supposed to be brave? Did I scare you?" The close proximity made Belle uncomfortable. And no, Argus raised an eyebrow slightly. "What were you looking at just now?" "Me?" Belle wanted to cry. Being caught is so embarrassing. "No, I was just looking around." The villain suddenly grabbed Belle's wrist. "Wait, you're not wearing the ring I gave you." Belle explained, "It's too valuable. I was worried I would damage it during the, mission, so I didn't wear it." Argus frowned slightly. "Mission?" Belle quickly corrected herself. "The hunting competition." Argus pressed, "What are you talking about?" "If you encounter danger, I told you to use the ring to hide immediately. Tell me the truth. Is it because of Hill?" Seeing Belle startled, Argus's face darkened a bit. "Because you'll see Hill at the hunting competition today, you don't want to wear what I gave you." "You're afraid he'll misunderstand, right?" Belle denied, "It's not like that. The male lead confession mission is over. Who cares about that ordinary guy anymore?" Argus suddenly moved closer, whispering Belle's name. Helplessness filled the rain. "What more do I have to do to make you give up on Hill?" Belle fidgeted in his arms, blushing as she explained, "I've already given up. I don't like him at all now. Not at all. As soon as she finished speaking, Hill's cold voice rang out. I remember Miss Bell saying she would like me forever. It hasn't been long, has it? How could such deep feelings disappear so quickly? The male lead and the villain weren't fighting over the female lead, but were instead focused on a supporting character. This wretched love triangle. Belle just wanted to find a 3-bedroom apartment and hide. Argus instinctively shielded Belle behind him. Why are you here? Hill's words dripped with provocation. Brother, don't forget I also have lost some blood. I'm qualified to participate in the hunting competition. Argus frowned even deeper. Without proper justification, you're only tarnishing the family name. He'll turn to Belle. Miss Belle, are you dating my brother? No, Argus and I are just friends. Seeing her quickly deny any relationship, Argus's face darkened. Hill's uncle, enjoying the drama, chimed in, just friends? But I heard brother gave you the ring his mother left him. That doesn't seem like something you do for just a friend. Argus immediately interrupted him. Hill, if you have time to plant spies around me, you should spend more time practicing your writing. Don't embarrass Lost Sam. Hill was not to be outdone. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely defeat you and win the sacred medal. I'll show everyone who is the best candidate for the next head of the Lost Sam family. Belle smelled the thick scent of gunpowder in the air and was about to sneak away when Hill redirected the fire towards her. Miss Belle, let me remind you, don't think Argus really likes you. He's only approaching you because you like me and he wants to steal you away to embarrass me. So I advise you not to get too complacent. He'll dump you soon. Hill, playing with fire, turned and left. Argus's face was terrifyingly grim. After a long while, he finally spoke. Do you believe him? He said, I'm only close to you because you like him. Belle remained silent, because in the original story, the villain was indeed like that. Lacking parental love in his early life, he only loved himself. He always had to be better than the male lead in everything to prove his worth. Argus didn't give up. It's all right, Belle. I'll prove it to you. I like you. It has nothing to do with anyone else. At this moment, the villain was unexpectedly somewhat handsome. The hunting competition officially began. However, Belle's horse didn't seem very intelligent. Argus had already hunted a wild boar, and Hill gave the rabbit he caught to Heidi. The male and female leads were progressing smoothly. Heidi was approaching Belle. Belle had to rely on this not-so-smart horse to complete her mission. Seeing Heidi getting closer and closer, Belle knew this horse couldn't complete the task. She jumped off and deliberately moved under Heidi's horse. She thought she would be trampled, but nothing happened. She opened her eyes and saw Argus. He had saved her. Stay over there. It's not safe. Belle frowned, but the mission, it wasn't until Hill jumped onto the horse that it calmed down. Heidi's first thought was whether Belle was injured. Lord Hill, please let me down. Miss Belle might be hurt. Hill was surprised by her concern. That you're so worried about her. Are you close? The system told him to bring the male and female leads together, but he had unintentionally become the male lead's rival. The female lead should only have the male lead in her heart, but when danger came, she was worried about Belle first. Miss Belle, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there. Are you hurt? Belle gave a kind smile. That I'm fine. Inwardly, she marveled at the female lead's kindness. It was clearly Belle who had suddenly rushed out, yet Heidi took the blame. The Golden Horse mission was complete. The reward, however, would only be given after the female lead received the medal from the male lead. Belle hadn't even had time to complain about the system's ridiculous additional condition. When Argus stepped forward, you're the Duke of Mountbatten's daughter. Didn't anyone teach you horsemanship before the hunting competition? Heidi immediately apologized with a look of self-reproach. Belle couldn't bear to see her blamed. Lord Argus, it's not her fault. I suddenly rushed out. Since the male lead was worried about exposing his weakness in front of the villain, he couldn't defend Heidi, so Belle had to speak up. Argus's face darkened. She was helping Heidi, and yet Heidi was siding with an outsider. Oh, you know how dangerous that was just now. Hill finally dismounted to smooth things over. Brother, making things difficult for a noble lady like this won't win you the medal. Since everything's all right, let's continue the competition. Argus's face grew even darker. Mind your own business. I heard you haven't caught anything yet. Hill didn't explain. The competition isn't over yet. We'll see. Heidi looked at Hill worriedly because he had given all his game to her to get the villain and the male lead to leave. Belle urged Heidi to go. Heidi, remembering her father's teachings, resolved not to embarrass herself in the competition. To avoid embarrassing her father, she bid farewell to Hill and continued the competition. Hill followed closely behind. Hill finally breathed a sigh of relief. Argus then looked at Belle. "Where's your horse?" Belle then realized her horse was long gone. "Honestly, you're hopeless." Argus swept her up onto his horse, holding her around the waist. Why horse knows the way. He'll take you back to camp. It's too dangerous for you here. I'm worried. Belle was concerned. "But what about you? You gave me your horse. How will you compete?" This way, the male lead can easily win. Argus was suddenly delighted. "You're worried about me?" Belle blushed crimson point of ses courses amoureuses. How could I not be moved by such a kind villain? Argus leaned closer, then accompany me for a bit. Let me meet up with my men. Belle's heart raced. He was so close she could feel his body heat. "Why do you smell so good?" Belle was startled. "Noble ladies all wear perfume. Haven't you smelled it before?" Argus didn't hide anything. "I've never been this close to any woman but you." Only Belle made him act so unlike himself. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the bushes. Argus immediately became alert and saw a flash of blood lunging towards them. The young woman transmigrated into the book as an insignificant Turanjah. The system tasked her with bringing the male and female leads together, but she unintentionally attracted the female lead. And the courtship medallion that the villain, Argus, gave to Belle, she regifted to the female lead. All of this was because the black bear that the male lead was supposed to hunt was coincidentally encountered by Belle. Argus immediately used magic to attack the charging bear. The massive brown bear lost its life. Belle hadn't realized Argus's magical talent was so strong. She couldn't help but sigh, wishing she also knew magic. At least she could protect herself in this world. But the conditions for learning magic were extremely harsh. It wasn't something one could learn through effort alone. Argus knelt beside Belle, affectionately stroking her head. "It's all right. You have me. I'll protect you." The villain was flirting again. Belle immediately blushed. "Lord Argus, we've finally found you." The arrival of his guards interrupted their intimate moment. Argus had his men deal with the brown bear. The competition time was almost up. The sacred medallion was practically in his grasp. Belle then remembered that this bear was supposed to be Hill's. If the villain took the medallion, her mission would be ruined. Helpless, Belle had to exploit a system loophole, shamelessly approaching Argus. "Lord Argus, may I have this black bear?" Argus raised an eyebrow. "You want it?" Belle was so nervous, she didn't dare meet his gaze. "Why, yes," she stammered, feeling apprehensive. This was the first time she'd asked the villain for anything. Would he give it to her, given the rivalry between him and the male lead? Unexpectedly, Argus agreed without hesitation. Anything Belle wanted, even the stars, he would find a way to get for her. Belle was touched. "Why are you so good to me? The sacred medallion is for you anyway. Whether you take it or I take it, it's the same." The villain's answer made Belle feel even more guilty. Argus looked at Belle earnestly. "I like you, Belle Cronwell. Haven't I said that many times?" Belle clenched her hands. "What if one day I do something to hurt you?" Argus suddenly leaned in, gently lifting a strand of Belle's hair. "Then I'll willingly bear it." His gaze was exceptionally firm. Belle's heart pounded in her chest. What should she do? The horn, signaling the end of the hunting competition, sounded. The counting of the game began. Everyone speculated that the champion would be the favored princess of the Latham family. But the final result was Belle Cronwell. Everyone was shocked. The king's mistress began to see her in a new light, urging Georgie to marry Belle, even if it meant marrying into her family. Argus's subordinates were indignant. This was glory that should have belonged to Argus. But in Argus's eyes, as long as Belle was happy, nothing else mattered. For the sake of her mission, Belle accepted the medallion from the king and walked directly towards the female lead, Heidi. In front of everyone, she personally gave the medallion to Heidi. Heidi blushed. She was a fallen noble lady, yet she shone brightly at the royal hunt. She had won the top prize everyone desired. Even more shocking, she had publicly given the medallion, a symbol of supreme honor, to Heidi. And this medallion should have belonged to the villain. He generously gave it to Belle, only to win her favor. But she gave it to someone else. Argus was puzzled. Belle seemed to have feelings for the Mountbatten family's youngest daughter. Could it be that she had been rejecting him because of this? Hill gritted his teeth. What was Belle up to? Heidi's face flushed crimson. "Miss Belle, surely this isn't a prank? Doesn't she know that presenting the sacred medallion during the hunting competition is like a proposal? Could it be she likes me?" The female supporting character, Sasha, felt a pang of jealousy. "Miss Belle is really close with my sister. To think she'd give her such a precious gift." Belle didn't seem jealous at all. "Miss Heidi saved my life. This small gift is nothing. Sasha gritted her teeth. To think that country bumpkin Heidi, just after returning, managed to latch on such a powerful figure. The news of Belle possessing healing magic had already reached the major families. Father instructed me to befriend Belle. Since Miss Belle and my sister get along so well, I sincerely invite you to our tea party. Heidi's face lit up with anticipation. It would be wonderful if Miss Belle could visit our home. Belle had no desire to get involved with the malicious, supporting female character. I apologize, but I'm returning to Nest tomorrow. Perhaps another time. As soon as Belle returned to the royal palace, William and Green surrounded her. Hearing Belle admit to receiving the sacred medallion firsthand, William's admiration for Belle deepened. Not only is she the Empire's only countess, but she even defeated the other noble women warriors. Belle felt a twinge of guilt. After all, she had essentially gotten it for free from Argus. Meanwhile, Green had successfully completed the task of acquiring servants and knights. He presented Belle with the gift box she had entrusted to him. Belle opened the box and put on the ring. Green sincerely exclaimed, "What a beautiful ring, miss. Is this a gift from your lover?" Belle blushed instantly. No. Just a normal friend. Having experienced betrayal in her past life, Belle no longer yearned for love. Yet, Argus's image involuntarily surfaced in her mind. "Belle Cronus, I'm asking you again, seriously, will you marry me?" If he weren't the villain of the story, perhaps she could give it a try. But rebirth was hard-won. Belle didn't want to die with him. Yet Belle couldn't deny it. She truly had fallen for Argus. But this feeling she could only keep hidden in her heart. She couldn't waver. Far away in Ness, Belle's stepmother was still worried about Belle returning to deal with her. The next moment, the butler convinced her that if Belle were to meet with misfortune on her way back to Ness, then all of Ness would be hers. The villain was too charming. Even a woman as straightforward as Belle couldn't resist. Before departing for battle, he even proposed to Belle. Before this, Belle was preparing to leave the royal palace. Thanks to her healing magic and outstanding performance in the hunting competition, Belle had become the most sought-after countess in the Empire. Countless nobles sent gifts in an attempt to curry favor. Among them was a letter from the Mountbatten family. It was a heartfelt thank you from Heidi, the female lead. Because of the sacred medallion Belle had gifted her, the family that had previously shunned her now accepted her. Belle was surprised. How could the ill-tempered and opportunistic Duke Mountbatten change his opinion of his country-born daughter just because of a medallion? It was most likely because he was interested in the healing magic she possessed. She couldn't help but sigh at the pragmatism of these nobles. Learning that Argus hadn't sent a gift, Belle felt a pang of disappointment. He must be angry. She had wanted to see him one last time before leaving, but it seemed unlikely now. "Miss, do you like Lord Argus?" William's question made Belle blush instantly. Flustered, she put the letter away. Don't be ridiculous. We're just friends. Despite her denial, Belle couldn't hide her disappointment. After rejecting him so many times, being abandoned was inevitable. She had prepared herself for this, yet the bitterness welling up in her heart was suffocating. Even when the system notification announced the arrival of her reward, Belle remained distracted. This time, the reward was a map of the world within the book. This map marked the locations of valuable resources throughout the world. Belle's spirits lifted immediately. There was a mine in the Black Bear Mountains near Ness. She was going to be rich. However, the Black Bear Mountains were a harsh and lawless territory. Belle didn't have the resources to mine it. This matter required careful planning. Hearing news of Argus's arrival, Belle was startled. Being so easily affected by his presence wasn't a good sign. Seeing Argus in his military attire, Belle couldn't help but admire him. "Are you preparing for war, Your Grace?" Argus explained, "My father was injured on the battlefield. I'm going to reinforce him." Belle inquired about Hill. Argus couldn't hide his disappointment that you're most worried about him, as expected. "Don't worry, he's staying in the Empire. In case my father and I die, he can smoothly inherit the position of head of the family." Belle quickly explained, "That's not what I meant." In the original story, the male and female leads' feelings would deepen during Argus's deployment. Hill, with the support of the Mountbatten family, would use his informants to leak military secrets to the Empire, leading to Argus's failed breakout and severe injury. Argus gently stroked Belle's hair. "While I'm away, I've arranged for people to protect you discreetly. Don't get hurt and distract me. Understand?" Belle found this sweet. William, seeing this, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Finally, Belle told Argus about Hill and Mountbatten's conspiracy. She couldn't reveal how she knew. Argus fell into deep thought. If this were true, Hill and Mountbatten had played a clever hand. Will it really happen? And how can you be so sure? Hearing Bell call his name, Argus snapped back to attention. That you're worried about me, Bell. I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other for a while. Can I make a small request? He reached out and gently took Bell's delicate hand. His gaze intensified. But I want to kiss you. Even a woman of steel couldn't resist the villain's straightforward advance. Belles face burned. The intensity of Argus's gaze was overwhelming. He was asking for a kiss before their relationship was even defined. Flustered, she avoided his eyes. This is so sudden, Lord Argus. It's not appropriate between us. Argus gently caressed Bell's face, noticing her averted gaze and flushed skin. But your eyes say otherwise. You're clearly wavering. Bell blushed even deeper. Who could refuse a kiss from someone they admired? Well, that's... Argus's gaze was burning. In that case, I'll take your silence as consent, Bell. Bell felt her heart pounding, and she closed her eyes with a surprising sense of anticipation. But the villain only kissed her forehead. She felt a pang of disappointment. Argus affectionately ruffled her hair. We'll save something more intimate for when you're a little less hesitant. Bell's heart was racing too fast for her to speak. Finally leaving the royal palace, their route took them past Black Bear Mountain, the site of the mine listed in her reward resources. Black Bear Mountain bordered both Ness and Croya. The terrain was complex, and few people ventured there. If she wanted to mine it, she first needed to know what minerals it held, and then incorporate Black Bear Mountain into Ness to obtain mining rights. Suddenly, the sound of horses' hooves echoed from ahead. Bandits! With their path forward blocked and their escape route cut off, Green could only try to cover their retreat into the forest. Bell grabbed William's hand and ran. The bandits were after her. Green couldn't hold off all of them, and some pursued Bell relentlessly. Bell told William to split up. I can't leave you, miss. In this crisis, Bell displayed an unprecedented seriousness. This is an order. At the next fork, go the opposite way and backtrack. Tell Green to come and rescue me. William made her promise she wouldn't get hurt before agreeing. With her assurance, William ran off tearfully. Bell was one of only 2 people in the world who had ever been kind to him. Finally, the bandits cornered Bell at the edge of a cliff. They wanted to take her alive. Bell's only hope lay in the ring Argus had given her. Without hesitation, she jumped. Bell trusted that Argus's ring, like him, would protect her. When William and Green returned, they witnessed her plunge. Thankfully, though the space within the ring was turbulent, Bell only sprained her ankle. She found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. Suddenly, footsteps approached. A man in simple clothes, his face half hidden by a mask, appeared. I beg your pardon, Mississippi. I didn't mean to startle you. Mir had seen Bell jump. Orlando had already subdued all the attackers. One group was from Flettyborg, the other from Bell's stepmother. Mir's eyes were cold. Kill them all. They chose the wrong side. He stared into the abyss of the cliff, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. Duke Orlando, from such a height, do you think Miss Bell could have survived? Your Highness, it's too high. The chances are practically zero. Mir clenches fists. Why do I always bring misfortune to those around me? Orlando anxiously grasped his wrist. This isn't your fault, Your Highness. As the saint, such sacrifices are unavoidable in this struggle. Mir flung him off. I don't want to be this damned saint. I just want my father. I just want Miss Bell to live. Meanwhile, Bell eyed the masked man warily. Stay back. Who are you? Why are you wearing a mask? The man offered a harmless smile and raised his hands. My name is Joao. I'm a traveling poet. I wear this mask because my face was injured. Disfigure, you might say. I don't want to frighten people. Bell relaxed slightly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry. I was just attacked by bandits, and I'm a bit on edge. Please don't come any closer. Joao's voice was gentle. It's all right. Judging by your attire, you must be a noble woman. Is there anything I can do to help you, miss? Bell thought of William and Green. Seeing her jump must have terrified them. She wondered if they were safe. If only Argus were here. Bell knew she had fallen completely for him. I've only been separated from him for a short while, and I already miss him. No, I can't rely on the villain. Excuse me, sir. I've been separated from the knights and injure my foot, so I can't walk. Could you go up the cliff and tell them to come down and get me? They should still be where we parted ways. When I show them this badge, they'll come with you. Joao readily agreed and led him away. Bell called out to the system. Bell had hoped the system could heal her foot, but it turned out to be useless. She learned from the system that after completing its mission, the transmigration system would move on to the next multiplexed world within the book, leaving Belle behind to continue living there. Since she couldn't leave, Belle resolved to conduct experiments, take on more tasks, and earn more rewards to support herself. Although the system couldn't chat, it could broadcast other scenes. Belle felt a pang of guilt. I'm just a bystander. Why do I care about the protagonist's whereabouts? As the system turned to leave, Belle grabbed it. Show me Argus's location. Blushing, she lowered her voice. He's going to war, and I've never seen a battlefield. The system couldn't help but tease her. Just admit you miss him. After all, the villain's charm is no less than the male lead's. Belle's blush deepened as she tugged at the system. Stop talking nonsense and show me the live stream. Connection successful. Through the screen, Belle saw Argus discussing military strategy. Suddenly, Argus's gaze sharpened. Who's watching me? Belle and the system were startled. We've been discovered. Caught almost red-handed peeking at her beloved, the usually proud Belle panicked. Thanks to the system's quick actions, Argus didn't find any trace of them. The magic in his hand vanished instantly. Lord Argus, was there something there? Argus's eyes darkened at his subordinate's question. It must have been my imagination. Continue. The screen cut off, but Belle was still captivated. As expected of Argus, he even sensed the system's presence. To avoid being caught, Belle gave up on watching further. Besides, knowing he was currently safe was enough. Night was approaching, and Joao still hadn't returned. Did he run off with my gold badge? It's so cold. If no one comes to rescue me in half an hour, I'll have to make my own escape. Suddenly, she heard noise. It was people sent by her stepmother. They wanted to capture Belle alive to obtain the artifact. Belle's heart pounded with fear. She was eventually discovered. The wooden stick in her hand was her only weapon. Don't come any closer. As they closed in, Belle was out of options. Thankfully, Orlando arrived just in time. Belle stared blankly at the bandits who had collapsed in front of her, only snapping back to reality when Mir rushed into her arms. Orlando dealt with all the assassins. The caravan was still in place, and the knights had secured the servants. Belle's trust in the two men deepened. They could have easily abandoned her after she fell off the cliff, but they chose to stay. They seemed to be trustworthy and loyal. She also realized that she survived thanks to Argus's ring. Belle decided that if they met again, she wouldn't hide her feelings. Joao returned the badge to Belle. If it weren't for him, Belle might have been in grave danger. Thank you. Is there any reward you'd like? Joao gave a sly smile. Anything? Belle had just started to say, nothing immoral, when Joao leaned in and declared his desire to become her servant. I want to be your servant. I'll do anything you ask. He needed to stay by Belle's side to uncover the truth behind the overturned divine prophecy. Currently, every nation was anxious about the power of the saint. They wanted to seize the saint and dominate the temple. The prophecy had named 3 candidates: Saint Mir of the Lawyer Kingdom, Saint George of the Charman Empire, and the Saint of the Fry Empire. The Fry Empire, aiming to eliminate the saints of other nations, infiltrated the royal families of other countries and deliberately instigated wars. Mir's Lore Kingdom was their first target. Interestingly, the wife abandoned in the saintly conflict was saved by a young count. This was something Joao, who had lived for thousands of years, had never witnessed. Belle began to say she needed her family's consent, but Joao interrupted her. I have no family. Belle pitied him, but he had saved her life. You can stay with me. Joao gently kissed Belle's hand. Then from today onwards, I entrust everything to you. He couldn't help but anticipate what surprises Belle would bring next. She had become a destitute noblewoman, useless in the eyes of the book's world. Yet, she had successfully captivated the villain who loathed women, and the crown prince of the empire willingly submitted to her. Even the most mysterious pope in the book willingly became her servant. Since transmigrating into the book, Belle has completely reversed the original owner's tragic fate and become the empire's only countess. On her way back to her territory, she encountered bandits. One group was sent by Belle's stepmother. The other group was the crown prince, who wanted to kill royal Uncle Ralva. Mir had never doubted Belle's identity. He assumed the knights were nobles enforcing their own twisted laws. She was so kind. Mir didn't want to hide his identity from his mistress any longer. There's another possibility. The other group was there to kill me. Orlando was startled. Does your highness intend to confess? If Miss Belle knew what kind of conflict she's involved in, she definitely wouldn't help anymore. Belle chuckled. Why would anyone want to kill you? Even if you did offend some nobles, I've already bought you. They won't retaliate against you. Don't worry. Mir was just about to reveal his identity, but Belle interrupted him again. Who you were before doesn't matter. Now you're mine. I'll do everything I can to protect you. Belle stroked his forehead, her eyes filled with a hint of distress. This child must have suffered a lot after becoming a slave, which is why he's so insecure. Mir looked at her, deeply moved. When they were chased by the bandits, she could have easily pushed him out to buy herself time, but she let him escape first. Miss Belle was truly the person he admired most. If the saint's power could help her, Mir was willing to become her blade. Belle handed the badge to Orlando, instructing him to take it to Count Kren's mansion the next morning. Let's see what trouble they can stir up. Having dealt with everything, Belle's brow suddenly furrowed. Joao had been staring at her since earlier. Belle's scalp tingled. Joao, why don't you come over and warm up by the fire? Joao didn't hesitate. Observing Belle up close was exactly what he wanted. That you've been looking at me. Is there something on my face? Joao's excuse was flimsy. Perhaps it's because you're very beautiful. Belle actually believed him, her eyes even showing a hint of pity. His face is disfigured. He probably envies people with perfect features. She shouldn't have touched on his sore spot. So, Belle tried to change the subject. Joao, thanks to you, I was able to escape this disaster. Joao said it was the goddess's protection that allowed them to meet. Belle bluntly stated she was an atheist. Miss, you should be careful what you say. If those words were heard by the Pope, you would be considered a sinner. Joao then brought up a different topic, but he probably wasn't afraid. After all, he was someone who dared to say in the temple that God wasn't omnipotent. Magic cultivates mages. They believe the power of nature can be harnessed by humans. Man can conquer nature, but the church believes everything is bestowed by God, that God is the master of all. What do you think, miss? The church and Modo are things not detailed in the original book. Belle only learned about them from Georgie during her last visit to the temple. These were two forces that surpassed the imperial power. The church and Modu were irreconcilable. It was said the reason was related to the death of the crown princess of the Fry Empire. The Fry crown princess was the Pope's only student, but she tragically died at the Pope's hands. Her body was never found. The Mota master, who loved the crown princess, sought revenge for his beloved woman and has been at odds with the church ever since. Thinking about these love-hate relationships gave Belle a headache. So, Belle told him a story. Guanyin, a deity, worshipped his own statue. To humanity's confusion, Guanyin explained that although he was Guanyin, he also encountered difficulties. But he knew it was better to rely on oneself than on others. Belle's eyes were full of confidence that I don't believe in God or supernatural powers. I believe that all the problems I encounter must ultimately be solved by myself. Joao's eyes widened slightly. Then he chuckled. Interesting. This is the first time I've heard such a perspective. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the bushes. Orlando instinctively drew his sword. Who's there? Argus emerged, injured and looking particularly disheveled. The cold and glamorous villainess had completely become a doting maniac. Upon learning of Belle's plight, he immediately used magic to teleport to her side, despite his injuries. Argus had sent his trusted men to protect Belle, but she still got hurt. Belle hadn't expected there to be the villain's informant by her side. As soon as he saw them, Argus's mood soured, and no need to look for them. I've already sent them back to be punished. With so many people protecting you, you still fell off a cliff and got injured. They're a bunch of useless fools. Belle tended to Argus's wounds, not forgetting to plead for his men. All right, don't blame them. Next time something like this happens, please believe that I can handle it myself. Her voice was tinged with self-reproach. If you hadn't rushed back to save me, you wouldn't have been seriously injured on the battlefield. I feel like I'm holding you back. Argus paused, then affectionately stroked Belle's head. But don't say that. I was injured on the battlefield because I underestimated the enemy. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. That scoundrel, Jan Belle, shifted the paralysis spell. Argus placed it directly onto his head. It's precisely because of you that I'm even more motivated to protect this country. Before I met you, I never thought spending time with a noble lady could be enjoyable. Only you, bursting into my world, have repeatedly surprised and captivated me. This might make me seem weak, but I can no longer imagine a future without you. Listening to his affectionate words, Belle's heart raced. Could she really get close to him? Yet, in this moment, she didn't want to push Argus's face away. Drawing closer and closer, Belle didn't refuse his kiss. Her face burned intensely. Argus smiled sincerely. This time, you finally didn't reject me. I'm so happy. Belle, blushing, urged him to get dressed. Argus, however, held up his hands that I'm injured. Help me. Belle felt like she had flipped some strange switch. Joao, watching the two flirt, asked, "Who is he?" Mir, looking on with a gossipy expression, said, "He's the young lady's lover." Orlando immediately corrected him. "Don't speak nonsense. He's just Miss Belle's friend. He's Argus, the eldest son of the Latham family." Joao's interest in Belle deepened. The Latham family of the Charlemagne Empire? The one rumored to be cursed, unable to unite with ordinary women? Orlando couldn't help but give Joao a second glance. "You seem to know quite a bit. Is this man's appearance by Miss Belle's side truly a coincidence? I sense an inviolable aura about him." Joao explained that as a bard, he naturally paid attention to the nobility. Orlando interrupted his rambling. "It's improper to privately speculate about our master. Let's end this here." Joao's interest, however, was far from simple. "The Latham family of the Charlemagne Empire, is it? I hear the Fry Empire is using the Royal Chamber of Commerce to approach Hill Latham, offering to help him against his half-brother as a pretext, attempting to use him as a pawn to eliminate the Saint Georgia Arundel of the Charlemagne Empire. This countess has some remarkable people around her. Things are getting more and more interesting." After all the fuss, Argus finally told Belle his wound was fine. He looked at the pouting Belle with a doting expression. "The war isn't over yet. Wait for me to return. Worry not at Belle's heart. Be careful of your wound on the way. And next time, no matter what you hear about me, please don't worry. Look, I have the ring you gave me for protection. I'll be fine." Argus then revealed a tender expression, gripping Belle's hand. "I'll end this war quickly and return in triumph. Then, I'll propose to you again. I hope you'll consider it carefully during this time. I won't force you to make any decisions." Belle didn't understand why he was so good to her. Surely, the heroine and the villain were not meant to be. Argus's gaze, however, was exceptionally firm. "You rejected me once, so I'll ask again. If you reject me 100 times, I'll ask 100 times. No matter what, I will never give up on you. Never." The young lady, having just been confessed to by the villain, then went to attend her own funeral. Her stepmother lay on the tomb, weeping falsely. The conniving butler offered his condolences with feigned sorrow. To outsiders, the stepmother appeared a tragic woman, having just lost her husband and now her daughter. With her back to the crowd, the stepmother revealed a wicked smile. "That girl is finally dead." The butler reminded her it was time for the burial. She then stood up dramatically. Belle, watching the two conspirators, couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. "I never thought I'd attend my own funeral. How interesting." The priest began chanting scriptures. The stepmother continued her fake weeping. "Why are there so many people?" A familiar voice startled her. "The tomb of Belle Cren? I'm still alive and well. Why are you holding a funeral for me?" Seeing Belle, the stepmother collapsed, too shocked to speak. Belle raised an eyebrow. "Mother, are you surprised to see me?" The stepmother immediately panicked. "It's not Belle." Then, tugging at the butler's sleeve, she demanded, "What's going on?" The butler was also stunned. The servants clearly brought back the body and reported her death. "How can this be?" The crowd began to murmur. "How can someone who died suddenly return?" Belle, with the authority of the head of the family, calmed the commotion. "Everyone, I apologize. There's been a misunderstanding today. I'm sorry for the wasted trip. This is a Cren family matter that we wish to handle privately. Please return home." Back at the mansion, the stepmother repeatedly claimed she was innocent, that it was all Ash Foreman. "He hired assassins to kill you. It has nothing to do with me." Immediately, Foreman, the butler, knelt and explained it was all the madam's doing. The two, once so affectionate, now turned on each other. Belle watched this scene impassively. So, love is truly unreliable. Only relationships built on mutual interest are eternal. Just when Joao thought Argus would kill the two, Argus only broke Foreman's legs. Rama's slave market. As for his scheming stepmother, he let her stay in the Earl's mansion. After giving birth, she'll be kicked out. It's also because of the child Belle is carrying that she's been safe and sound until now. Joao asked, puzzled, "You're not going to kill them just like that?" Belle looked surprised. "Joao, you always look so gentle and harmless. I never thought you'd have such tyrannical thinking." Joao was a little flustered, but not displeased. A tyrant. He was probably the only one in the Empire who dared to evaluate himself this way. Count Argus is so merciful. It seems the people of Ness are blessed. He looked at Belle's face, lost in thought. This mercy was very similar to his students. If that child were still alive, they would be about the same age as Belle Cren. At this moment, Orlando summoned all the servants of the Earl's mansion. Belle's words carried a warning amidst the crowd that I'm not a vengeful person because I take revenge on the spot. Anyone who has ever had two minds about their loyalty can leave the Earl's mansion. From today onwards, remember, I am the sole owner of the Cran Earl's mansion. The aloof and noble villain had completely become a clingy puppy, even giving up everything to publicly declare Belle as his fiancée. The villain, originally focused on his career, now wanted to be with his beloved wife every moment. Bags returned to the battlefield with the healing potions Belle had given him, but caught the attention of Duke Lossam. Where did you get these healing potions? A friend made them. Duke Lossam seemed surprised. You have friends? Bags has always been a loner since he was a child. Even with his family, he always has a stern face. What kind of person would be willing to be his friend? I'd really like to meet this friend of yours sometime. Remembering Belle's worry when they parted, Bags's eyes softened, though we'll talk about it later. Duke Lossam stared at the potion in his hand, unable to stop his praise. The healing power of these potions is actually stronger than the priest's. If they could be used on the battlefield, they would definitely make my Lossam knights invincible. Ask your friend if they're willing to sell the potions to us. Bags hesitated. Meanwhile, Belle, having returned to her territory, had been working nonstop in her study for a day and a night. For nearly a month, she had been busy sorting out the Kren family's business affairs. As a competent estate owner, Belle was already accustomed to long hours. Joao and Green also began to report on their respective work. Ness's Chamber of Commerce, with the support of the royal family, has already expanded its sales to the capital, and it's very popular. At this rate, Ness will soon become the richest territory in the empire. Joao's eyes deepened. I didn't expect this little one to be more than just a pretty face. She was actually able to use a newly established Chamber of Commerce to dismantle and halt the monopoly of the honey industry that has lasted for thousands of years. Orlando, on the other hand, received the knights sent by the king. After the assassination attempt, the king learned that Ness didn't have any decent knights, so he gave Belle a 10-man knight squadron under the guise of protection. Since the newcomers' intentions were unclear, Belle decided to take the initiative to meet them. She went to the hall and saw the uninvited Georgie. Count Arundel. Knowing he had come all this way to see her, Georgie explained that he missed Belle and had come to visit with the knights. However, Belle only made arrangements for the knights. Georgie stepped forward and pointed to himself. What about me, Miss Belle? Belle's face was cold. Marquis Arundel, the living conditions in Ness are harsh. Please return to the capital as soon as possible. Georgie immediately looked aggrieved. Are you trying to drive me away? I'm so heartbroken. Belle interrupted him directly. Marquis Arundel, I've made myself clear before. Thank you for your kindness, but I will not marry. If you want to arrange a marriage for me, the groom must marry into the Kren family. You, as a marquis. Before she could finish, Georgie interrupted her with, I agree. Belle was stunned. Georgie appeared exceptionally sincere. I'm willing to marry into the Kren family, Miss Belle. In that case, are you willing to marry me? A playful glint flashed in Joao's eyes. Things are getting more interesting. She's not willing. Argus's voice rang out. Belle's face lit up with surprise. Good. He looks healthy. He should have been safe and sound this whole time. Argus, why are you here? The villain's gaze softened as he met Belle's eyes. Because I wanted to see you immediately, so I rushed over. He said as he cupped Belle's head and pulled her into his arms, declaring his ownership that it seems I arrived just in time. Marquis Arundel, please behave yourself. I've already asked His Majesty the King to grant us a marriage. The man carries a blood curse. Once he unites with an ordinary woman, he will transform into a bloodthirsty beast. And the young woman is deeply constrained by the transmigration system. If the original plot is altered, she will die. Yet these two are in love. If Belle accepts his proposal, it will impact the villain's fight for headship. He will disappear completely. The villain is willing to give up the headship for her, marrying into the Kren family. He even declared his sovereignty right in front of Prince Georgie. Georgie panicked. Do you know what this means? Georgie didn't expect him to withdraw from the inheritance competition. This is too absurd. Could he be relying on the king's decree? Argus looked at Belle tenderly. There's no need for me to lie. I already wrote to the king on the battlefield, requesting permission for our marriage. Now I've returned with military merit. I believe His Majesty won't refuse. If Belle was still wavering before, she's now completely completely swayed by Argus. After all, inheriting the headship in the book is the villain's ultimate goal. Georgie, biased towards Belle, still held a sliver of hope. Miss Belle, is the Kren family really going to join forces with the Lost Sam family through marriage? Or should I ask, is the young Duke Lost Sam willing to marry into the Kren family like me? Argus agreed without hesitation. Even if it meant giving up the headship, Belle was all he needed. The system started to issue an alert. Detected deviation from the main storyline. The villain's ultimate goal has changed. The fates of the male and female leads are affected. Host, please immediately use the plot correction authority. Belle clenched her hands. What will happen if I don't correct it? Argus had gone to such lengths for her. She couldn't let him make this sacrifice alone. The cold, mechanical voice extinguished all of Belle's hope. If the fates of the male and female leads lose the villain's influence, the world may collapse at any time. Host, you will die. Cherish your life. Please immediately correct the plot. In the end, Belle couldn't give Argus an answer and was even disturbed by this matter. Until Joao brought her hot water, wanted to understand what was troubling the seemingly all-powerful Belle. Seeing his willingness to listen, Belle finally voiced her confusion. Joao, let me ask you, if being with your beloved would destroy the world, would you choose a brief love or save the world and live on? For Joao, who had lived for 1,000 years, the world had long since lost its appeal. If it were me, I would probably choose a brief love. Belle was instantly taken aback. I didn't expect you to be so brave. Aren't you afraid of death? Joao appeared exceptionally indifferent towards death. Countess, rather than spend the future in nothingness, it's better to live passionately in the present. The present determines the future, and the future may not remain unchanged because of it. Belle fell into deep thought, murmuring, will the future change because of the present, defying the system and loving Argus regardless of the consequences? Belle quickly sorted through the character relationships and main storyline in her mind. There had to be another way. Now that Argus, the villain, had turned good, the world in the book was starting to change. If she wanted to stabilize the events in the book and achieve the ending for the male and female leads, there might be another way. Belle suddenly had an epiphany. She would become the villain herself. With this thought, Belle immediately got up to find Argus. She needed to address his feelings seriously. But at the door, she worried that he might be tired after returning from battle. She gradually calmed her breathing. Since she had already determined her future path, there was no harm in expressing her feelings to him now. But the door suddenly opened. Argus pinned her against the wall. Since you're here, why are you leaving? Coming to see me so early in the morning? Are you planning to reject my proposal from yesterday? I expected it, but I won't give up. Belle quickly interrupted him. No, it's not that. I accept your proposal. Argus froze. What? Belle cupped his face. Argus, look at me, listen to me. I've decided to marry you. Argus looked at her in disbelief. That you're not joking, are you? I'm going to take this seriously. Belle immediately pouted. Argus, do I look like someone who would joke about this kind of thing? Are you planning to? Argus immediately interrupted her. His voice was filled with excitement. Belle, I'm so happy that I feel like my heart is going to stop beating. At this moment, Argus only had eyes for Belle. From today onwards, for the rest of my life, I belong only to you, he said, kissing Belle's soft lips. You have to take responsibility for me. With both her love life and career now having direction, Belle gathered everyone in the Earl's mansion. Her expression serious, as you all know. I've just inherited the title of Kren Earl, becoming the spiritual leader of Ness. However, there's a large disparity between the earldoms. Unfortunately, Ness is at the bottom. Ness is not only poor and backward, but also sparsely populated with no army. We're vulnerable to being bullied, but I've already thought of a way to solve these problems. She gestured towards Argus behind her. Let me introduce you. This is the young Duke Lost Sam, and also my fiancé. Everyone's expressions varied. Mira was somewhat excited. Miss, you're getting married. Argus guaranteed that after their marriage, he would fully support Belle in rebuilding Ness. Joao was puzzled. Does the Countess intend to marry into the Lost Sam family and merge the territories? If so, and this girl ultimately chooses to rely on marriage to attach herself to another family, defending the title becomes rather dull. Belle, however, explained that Ness would always remain an independent territory and would not be merged with any other. Later, I will fully support the young Duke Lossam in becoming the head of his family. He will become Ness's strongest ally in the future. Belle needed Argus to compete for the headship to maintain the main storyline. In the process, she would take his place in interacting with the male lead. Joao, wielding his magic, humbled himself to be here. It seemed the young Duke was truly fond of Belle. Belle coughed lightly. Although we've found a powerful ally, the only way to avoid being bullied is to have strength of our own. Next, Belle planned to recruit commoners and slaves into the Ness Knights, thereby increasing the territory's military power, using commerce to support the military. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. For regular knights, allowing slaves into the knighthood was an insult to their honor. Belle calmly explained, "I understand your feelings. Knighthood isn't for just anyone. It requires training from a young age, learning the code of chivalry, and a complete investiture ceremony, swearing an oath before the Creator God. I know that for you, it's not just a title, but an honor. But without the backing of true strength, you'll still be looked down upon by knights of the same rank. If another knight order invades, you'll be hopelessly outmatched. And warfare here relies entirely on the knight orders of each territory. The Charlemagne Empire has 3 major knight orders, each with tens of thousands of members, guarding the nation's front lines. Although Ness is poor, slaves can earn their freedom through meritorious service and continue to rise through the ranks. The same applies to commoners. After selection, they'll become trainees, receiving training and instruction from regular knights. You, within the knight order, can hold important positions, evaluating and determining whether these commoners and slaves are qualified to become knights. And you'll receive better treatment than in the royal capital. Orlando was shocked by Belle's idea. Countess, are you certain about this? This is unprecedented. Doing this could cause a national uproar. Belle didn't hesitate. It doesn't matter. It's my territory, and I make the decisions. With the plot at this stage, there's still time to prepare. We must have sufficient strength to contend with and assist the male lead, so I can become the new villain and replace Argus. My man, my protection. One last thing to announce. When the Ness Knights surpass 10,000 members, I will marry the young Duke Lossam. Belle's pro-commoner actions since taking office had earned her widespread approval among the populace. Argus, however, believed that a lord should be more assertive to instill fear and prevent unrest. Belle explained that her father's long-term alcoholism had given Kryn a terrible reputation among the territorial lords. She, on the other hand, had alleviated the territory's economic woes by developing the sugar industry, conscripted soldiers, and attracted new residents, barely managing to stabilize the population. Belle mused that a lord's kindness only brought them benefits, self-deprecatingly thinking. After all, who would willingly fawn over an underage, incompetent countess? Argus took her hand and declared without hesitation, "I would." Belle was delighted. Argus, however, was unusually serious. "Even if you had nothing, I would still be willing." Belle blushed and quickly changed the subject. "Lord Argus, aren't you going home? After all, the male lead is currently at your home, diligently currying favor with Duke Lossam." Argus's sweet words flowed continuously. "Where yours, my home. As for the Duke's mansion, I believe my stepmother and brother wouldn't want to see me there." Belle insisted he return home. Argus felt wronged. "Why do you want to drive me away?" Belle's expression turned serious. "If you don't go back, the headship will soon fall into your brother's hands. Didn't you promise me you would become the head of the Lossam family?" Argus then remembered his mission. During his absence, it was said that Hill was thriving in aristocratic circles, his reputation soaring. Only then did he reluctantly decide to return home. Having persuaded Argus, Belle began preparing her own plans. According to the plot progression, while Argus was away at war, Hill would socialize extensively with nobles and secretly meet with Burke, the president of the Fry Empire's Chamber of Commerce. The two would reach a shady agreement. The Fry Empire's Chamber of Commerce would provide guarantees for Hill's small business, helping him open sales channels in other countries, and helping him grow larger and stronger to become the head of the Lossam family. However, in exchange, Hill would need to assist the Fry Empire in eliminating Georgie, the sole heir to the Charlemagne Empire's throne. The story's ending would see the male lead, Hill, helping the Fry royal family overthrow the Charlemagne Empire's rule, turning it into a vassal state of the Fry Empire. Hill's ambitions weren't limited to the La Sam headship, but the entire country. If left unchecked, Ness would eventually become Hill's possession as well. Belle wasn't willing to work for someone else's benefit. Before the male lead's nation-building storyline was complete, she had to make Ness an impregnable fortress. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a servant from Argus's mansion. "All right, stop frowning. I really can't let my brother continue playing around." At this moment, the exchange condition between Hill and the Fry Empire's Chamber of Commerce had become Belle's concern. Because the emergence of white sugar had severely impacted the Fry Empire's Chamber of Commerce's profits, Hill became somewhat panicked. "We had a deal. I only needed to help you eliminate the Charlemagne Empire's heir." This additional condition wasn't part of the agreement. The man had an incredibly arrogant look on his face. "Lord La Sam, life isn't fair. If you're not satisfied with these terms, we can terminate our cooperation." Hill couldn't help but feel a flicker of warmth. This sugar-making method was devised by that woman. No wonder so many nobles are now vying for it. No wonder Argus was relentlessly pursuing him before. It seems he knew all along and wanted to keep it for himself. Damn it, after all his calculations, he was actually defeated by a woman. Seeing that the other party was about to end their cooperation, Hill immediately clapped his hands and agreed to the terms to obtain the sugar-making method. To get ahead of Argus, Hill immediately made preparations and planned to go to Ness to see Belle the day after tomorrow. For this, he even canceled his date with Heidi. Hill remembered that Heidi seemed to have a close relationship with Belle. To prevent Belle from refusing his visit, Hill decided to bring Heidi along. Sure enough, as soon as Heidi arrived, Belle came out to greet them personally. As Hill passed by, Joao sensed a powerful magical fluctuation and couldn't help but become more alert. "Who are you?" Joao asked with a blank expression. "As you can see, I'm just the Countess's servant." Hill suppressed his doubts and sipped the tea Belle had offered. His thoughts churned. He had indeed underestimated her before. She was like an inexhaustible treasure, surprising him with every encounter. Although often the surprise was greater than the joy. Heidi was immersed in praising the delicious pastries. "If these were sold, I would definitely buy them." "Miss Belle, you're so skilled." Looking at the innocent and kind girl, Belle felt that Hill didn't deserve her. Heidi offered the pastry to Hill's lips, but Hill glanced at Belle. He couldn't let her see his feelings for Heidi just yet. To obtain the sugar-making method, he needed to temporarily exploit her previous affection for him. He coughed slightly that "You're being too kind, Miss Mountbatten." Heidi paused, realizing she had addressed Belle incorrectly out of respect for Hill. She worried, "Will this cause trouble for my family?" Ashamed and at a loss, Belle stood up and approached Heidi. "Since Lord Hill isn't eating it, Miss Heidi, feed it to me." She gave a small smile. "Miss Heidi, do I have the honor?" Belle took Heidi's withdrawn wrist and gently bit the pastry. Heidi was instantly touched. Miss Belle was helping her out again. She truly was a good person. Belle began to lavish praise. Indeed, the same candied strawberries taste even better when fed by Miss Heidi. Hill felt like he was being mocked. Belle then looked at Hill. Lord Hill mentioned important matters in his invitation. I wonder what they are that would bring him all the way to Ness, and with Heidi too. He must have ulterior motives. Hill directly stated his desire to discuss sugar production. Belle assumed he had learned about her plan to recruit workers and offer below-market price sugar to merchants for resale. However, Hill proposed to become the sole distributor. He suggested Belle would be responsible for production, and he would handle sales, splitting the profits 50-50ths. His true intention was to obtain the sugar-making method. Belle, fully aware of his intentions, turned to Heidi and asked what she would do. Heidi looked at Hill, her eyes full of adoration. "That I will. Lord Hill has helped me a lot. If he needs it, I will support him no matter what." Hill was deeply moved. In this world, she was truly the only one who treated him sincerely. Belle was unexpectedly force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Hill hadn't forgotten his ultimate goal. As long as he emptied the entire Charlemagne Empire's sugar supply, the Chamber of Commerce would be forced to rely on him. Belle, however, rejected him outright. "Because there's a very important man in my life. Whatever he wants, as long as I have it, I'm willing to give it to him." Hill's eyes held a trace of resentment. "May I ask who it is?" First it was himself, then Argus. How long had Argus been on the battlefield before Belle had moved on again? Argus suddenly appeared, and no need to ask. "Her man is me, Hill. Long time no see. crushing the jaw, slapping Hill in the face, and even showing off their affection publicly. The originally cold and arrogant villain had transformed into a clingy puppy. Argus embraced Belle. "I missed you so much. I couldn't help but rush back as soon as I finished my business." He then put on a pitiful expression. "Didn't you miss me?" Belle blushed instantly. Was this guy a puppy? Heidi gasped and covered her lips in shock. Lord Hill's brother actually kissed Miss Belle. Watching the two flirt, Hill's face darkened. "Why is my brother here? Wasn't he just home dealing with matters father entrusted to him?" Argus looked at Hill haughtily. "That I came to see my fiancée. Do I need to report to you?" Hill looked incredulous. "Fiancé? Brother, are you crazy?" He then suppressed his complex emotions. "Brother, don't joke. Countess Kryn isn't from St. Tranny." Argus ignored him and simply took Belle's hand. Seeing this, Hill started to drive a wedge between Belle and Count Kryn. "You're young, so you might not have heard of our family's marriage requirements. Due to the La Sam family's unique system, we can only marry women from specific lineages." He then looked at Argus with a sneer. "Didn't you tell Countess Kryn about this? Are you just toying with her affections?" He finished, waiting for Belle to get angry with Argus. Unexpectedly, Belle remained exceptionally calm. "Hill Gresham, you misunderstand. I know all about this. Just like I know that you're getting close to Miss Heidi, because she's a St. Tranny. Only by marrying her can you become the next head of the La Sam family." Exposed, Hill panicked and looked warningly at Heidi. Heidi said she believed him, but she subtly tightened her grip on her skirt. He blamed himself for everything. As an unsavory secret of the Mountbatten family, being used was his greatest value. Belle wasn't planning to save him. "If I were Miss Heidi, no matter how much I liked him, I wouldn't marry Hill. Especially Hill Gresham." Why? Belle's advice was heartfelt. Men with strong career ambitions tend not to be overly emotional. Once they have a certain amount of power and status, love becomes a bargaining chip. So, girls must learn to love themselves. Don't be easily fooled by a man's sweet words. Improve yourselves and become an undeniable presence. Besides knowledge and refinement, you also need money. The typical heroine in stories has countless handsome men and opportunities revolving around her. But as the female lead, her future opponent won't be Argus, but me, the new villain. I won't be swayed by Heidi's heroine halo. So, before becoming rivals, I hope she has the strength to match me. Belle then offered Heidi a job at her trading company. Heidi hesitated, worried her father wouldn't approve. Hill interrupted her refusal, offering to persuade her father. The Mountbatten tool, Hill, wanted to use Heidi to get closer to Belle. This way, he could get first-hand information. Watching them leave, Belle was well aware of his intention to use Heidi. Argus looked lost in thought. Hill's words, although he didn't know what Hill was planning, Belle could only be his. Obsessively, he breathed in Belle's scent. "What are you planning?" Belle asked with a knowing smile. "That a stronger enemy presents more of a challenge, doesn't it?" Argus lowered his voice. "But I'm already facing the biggest challenge of my life right now." Belle was startled. Argus embraced her. "Every time I see Countess Kryn, I can hardly contain my joy. Can Countess Kryn think of a solution? In public, I'm the cold and ruthless villain. But in front of my beloved, I'm a clingy sweetheart who can't stop whispering sweet nothings." Nessa's territory was recruiting knights from other lands, reserve personnel, but encountered obstruction from the high-ranking nobles. The villain even personally intervened to suppress the situation. Belle learned about this. Argus appeared remarkably calm. "It's just a small matter. This is what a fiancé should do. After all, my woman is meant for great things. I'm just here to support her." Hearing these words from the villain, Belle blushed instantly, her heart pounding. "I in my heart, you are also the most formidable man." Seeing Belle shy in front of him, Argus was momentarily captivated. Then he brought up Heidi's arrival at the trading company. He worried Hill would use Heidi to eavesdrop on company secrets. Belle was already prepared. After all, anything that can be overheard must not be of much value. Belle was more curious about how far Heidi could grow. The next day, Heidi marveled at the enormous trading company. Everyone is even wearing the same clothes. How unique. Belle explained that this was the trading company's uniform to distinguish between customers and staff. Suddenly, Belle offered Heidi rose tea. Heidi admired Belle even more. Be able to make tea from ornamental flowers. Everything in the trading company was something Heidi had never seen in other trading companies. Miss Belle is clearly the same age as me, but she knows so much. If only I could be like Miss Belle. After the admiration came sadness. Then perhaps father would value me more. She then felt guilty for being tasked by her father to extract secrets from Miss Belle. Belle took her hand and enthusiastically led her to other areas. Feeling the warmth of her palm, Heidi truly didn't want to become her enemy. Belle had built the night training grounds behind the trading company. Tired from work? You can enjoy watching handsome men with 8-pack abs for free. She then pushed a surprised Heidi forward. Miss Heidi, you need to broaden your horizons. Only by seeing more outstanding men will you avoid clinging to just one. The world is vast. You need to see it for yourself. Belle sincerely felt that Hill was unworthy of her. Heidi nodded, half understanding. Suddenly, she spotted Argus sparring with Orlando. Heidi couldn't help but exclaim, Miss Belle, your knight is so skilled. Lord Hill's brother is also very impressive. Hearing his beloved's name, Argus was momentarily distracted. This momentary lapse put her at a disadvantage. Belle immediately looked at Argus with concern. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Did I distract you? Orlando's sword was still pointed at Argus's chest. Belle's expression turned fierce. William, remove your sword at once. Belle was about to apologize, but Argus pulled her into a hug I didn't lose. I've already won what I truly wanted. Orlando was inexplicably force-fed a massive bowl of dog food. The dignified Mary Sue heroine was actually treated like a maid. While Belle and the villain were lovey-dovey, Neil noticed Heidi, who was following Belle, and mistook her for a maid. He specifically instructed her to be diligent and dutiful, as the young lady never mistreated those around her. Belle quickly explained that she was the youngest daughter of the Mountbatten family and would be working as her assistant at the trading company. Neil then forced a laugh. Why apologies, Miss Mountbatten? I hope you're not offended. You are very beautiful. Of course, he added in his mind, Miss Belle is the most beautiful woman in the world. Heidi was flattered, having been complimented on her beauty for the first time. Afterwards, Belle entrusted Mir with helping Heidi understand the trading company. After the two left, Belle inquired about the knights' field exercises and learned they could march in a Black Bear Mountain at any time. Belle nodded with satisfaction. The royal family had gained enormous profits after the trading company was established. This was a good opportunity to propose to the king that Black Bear Mountain be incorporated into Ness territory. However, the system prompt indicating the main storyline had collapsed hadn't appeared online for a while. She didn't know if the mine she was rewarded with for the last mission was still valid. Argus approached, hesitant. Belle, what are you going into the mountains? If it's too soon, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you. Recently, the night lease agreement between La Sam and Motor expired. My father said that if I can successfully renew it, he will approve of our marriage. Belle took his hand, interrupting him. Thank you, Argus, but I don't care what others think. As long as we have each other, that's enough. Even though Belle said so, Argus still wanted their relationship to be blessed. He didn't want Belle to experience the days without blessings. Don't worry, Belle. Although I've fallen out with Moda, they won't make things too difficult for me. Belle was still worried. After all, in this world, the rules were led by those born with magical powers. Among them, Moda and the temple were gatherings of mages. They possessed immense power to contend with the royal authority. In the original novel, the Modo Lord's younger sister was Argus's biological mother. He had once touched upon Moda's taboo by trying to change the system to become the Holy Land. This caused a rift between him and the Moda Lord, his uncle. And when he married into the La Sam family, Moda lent a group of magic knights to the La Sam family. They helped La Sam achieve military exploits and had now become Lassam's main strategic force. If the agreement wasn't renewed, Lassam's position in the empire would be shaken. Argus leaned closer to Belle, seeking comfort. It's for you that I must become the head of the family, so you have to give me more motivation. Belle blushed quietly as he held her in his arms. Nonsense. Becoming the head of the family has always been your aspiration. Argus explained, that was just to prove my strength to my father. Now, his only obsession was Belle. He said, kissing her forehead, you are the first woman in my life and the only one. Belle's face burned. Where did you learn these cheesy lines? I seriously suspect you've been reading some cheesy romance novels. He, however, looked very serious. What? You don't like them? Belle, push him away. Let go. If someone sees us, what will happen to my image as a countess? Out of Argus's sight, Belle blushed furiously. What do I do? I'm such a sucker. I really love it when Argus says these things. Argus stroked her head, his eyes full of affection. By the way, Your 18th birthday celebration and the Viscount's ball will be held together, right? Have you thought about what gift you want? The villain was jealous again, simply because his beloved had received a coming-of-age gift from another man. Due to Johann's status as Pope, he had to take leave from Belle. But before leaving, he prepared a precious coming-of-age gift for her. The magical pet hamster was adorable, well-behaved, and had a mouth with a large storage space, perfect for holding Belle's belongings. Belle knew that magical pets were priceless and even rarer than mages. Although she was suspicious of Johann's identity, the hamster was simply too cute. Belle named him Sticky Rice Ball. It was time for Moda's triennial recruitment conference. According to the original story, Moda recruited apprentices every 3 years to establish social connections between Moda and the nobility. Noble families would send their most talented children to Moda for training. The nobles who graduated from Moda all became leaders of their families. The heroine, Heidi, awakened her magic during the recruitment conference. Due to her outstanding performance, she was accepted as a student by the Moda Lord as an exception. This was the turning point where Heidi, the unfavored country girl, transformed into a genius mage capable of competing with her sister for the position of family head. Thinking of this opportunity, Belle couldn't help but feel excited. Argus noticed Belle's wriggling bag. What's in your bag? Why is it moving? Belle then took out the sticky rice ball. Isn't it cute? This is a coming-of-age gift Johann gave me before he left. Belle said it was given to her by the masked servant, Argus, but Argus was somewhat dubious. How could a servant afford a rare magic worm? Although Belle suspected Johann's identity, she believed his actions were completely above board. Let's not talk about that. Look, isn't he cute? Argus was practically drowning in a vat of vinegar. Not cute. Belle immediately puffed up. How can you say that? He's obviously adorable. Argus, the cold pudding, started sweet-talking again. In my eyes, you're the cutest in the world. Belle blushed. What nonsense are you talking about? Argus didn't even give the magic pet a second glance. That was a fact. So, another man gave you a coming-of-age gift before I could. That makes me very unhappy. I'll give you something better. Belle hadn't expected him to be jealous over this. She was about to speak when Argus interrupted her. Don't refuse me, Belle. You deserve the best gift in the world, not just a magic pet. Belle was exasperated that a gentleman is actually jealous of a magic pet. Suddenly, Hill's voice came from behind. Belle turned and saw La Sam dressed to the nines. Hill's mother was rather sarcastic. This is Countess Cron. Indeed, young and beautiful. No wonder you've captured our Argus's heart. Belle ignored her and went to greet Duke La Sam. Duke La Sam didn't give her any face, his voice full of arrogance. That you're Belle Cron, the woman my son rashly betrothed himself to. A woman burdened by her family's bloodline curse. A woman deeply restricted by the transmigration system. Your union is destined to be unblessed. Duke La Sam didn't know that this young woman he looked down upon would become one of the most powerful figures in the empire. In his eyes, Belle marrying Argus was ultimately marrying above her station. Hill's mother added fuel to the fire. I heard Miss Cron pursued Hill before, and now she's with his brother. It seems you're quite fond of our La Sam family. Belle wasn't about to back down. Madam, I've never yearned for the La Sam family, but for the position of Argus's wife. Duke La Sam interrupted Belle. Enough. Let the past be the past. Countess Cron, although Argus is fixated on you, I do not approve. Belle didn't give up because of his disapproval. Then I must tell you, I don't care about your attitude. This is my attitude. To me, Argus's opinion is the most important. Argus looked at Belsheen Why father? Don't take it to heart. Belle was remarkably carefree. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's best if our marriage receives the elder's blessings. If not, it won't affect us, will it? Argus was taken aback by her words, then chuckled that you're right. He gently embraced Belle, giving her his most sincere promise. Belle, please believe me. Even without anyone's blessing, I will make you happy. Belle was about to speak when she heard Heidi's voice. She instinctively pushed Argus away. Miss Heidi, why are you alone? Father brought us to the sacred scripture test today, but unfortunately, I don't have magic. Father took my sister to the test, so I'm just wandering around. She linked arms with Belle. But I'm so happy to see you, Miss Belle. I spotted you right away. The sacred scripture test is about to begin, Miss Belle. Seeing Belle being pulled away by Heidi, Argus couldn't help but frown. That Mountbatten girl, dangling in front of Belle again and again, was truly an eyesore. In the original story, Argus would be caught in an illusion during the sacred scripture test, seeing his tragic life from childhood. abandoned by his mother, neglected by his father, and caught in sibling rivalry. His magic would go berserk, causing the sacred scripture to disappear and plunging the entire Moda into unprecedented crisis. But now, the original plot was unrecognizable. Would Argus still lose control? The villain Argus losing control was a setup for the heroine Heidi's magical awakening. Without this plot point, the heroine would be completely useless. Bel only hoped everything would go smoothly. Due to the death of Emperor Tai of the Fry Empire, Moda and the temple officially went to war. The sacred scripture, as a spoil of war, was used to test magical aptitude. The temple had tried everything to reclaim it, but failed. At this moment, Bel was only worried about whether Argus would lose control during the test. Soon it was Argus's turn for the test. Bel looked exceptionally serious. Argus, no matter what happens, I'll face it with you. You're not alone. Argus didn't understand. It was just a small test. Why was Bel more nervous than he was? But when Argus's hand touched the sacred scripture, those negative emotions were overwhelming. Forever a monster. Nobody wants a little monster. Monster. We don't want to play with you, little Argus. Tears welled up in Argus's eyes that I'm not a monster. Suddenly, Bel's gentle voice came. Whose child are you? Why are you crying like a little kitten? Here, have a candy. Don't cry, okay? Little Argus stared blankly at the beautiful young woman before him, even forgetting to continue crying. At an age where he couldn't even control his bladder, he had actually learned how to propose. Little Argus told the young woman in front of him that he was crying because he had been abandoned by his mother and burdened with a family blood curse. He was treated as a monster by other children his age. Bel rubbed his head sympathetically. I'm not afraid of you. Not only that, I also want to be your first friend. Would you like that? Little Argus was stunned. Then, blushing, he refused. While Bel was puzzled, he nervously looked at her. Don't just be friends. When I grow up, I want to marry you, okay? At this moment, the people in the hall began to murmur. Argus's test still hadn't ended. Why is there no movement? Is the sacred scripture broken? Only Hill looked nervous. The sacred scripture test pits a person against their inner self, using the elapsed time to determine their control over magic. Why hasn't Argus's test shown any reaction for so long? Or has he already become so strong? Suddenly, Argus's face turned ugly. Bel looked worriedly in Argus's direction. Everything will be all right. Please, Argus, don't turn dark. Argus suddenly frowned, because Bel and the illusion had rejected his proposal. Did she also dislike him like the others? Bel wiped away the tears on little Argus's face. No, I would never dislike you. It's just that I don't belong to this world. I'll be leaving soon. As Bel finished speaking, her body began to slowly dissipate. Little Argus couldn't control his tears. He tried desperately to grab Bel. Don't go. You're all I have in the world. Bel had completely disappeared. Her voice gradually faded that I'm sorry. I can't stay with you as you grow up. Please be sure to become a righteous person. But Argus couldn't hold on to her. Bel vanished completely. Little Argus's darkness completely filled him. Since you were going to leave, why did you enter my world? The sacred scripture began to fluctuate with magical energy. The surrounding people started to get nervous. The sacred scripture is contaminated. Someone has already notified the Modo Lord. Heidi was still by Bel's side. Although she didn't understand why everyone was leaving, Hill wanted to take Heidi away. But she struggled to stay with Bel. Hill sighed and looked at Bel. Countess Kron, let's go. The sacred scripture is contaminated. The entire Modo could be swallowed. Argus is lost in the sacred scripture now. He can't come back. Bel was devastated. Then her eyes became firm and he will definitely come back. The system's voice suddenly came, a lifeline. Main quest, apprentice recruitment issued. Host, please help the heroine Heidi awaken her magic and become the Modo Lord student. By having Heidi touch the sacred scripture and enter the illusion, you can awaken Argus. This was exactly what Bel was hoping for. She grabbed Heidi's wrist. Miss Heidi, I'm sorry, but you can't leave. Boy's first proposal to older sister is cruelly rejected. Darkness meter instantly maxes out, going berserk. Argus's obsession with Bel had become terrifyingly possessive. Seeing the entire Modo in danger, Hill wanted to pull Heidi away to safety. But Bel grabbed the heroine's wrist. Hill frowned. Countess Kron, what are you doing? The Moda is very dangerous now. Heidi doesn't have any magic. Do you want her to die by staying here? Belle's expression was extremely serious, that he can go to you at any time. After all, that's her destined fate. But not now. She can't leave. Saying this, she pulled Heidi into her arms. I need her help right now. Hill was somewhat annoyed. What does this woman eat to grow so strong? Heidi, come over here. Heidi hesitated before speaking apologetically. Lord Hill, Miss Belle needs me. I can't leave. The system was shocked by the heroine's choice. Host, what did you do while I was offline? The heroine chose not to be protected by the male lead at a moment of life and death. This character setting is different from the assistance provided. The mention of assistance made Belle want to tear the system apart. Hill's mother pulled Hill away. Finally, he reluctantly left Heidi behind. Watching the family of three escape, Belle felt even more heartbroken for Argus. Looking at the escaping family of three, Belle felt even more heartbroken for Argus. Argus is in grave danger. His so-called family doesn't want to save him, only thinking of escaping. He might as well not have a family like that. No wonder Argus turned into a villain in the aid scenario. Growing up in that kind of environment, it would be hard to stay kind. Miss Belle, what do you need me to do? The reason Heidi stayed by Belle's side is because, from childhood, no one has ever truly needed her. Her parents brought her back from the countryside, only to use her for a marriage alliance, paving the way for her older sister in the family. Even Hill, whom she initially thought truly liked her, after Belle's guidance, that affection became clouded, never to be wiped clean. Only Belle was the first person to openly and honestly express her needs to her. Compared to those hypocritical interests, Belle made Heidi feel like a truly useful person. Time was of the essence. Belle directly told Heidi that she had a slightly awakened ability within her and that she only needed to touch the sacred scripture to awaken it. Although Heidi didn't understand what she was saying, she chose to believe her without hesitation. Just by touching the sacred scripture, she could help Argus escape the illusion. This was the first time Heidi saw Belle look worried. Seeing Belle's trust in her, Heidi became even more determined to be as brave as Belle. Duke Mountbatten subconsciously looked for Heidi, only to see her about to touch the sacred scripture. In everyone's eyes, approaching the contaminated sacred scripture was no different from suicide. Heidi endured the stinging pain as if cut by blades, and struggled to get closer to the sacred scripture. With a loud bang, the chaos in the magic tower subsided. Heidi entered a meditative state. Argus lay quietly on the ground. The worry on Belle's face disappeared. Did it work? Her uncle stared at his little girlfriend incessantly. The villain immediately used a cough to hide his little girlfriend behind him. Before this, Argus went berserk during the sacred scripture test. The heroine, Heidi, touched the sacred scripture, activating her healing magic, and Argus escaped danger. Belle rushed to the tower anxiously. Argus was clearly unaware of what had happened until he saw Heidi solemnly holding a healing fragment. Only then did Argus get up to thank her. Belle also began to smile. Thank you for saving Argus. And congratulations on awakening your magic. See, as long as you want to, you could do well too. Heidi shook her head in, oh, I should be thanking Miss Belle. If it weren't for Miss Belle, I wouldn't have awakened my magic. I would have forever remained a marriage pawn for my family. Although this thought might be impolite, how did Miss Belle know she could awaken her magic? Before she could voice the question, the arriving Duke Mountbatten interrupted her. Heidi, are you all right? Are you hurt? Let your father see. Duke Mountbatten hadn't expected Heidi to possess magic, and such rare healing magic at that. With this, the Mountbatten family's status in the Empire would rise another level. Sasha, the female supporting character, immediately gritted her teeth. How could this little wretch awaken magic? Hadn't she been tested as a child? The arrival of the Magic Tower Master interrupted their thoughts. Suddenly, he noticed Argus standing to the side. Why are you here? I thought you disdained becoming my student. Argus's tone was particularly cold. That's your narrow-mindedness. Belle observed them. He really was Argus's uncle. They looked quite alike. However, as the book described, they weren't close. The Magic Tower Master noticed Belle's closeness to Argus, but didn't explain. Belle took the initiative to introduce herself and emphasize that she was also Argus's fiancée. Belle's voice reached him, and he finally turned around at "You're engaged?" He seemed somewhat gloomy. Even if he hated his uncle, he should have at least informed him. Argus explained that the official ceremony hadn't been held yet. His father didn't agree. The Magic Tower Master sneered. That sounds like him. Bloodline purists value lineage. How could he possibly allow his son to marry a minor noble who isn't from St. Cranny? A magic mouse suddenly peeked out from Belle's sleeve. Seeing Belle scold the magic mouse for running around, the magic tower master was shocked. That's an Anili mouse. Unlike other magic pets, they only submit to magicians stronger than themselves. But this girl doesn't have any magic fluctuations. Could she be hiding her magic power? But that's something only a top-level magician could do. This girl looked no older than a teenager. Argus didn't like the way he was staring at Belle and stepped directly in front of her. You must have more important matters here, right? Just as Sasha thought she had a chance to become the Magic Tower Master student. The Magic Tower Master looked at Heidi. I sensed a powerful magic awakening. Was it you, child? Heidi panicked. I apologize. The sacred scripture disappeared. I don't know what happened. Duke Mountbatten stepped directly in front of Heidi, explaining that it might be a misunderstanding. Heidi's magic wasn't strong enough to destroy the sacred scripture. Heidi was somewhat moved. This was the first time her father had spoken up for her. But what Duke Mountbatten was thinking was, with Heidi's healing magic, the Mountbatten family absolutely couldn't let her go on the diplomatic mission. The Magic Tower Master didn't care about the sacred scripture. A tainted scripture was worthless. I'm not here to assign blame. Child, would you be willing to become my student? Heidi froze on the spot. Sasha's face was filled with jealousy. That damn country girl. Just be a good marriage tool. Why did her magic have to awaken now? The others were shocked. Belle also received a system reward. Side story activated. Host will be promoted from passerby character to side story's new heroine, responsible for maintaining the stability of the world within the book. I want to devour you right now. The villain unexpectedly stumbled upon Belle while she was bathing, seeing everything he should and shouldn't have seen. And Roan, who had previously presented himself as Belle's servant, returned to the temple. I beg your forgiveness. I've lost track of the Lower Kingdom's holy son, but Roan had already planned everything. Even the sacred scripture would return to the temple. Now, as the side story's heroine, Belle was bewildered. Maintaining the world order within the book just sounded like a lot of trouble. Belle only wanted to protect her Argus. Suddenly, the Anili mouse became agitated. Belle thought he was unwell. Then the Anili mouse pulled a shining sacred scripture from his mouth. Belle was shocked. The sacred scripture? How'd it get in your mouth? Heidi was still blaming herself for damaging the scripture. It turned out this little guy had taken it. Watching the little creature push the scripture into her hand, Belle fell into deep thought. In the original story, the sacred scripture disappeared when the heroine awoke, but its whereabouts were never explained. And the Anili mouse was chosen by Roan right before entering the magic tower. This was too coincidental. Perhaps Argus was right. She should reinvestigate Roan's background. Belle put down the Anili mouse and sighed. I wonder how Argus is doing. The burst in power during the test must have been hard on his body. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, someone brought her clean clothes. She wondered if it was too late to go see Argus. Will this do? A coat was draped over her shoulders, and Belle heard Argus's deep voice. Her face flushed. What are you doing here? Argus quickly apologized. After what happened today, I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. I never expected my fiancée to give me such a treat. Belle is fast-boned. She was so flustered she couldn't speak properly. Hadn't the servants told him she was bathing? This was so embarrassing. Suddenly, she slipped. Argus caught her, but they both fell into the pool. Belle grabbed his cravat, revealing his muscular chest. Belle blushed even deeper. Argus's voice took on a playful tone. Falling isn't a joke. But now that you've seen my body too, we're even. Don't be angry. Seeing Belle's flustered look, Argus paused, then moved closer to Belle. Your voice sounded a little hoarse. What should I do? I really want to devour you right now. Who could resist a sexy and alluring villain? Belle was held in his embrace in the water. Half submerged, they could feel each other's warmth. I want to devour you right now. His husky voice could make even ears pregnant. Belle pushed him away in a panic. Oh no, this is too sudden. I'm not ready. Argus grabbed her wrist, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Are you afraid of the curse on me, Belle? This reminded Belle of the blood curse on Argus. Because they hadn't been intimately close, she had almost forgotten that Argus carried such a frightening burden. Feeling heartache and worry about their future married life, Belle calmed down and gently touched Argus's large hand. I'm sorry, I didn't push you away because of the curse. Argus looked like a little puppy afraid of being abandoned. Really, Belle? Seeing his unease, She pressed her forehead against his dot. Of course. I was just a little startled. I wasn't rejecting you. Argus stared at Belle intensely. I never intended to hurt you. Curse or no curse. If you don't want to, I'll respect your wishes. Looking at the sincere Argus before her, Belle admitted to herself that her heart was moved. Respect was something Belle had never received from those she cared about in her past life. She clasped Argus's hand and leaned against him, offering comfort. Don't worry. We'll find a way to break the curse. With their future happiness at stake, Belle was even more determined. Argus lifted Belle into his arms. The water's cold. Let me carry you so you can get dressed. Feeling his calloused hands, Belle's face flushed crimson. And no, I can dress myself. Argus, already standing, said gently, be good, don't move. I can't let my fiancé do such trivial things. Belle thought, didn't you just say you respected me? But her heart felt sweet. She really liked Argus's dominant personality. I really am a masochist. The next day, Belle stared worriedly at the glutton in front of her. At this rate, this little guy will eat Krinka out of house and home. Could Rome be a spy sent by an enemy? Is this a plan to destroy Krinka from within? Orlando suddenly interrupted Belle's thoughts. Learning that the Magic Tower Master was looking for her, Belle felt a little guilty. Did he realize the sacred scripture was dragged away by the Emili mouse? But I've already hidden the sacred scripture in the system reward space. He can't do anything to me. Regardless, the Magic Tower Master is an old friend of Argus's. I have to give him some face. Belle invited him into the drawing room. After all, Argus wants to renew the contract for the Rasa Magic Knights. I should help him. The Magic Tower Master kept staring at Mir. This child has the aura of magic. Even the servants in this small count's mansion have this kind of power. This further solidified his belief that Belle was extraordinary. The Magic Tower Master's son, Trent, was already impatient. When Belle finally arrived, he immediately showed his displeasure. Knowing your status, you still made us wait this long. No wonder Argus fancies you. Turns out you're both the same, looking down on everyone. Belle's tone instantly turned cold. That don't be ridiculous. Your esteemed self arrived first. You can't blame me for arriving later. Moreover, you're insulting me to my face. It seems your etiquette and upbringing are lacking. I expect an apology. The always arrogant Trent was about to retort, but the Magic Tower Master stopped him. Count Kren, he's right. We were indeed rude. He then ordered his usually pampered son, Trent, to apologize to Count Kren. The pampered son of the Magic Tower Master had never suffered such humiliation. He immediately looked incredulous. Father, you want me to apologize to this woman? Why should I? She was just a mocked, down-and-out noble woman. Having made a comeback, she's now someone everyone important is vying to please. Belle not only easily captured the story's villain, but even the most mysterious pope has lowered himself to be her man. Now, the coveted Magic Tower Master has come to visit her, and even scolded his beloved son for her. Belle knew that in the original story, Trent was a spoiled brat. He held a grudge against Argus for beating him up. Looking at the unrepentant Trent, Belle really wanted to beat him up. The Magic Tower Master stood up apologetically, giving Belle ample face. The Magic Tower Master's doting on Trent is appalling. After scolding the unreasonable Trent, the Magic Tower Master finally revealed his purpose. He wanted Belle as his apprentice. The first to object was Trent. Belle looked worried. You may have misunderstood when you saw my magic bugs last time. I don't actually have magic. Besides, in the original story, the Magic Tower Master only took Heidi as a student. Although Heidi would probably be very happy to avoid deviating from the main storyline, Belle politely declined his invitation. The Magic Tower Master was persistent. Many people have magic but never awaken it in their lifetime. I can sense a powerful force within you, Count Kren. Perhaps I can help you awaken it. But Belle didn't want to add more trouble for herself. She again refused the opportunity everyone craved. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not prepared to study magic at the moment. Trent exploded again. How dare you? Do you know how many people want to be my father's student? Belle's refusal was exceptionally firm. The Magic Tower Master was still unwilling to give up. Can you tell me the specific reason? He wondered, could she have sensed my true purpose? Belle was exasperated by his persistence. You don't understand. I'm very busy managing my territory. I also need to prepare for the Viscount's ball and the Black Bear Mountain and mining operation. I really don't have time to study magic. Trent once again voiced his disapproval of her ignorance. Afterward, he annoyedly thought, why did I even try to persuade her? Wouldn't it be better if she didn't go? The Magic Tower Master pondered for a moment. That I see. Count Corinne is young, but bears a heavy burden. I didn't consider that. Belle thought he was about to leave, but the Magic Tower Master announced a shocking decision. I'll have my son stay with Count Corinne and wait until the Count is free to come to the Magic Tower to study magic. Trent was incredulous. Father, are you mad? I'm your heir. How can you let Count treat me like this? Belle, also wanting to avoid this troublesome situation, said, I appreciate your kindness, but I wouldn't dare impose on the Magic Tower's heir. The Magic Tower Master's idea clearly wasn't a whim. If you don't mind, I'd like Trent to stay by your side and learn management from you. Just treat him like a servant. In exchange, Count Corinne can come to Moda at any time to learn magic from me. I will certainly teach him everything I know. Belle, looking at Trent's fuming face, suddenly had a mischievous thought. Since the Moda Lord has personally entrusted me with this task, I will certainly teach him diligently. Trent didn't expect her to actually agree and was instantly distraught. This meant that in the future, he would have to face two annoying people at the same time. He started begging his father to take him back. Unexpectedly, his father, who usually indulged him, was incredibly firm. Trent kept glancing at Belle. His father had never looked at him with such an expression. Just who was this woman? Under Trent's gaze, Belle suddenly smiled. All right, Moda Lord, there's something I'd like to ask of you. Half asleep, the young woman reached out and touched a hard chest. Her drowsiness vanished instantly. Looking up, she saw Argus's smiling face. Good morning, my sweetheart. Belle huffily put on her clothes. Argus followed her, apologizing profusely. All right, don't be angry. I promise I won't get into your bed without permission again. Belle finally acknowledged him. That I'm not angry about that. You used teleportation magic to come to my house again, didn't you? Your body hasn't recovered from the last magic surge. Do you want me to be a widow at such a young age? Argus hadn't expected that she was worried about his health. Touched, he nuzzled Belle's hand. That you're so good to me. Trent happened to witness this sweet scene and coughed awkwardly. You two are quite leisurely this early in the morning. Seeing his sarcastic younger cousin, Argus's face instantly darkened. Belle felt a headache coming on. This was going to be a mess. Argus didn't know Trent was in this story. These two had never gotten along since they were children. She had to tell Argus the truth. She imagined Argus frowning and questioning Trent. Belle doesn't have magic. How can she learn magic? What's your real purpose in approaching her? Trent scoffed. You're the only one who treats this woman like a treasure. I couldn't care less. Seeing him belittle his beloved, Argus snapped. Trent, do you want to fight? Belle looked helplessly at the two who refused to back down. Suddenly spotting Orlando passing by, Belle grabbed at him like a lifeline. Green, I remember 2 months ago, some slaves and commoners joined the night training. Did he persevere? They have been persevering, Countess, and are striving for the positions of platoon leader and company commander. Trent learned from Argus that this was the military management model created by Belle. He looked incredulous. A mere noble lady understands military management? Don't joke. Belle immediately raised an eyebrow. It seems the young tower master doubts my abilities. Why not have a match with my knights? Trent didn't want to face Argus. Belle assured him that as long as he didn't use magic, she would absolutely not let Argus interfere. Trent readily agreed. If you lose, you'll come back to Moda with me immediately and obediently become my father's student. If I lose, I'll be at your disposal. Men in love are childish and possessive. Just because Belle paid a little more attention to Mir, he was now holding her and whining Belle, he's not worth your attention. In Belle's eyes, Mir was still a child, but he possessed a tenacity that his namesake lacked. Even when he was beaten black and blue during training, he still arrived at the training ground on time every day, never slacking off. Sometimes it's not skill that defeats the enemy, but a person's will. So when Mir volunteered to fight Trent, Belle didn't stop him, but Trent started to protest. Wait, you don't seriously want this little runt to fight me? Phil immediately gloated. As far as I know, the young tower master is only 14 years old, the same age as William. Before the insulted Trent could retort, Argus interrupted. Stop being so fussy. Are you going to fight or not? If not, just admit defeat. You're wasting my time with Belle. Trent then drew his sword and pointed it at Mir. Come on, then. Don't whine about a kid being bullied later when you lose. Although Argus disliked Trent, he had to admit that he was indeed skilled. Orlando was even more convinced that the Holy Son wouldn't lose, because in order to protect the Countess, he had put in an unimaginable amount of effort. Belle knew how hard Mir had worked and secretly hoped he would win. Argus, however, was displeased. How could his beloved have someone else in her heart? He held Belle in his arms, pouting. Belle was completely defenseless against Argus's jealous whining. Okay, I won't watch. To save time, Mir suggested that they each attack each other 3 times with their swords. Whoever sword left their hand first would lose. Trent said arrogantly, fine, you go first. So you can't say I bullied a little kid. Humiliated, Mir drew his sword without hesitation. In the first round, Trent not only easily blocked the attack, but almost injured Mir. Belle worried, but Argus held her tighter. Don't worry, that kid has an advantage Trent doesn't. Mir wiped a scratch from his face, no longer underestimating his opponent. Though Trent was skilled, his weakness was also quite obvious. Round 2. Mir cleverly pointed out Trent's weakness. As Trent guarded against it, Mir feinted, knocking off one of Trent's accessories with a single move. You didn't attack my lower body. Seeing Trent's buffoon look, Mir didn't bother explaining that all's fair in love and war. That's what our count taught me. Belle immediately went to check on Mir. Argus, injured, glared at them. Considering you fought for Belle, I'll share her kindness with you for now. Trent was completely convinced of his loss that I lost. I'll accept the consequences. What do you want me to do? The fallen noblewoman, with just a bag of sugar, had achieved a comeback. Managing a peer's territory for only half a year, she had captured the entire Fry Empire's sharp tool market. His Majesty the King even made an exception, allowing Ness to build an army. The Magic Tower Master was eager to take Belle as a student, even going so far as to leave his only son by her side for her to dismantle. Duke Lossam hadn't expected that the girl he looked down upon would actually win the Magic Tower's agreement for Lossam. The stepmother's previous doubts about Belle were now plastered on her face. Argus was proud of his beloved's excellence. Father, do you still think Belle is marrying above herself into the Lossam family? The age of nobility is coming to an end. The glory you believe in is nothing before her. Belle Kryn, I've earned my merit. Please honor our agreement, Father, and consider me for the position of head of the family. Belle, meanwhile, had led her army to Black Bear Mountain for a live-fire exercise. As part of the wager Trent lost, Belle demanded he act as her personal bodyguard on Black Bear Mountain. Trent completely disbelieved the rumors of treasure on Black Bear Mountain. If there were treasure, other nobles would have claimed it long ago. How could it fall to a countess? How naive. It seems her achievements are nothing but luck. As soon as they arrived at Black Bear Mountain, Belle ordered the knights to begin the exercise. Regular soldiers and reserve soldiers faced off. According to the map, each was assigned a base. The exercise was to infiltrate the opponent's base by any means and be the first to capture their chess piece. Whoever seized the opponent's piece within the allotted time won. Trent couldn't help but take a second look at Belle. Whether capturing or defending the chess piece, the exercise tested the soldier's stealth combat abilities and adaptability. This Belle Kryn was truly clever. Seeing his interest, Belle suggested he participate, but Trent, having already lost face once, was reluctant to try again. Orlando, worried about Belle, gave Trent countless instructions, emphasizing his resolve not to let Belle be harmed, even though she was only with Trent. Trent, walking behind Belle, racked his brain, but couldn't figure out his father's intentions in having him stay by her side. Belle intentionally walked straight ahead. Orlando and the others were meant to be a distraction while she searched for the mine alone. Hearing a rustle in the bushes, Trent immediately drew his sword. It turned out to be Glutinous Rice Ball. Belle was surprised to discover Glutinous Rice Ball was holding a gemstone. Glutinous Rice Ball had actually found the mine. Argus once again played the hero. No matter where Belle was, whenever she was in danger, he always appeared at the first moment. Before this, Belle had been following Glutinous Rice Ball to find the mine. Trent sheathed his sword, but a wicked thought arose in his mind. So, Father wanted me to get close to her for the mine. He then summoned a bird and whispered instructions to relay to his father. Belle Kryn has found the mine. Quickly send reinforcements to Black Bear Mountain. He then followed Belle's tracks, and oh wonder, she brought the entire army up the mountain. It was for the mine. Unfortunately, the mine belongs to Moda. Meanwhile, At Charmant headquarters, Hill, the male lead, and the president of the Brew Chamber of Commerce were conspiring. They had already arranged for nights to assassinate Bell. When the president asked Hill if killing Bell, despite gaining wealth and an army, might mean losing the love of his life, Hill confidently asserted that Heidi would understand. Argus dealt with the players swiftly. He came to Black Bear Mountain looking for Bell, but learned she was alone with Trent. He could only follow the direction Orlando pointed out to find Bell, warning him to be mindful of others during the exercise, because Argus had discovered signs of activity. Glutinous Rice Ball led Bell to a dark cave. She asked Trent to use magic to conjure a flame for light. This once again sparked Bell's desire to learn magic. Bell followed Trent, her mind drifting to Argus. She wondered how his negotiations at home were going. Her thoughts were interrupted by Trent at the fork in the road. She hurriedly summoned Glutinous Rice Ball. Bell led the way, but Trent gripped the sword pen in his hand. Deep within the cave, he thought if he could just kill this woman, the mineral vein would belong to Moda. He could claim she got lost in the cave. Even if Argus came alone, he wouldn't be able to do anything against Moda. Bell confirmed the direction, but didn't notice Trent raising his long sword. The next moment, Argus raised his sword, blocking Trent's attack. Before Bell could react, Argus glared icily at Trent. "How dare you? You won't leave this cave alive today." Bell never imagined that her act of kindness would save a nation's saint. She also never imagined that the 14-year-old saint would become a crucial assistant in her future domination of the Empire's commerce. Due to the appearance of another group at Black Bear Mountain, the original training plan changed. Orlando issued new orders to the Knights. Capture everyone, regardless of their affiliation. Mir was more worried about Bell's situation. He knew Argus had gone to protect her, but these Knights lacked combat experience, and many were apprehensive. Neil stepped forward. "Have you all forgotten the Count's teachings? When you pick up a weapon, there will come a day you must wield it. Mercy towards the enemy will get you and your comrades killed." The crowd was roused, and the soldiers' spirits were lifted. Orlando looked at the saint with newfound respect. Inside the cave, Bell asked Argus, bewildered, "How did you get here?" Argus glared at Trent. "It's a good thing I came. Otherwise, he would have severed your neck, not just your hair." Trent hadn't expected Argus to arrive so quickly. He decided to come clean. "Since you've caught me, let's fight to the death. I've already informed my father, the Moda Master. We won't leave empty-handed." Argus's face darkened ominously. "Before that, let's settle the score for you damaging Bell's hair." He swiftly bound Trent with magic. Bell couldn't believe the Modu family were such despicable people. Knowing they couldn't win this fight, she whispered to Argus to abandon the mine and prioritize their safety. At that moment, the Moda Master arrived. Trent wiped the blood from his mouth. "Father, I've completed the mission you gave me." The Moda Master asked, "What mission?" Trent pointed at Bell. "You told me to become her confidant, wait for her to find the mine, then seize it." Argus tightened his grip on his sword. Bell had said villains often die from talking too much. Direct action was the best approach. The Moda Master released Trent with magic. "Argus, you who dare defy me? What if I say no?" Seeing the Moda Master's darkening expression, Bell quickly intervened. "Since the Moda Master has achieved his objective, I'm sure he won't trouble us further. Argus, let's go." But as they turned, the Moda Master attacked with magic. Argus shattered the spell, ready for a desperate fight. "Moda Master, letting us leave is my bottom line. If you continue to harass Bell, you'll only dig your own grave." Family ties meant nothing if they were restrictive. Argus would rather abandon them. Only Bell mattered. He would protect her with his life. Trent sneered. "Argus, apologize for your behavior, or my father won't let you off the hook." The Moda Master finally spoke. "Trent, silence. You're the one who should apologize. When did I ever tell you to steal Count Cromp's mine? You thought you accomplished something great, but it's a joke." Trent felt his face burn with shame. "Then why did you come to help? Wasn't it to seize the mine?" The Moda Master's expression turned serious. "Nonsense. I received a message that you were in danger and rushed here, abandoning my other affairs. Now apologize to Count Crom." Trent refused to bow to Bell. "I won't." The Moda Master forced Trent's head down in a bow. "I sincerely apologize, Count Crom. Trent has caused you trouble. Please forgive him for my sake." Belle resembled the crown princess so much. He had thought perhaps she and Trent. Had he misjudged? Belle was about to say it was all right, but Argus interrupted in a way. "This can't be brushed aside. Trent nearly killed Belle. He must pay the price." Trent remained unafraid that my father is here. Try touching me. As a child, he had deliberately broken Argus's mother's locket, and the Moda master had readily defended him. Argus, no matter what, you and Trent are brothers. There's no need to be so aggressive. Argus's face hardened that he's not my brother. When I was 10, he deliberately broke the pocket watch my mother left me, and you sided with him without question. Now he intends to harm my fiancée. I don't have a brother like him. If you insist on indulging him today, I will fight to the death to get justice for Belle. Belle's anger over the pocket watch incident isn't the whole story. Just because Trent once broke Argus's pocket watch, Argus was severely injured. It turns out that was the only memento left to him by his mother. To him, it represented the last bit of maternal love he had. Damn it, why do all the characters in the book have someone to protect them? Yet Argus has to face all the malice of the world alone. In that case, I'll protect my own man myself. Belle can't afford to lose anymore. Moda Master, this is a grudge between the young master and me. Please don't involve Argus. Seeing Argus's worry, Belle gave him a reassuring look. Her tone towards the Moda Master, however, became more serious. Moda Master, the young master openly drew his sword at me today, challenging Ness's authority. Ness is a vassal of His Majesty the King. To put it bluntly, the young master's actions today are a blatant provocation against the Charmant royal family. Trent panicked and blurted out, "I didn't." Belle continued unhurriedly. Moda's power has long been depleted by various countries. The temple is even trying to win over the major royal families, hoping to join forces to attack Moda. If today's events get out, will the Charmant royal family, Moda's main ally, think that Moda is betraying their shared interests and forming an alliance with the temple? The Moda master hadn't expected her to be so clever. He had assumed she was relying on Argus's strength to advance. Now it seemed this child was wise beyond her years. Count Kryn, you misunderstand. Moda has no such intention. Seeing his father back down, Trent became anxious. Father, she's threatening you. The temple has been very active recently. We can't let her leave this cave alive. Argus stared at Trent's drawn sword, his expression grim. Who exactly won't leave this cave alive depends on my sword. The Moda master calmed down. Today we are in the wrong. Moda is willing to compensate Count Kryn regardless of the cost. What do you think, Count Kryn? Belle looked somewhat surprised. Any condition? Seeing the other party agree, Belle relayed the conditions to Argus, thinking of letting him fully avenge the bullying he suffered from Trent as a child. Trent panicked even more. No. How can you transfer the conditions? Argus will definitely target me. The Moda master, who usually doted on him, spoke coldly. You were wrong today. Whatever the price, you must bear it. I've spoiled you too much these years and haven't noticed how you've become like this. You're completely different from your mother. Argus's next words stunned all three of them. There's an unidentified group down the mountain. I suspect they're after Belle. My condition is for your men to go down the mountain and support the Ness army. Not a single soldier can be injured. The once vengeful villain easily let Trent off the hook. The Moda master was stunned. It seemed Belle Kryn's presence had changed him. Trent clenched his fists. Father, I caused this trouble. I'll take responsibility. The task of supporting the Ness army is mine. Belle was satisfied with this outcome. After all, it wasn't easy to defeat an unknown enemy without any casualties. The young master was in for a tough time. Suddenly, a whistling sound came. Belle said with a hint of regret, "It seems the valiant young master has taken action." Argus explained unhurriedly. The sound you just heard was a bird whistle Belle invented. It mimics bird calls to transmit messages and secret codes within the army. The bird whistle just now signaled that the danger is over. In other words, my men have already subdued the intruders. The Moda master was once again astonished by Belle's brilliance. Even he, a learned man, had never heard of such a thing. Trent admitted she was capable, but remained stubborn and refused to acknowledge her. Trent's punishment became a debt Moda owed Belle, which could be called in at any time. Belle squeezed Argus's hand and left. Trent, however, awkwardly called out to Belle, simply because he was too curious about the bird whistle. He even lowered his proud head and asked, "How can you imitate bird calls without magic?" "It's amazing." Belle acted generously. Trent was a bit stunned. She had agreed without hesitation. The Moda master found Belle even more unreadable. Was she naive and unguarded, or was she simply magnanimous? Back at the camp, Mira immediately began to report the military situation. "Countess, we captured a dozen or so enemy soldiers. Trent immediately noticed the blood on him. Even though Mir explained that he wasn't injured, he still admitted it. Don't be shy. Bell was more concerned about the army's casualties. Fortunately, only a few people were lightly injured. It also revealed that these knights were sent by an earl named Clinton, whose territory is near Ness. His mother is from Flettabo and has close private dealings with Earl Cairns of the Floody Kingdom. This assassination attempt was also their doing. Bell hadn't expected that a marquis of the Floody Empire would also want her dead. It seemed she had indeed upset quite a few people. Their plan was, after the ambush at Black Bear Mountain succeeded, for Cairns to feign an attack on Ness. Clinton would then come to the rescue and legitimately take over Ness. Bell had to admire their cunning plan. After all, foreign lords couldn't just start wars on their own. This way, they could request the king to grant them the territory as the new lord. Bell decided to give them a taste of their own medicine. She planned to use the mystery of the Emerald Forest salvation to kill two birds with one stone, Earl Clinton and Marquis Cairns.